अपना काम कर लेना वो छोड़
मैडम देखो कितना है
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to this international virtual conference. It is already 9:06, so we are starting our conference. So we will start our inaugural session first, and I hand over the session to our colleague, Professor Antoniette. Ma'am, you can start. Ma'am, you have to unmute.
Kindly unmute, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, I welcome all the dignitaries attending our international virtual conference on crossing borders and boundaries, contemporary trends in literatures and language teaching in the time of COVID-19 2020. I would like to start by wishing you and your families my personal best for your health and safety in these difficult times. I wish to express my profound gratitude to our Honorable Chancellor Sir, our VPs, Vice-Chancellor Sir, Pro-Vice-Chancellor Sir, our respected Professor and Dean, School of Social Sciences and Languages, Dr. G. Velmurugan, Dr. Gaurav Sushant, Head of the Department of Languages, SSL, and Dr. Melissa A. Fitch, Professor, College of Humanities, Spanish and Portuguese, University of Arizona. First of all, this is the first ever virtual international conference organized by Department of Languages in School of Social Sciences and Languages. I'm happy to share that until now, we have more than 300 plus participants and 83 presenters from all over the globe. We, on behalf of VIT, welcome all of you. At present, every aspect of local and global education suffers from the crisis of COVID-19. It has influenced every aspect of life. In the coming times, this horrific crisis will result in a huge change in the outlook of living life. COVID-19 is an epidemic which shows how globally we are connected to each other. Concepts such as isolated issues, tasks have no existence. Successful people need to understand this interrelationship in the coming decades and work in a collaborative manner globally, freeing themselves from the bondage of boundaries and eliminating mutual differences. The notion of a teacher as a knowledge holder who imparts knowledge to his or her students is no longer fit for the purpose of 21st century education, especially in the context of the four pillars of learning. When the student is capable of acquiring knowledge through their phone, tablet, or computer and is learning technical skills, there is no need to redefine the role of an academician in the classroom. Today, widespread use of technology has become necessary for education. I believe that by participating in this virtual conference, we are in the right place and the right time. Together, let us accelerate the exchange of ideas and scaling up of good practices in language teaching at this point of time. I hope that the upcoming discussions and presentations will find new ideas, fresh energy to sustain our efforts in teaching and recovery from COVID-19 through technology and innovation. I wish you all a very successful webinar. Thank you.
I now invite our Honorable Dean of the School of Social Sciences and Languages, Dr. G. Velmurugan, to give a welcome note to our participants and presenters and other listeners. Please, sir.
Thank you, Gaurav. Warm greetings. I have great pleasure to welcome you all to this international virtual conference on crossing borders and boundaries, contemporary trends in literatures and language teaching in the time of COVID-19, in association with Athens Centers for Indian and Indo-Hellenic Studies, Greece. My special word of thanks to the keynote speakers, Dr. Melissa, the University of Arizona, Professor Leonidas, Educational Advisor for the Secondary Education in Northern Greece, Dr. Dimitrios, Professor of Indian Languages, University of Athens, and Dr. Cristina, Associate Professor, University of Cordoba, Spain. Fine. As the education institutions have closed their physical campuses due to COVID-19, they have shifted their teaching to online formats without any obstacle for teaching learning process. Of course, there is both positive and negative impacts on the stake of online learning in higher education. Hope this conference provides a knowledge sharing platform that benefits all the academicians across the world. I would like to congratulate Dr. Gaurav, Head of the Department of Languages, and his team members for all their efforts in organizing this conference. Have an informative day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for these encouraging words. Now I'm going to give a small note about this conference so that the people who have joined today, they may know some more details. So good morning, one and all again. So it is a great pleasure for me to be here today to welcome you all for the international virtual conference on crossing borders and boundaries, contemporary trends in literatures and language teaching in the time of COVID-19. The conference is organized with the support of Athens Center for Indian and Indo-Hellenic Studies, Greece, which was established in 2016. This center aims to promote the study of India's cultures, languages, and traditions. This international virtual conference is organized to welcome ideas from foreign languages and Indian languages. The conference is sure to offer the right platform for participants to engage and enlighten themselves and others in their respective fields. Current issues in literature and theory and practice of teaching foreign languages and Indian languages, namely Hindi and Tamil, at universities will be placed on open tables for discussion. Actually, we are living in a time when the world will be divided into two different phases, pre-corona and post-corona. Bodies that used to be active are now stagnant and are confined within the four walls of a house. For the lucky ones that are not homeless, the pandemic has in many cases exacerbated gender-related disparity while exacerbating social disparity as well. Most societies across the world are experiencing a massive rise in psychological distress due to the uncertainty about the future, the lack of confidence towards the foreign, the unknown, the fear for economic welfare, isolation, and solitude. At the same time, digitalization of the world has kept the same bodies at a global platform. This shows that bodies keep crossing the borders despite them being closed. Bodies are living there and here under the imposition of social distancing, where they are trained, disciplined, and traumatized to live closed and far from each other. On the contrary, the bodies are living outside as well through different online methods. Hence, the lockdown and the digitalized world at their binary positions have attracted discussions for all human beings, or maybe the debate goes beyond these two extreme situations. We can currently see that lockdown has given a new turn to academics for research. It has touched many issues, to name a few: nation state, migration, economy, world politics, gender issues, health, education, and activism. In academics, narrative and fiction literature too have many ideas that can enlighten us in this critical phase, like experiences of past pandemics, movements, social, political, and economic instances. That is why a dialogue through various literary writings on different issues in the contemporary crisis becomes very eminent. By inviting scholars and experts from different fields and disciplines, and by applying multiple frameworks, methodological approaches, and critical lenses, the conference seeks to explore the different facets of our precarious world, while providing insights into the challenges of our possible futures. With this note about our conference, I welcome the participants from all over the world that came virtually to exchange experience and work together. I welcome all my keynote speakers, Dr. Melissa, Professor Leonidas, Dr. Dimitrios, and Dr. Christina in our conference. I thank our Dean, Dr. G. Velmurugan, for his cooperation and guidance from day one when the idea to organize the conference came up. I'm thankful to all my colleagues of the Department of Languages who have worked tirelessly for this conference. Last but very important, I thank all the presenters, participants, and listeners who have come virtually to attend our conference. Thank you. Thank you very much. So with this welcome note and the information about the conference, we move on to our next vote of thanks, and that will be given by our another colleague, Khana Vaidya. Over to Khana.
Respected delegates, teachers, colleagues, and dear students, very good morning. Now it is my pleasant duty to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of Department of Languages, SSL VIT. It has been our honor to host all the delegates from various places of this virtual conference at VIT. I thank all for attending this conference. I would like to thank Honorable Chancellor, Vice President, Vice-Chancellor, Pro-Vice-Chancellor, and respected professors and Dean, School of Social Sciences and Languages. Special thanks to the Center for Technical Support of VIT for the logistical arrangements during this conference. Without their support, this conference was not possible. As we know that we are going through a tough situation due to global pandemic, students and teachers are unable to visit university campus. But still, with all your support, we have organized a virtual conference. Thanks for all your cooperation. I wish this conference will bring out many positive and fruitful results. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Kana. So we come to an end of our inaugural session, and we will start our first keynote session in some time from now, because the schedule has been distributed, and the session should start at 9:30. So you please wait. Please do not leave this platform. Okay, we will start so that other people do not miss the presentation. Because if we will start early, then maybe many people will miss it. So exactly at 9:30 we will start, and with us we will have our keynote speaker also. Dr. Melissa will be here also. So after the presentation, she will be taking question and answers from all the participants. If you have questions and answers, you just put your questions in the chat box, okay, so that we can start this process systematically. There is no any confusion. So the way questions will appear, we will ask it serial wise. So if there is a necessity, then we will allow you to speak or allow you to ask question, means like by unmuting your microphone. Okay, right now we have just muted everyone because we don't want disturbance during the conference. So in around 12 minutes, we will start. So you can just wait for some time. Or if you want, you can have your homemade coffee or tea right now. Thank you. Yeah, good morning once again to everyone. It is already 9:30, so we will start with our first session, which is a keynote session. The keynote session will be given by Professor Melissa. She is from University of Arizona, and she is going to talk about the topic of her presentation is the fierce urgency of now, language and culture studies, new technology, COVID-19, and the future of the profession. So she has recorded her presentation. So I'm just going to play that. After the presentation, we will open the forum for discussions and question answer. So you are just free to put questions in the chat box. And when the discussion will start, we will also share the Google form for knowing the number of participants, as I have already emailed you with regard to the all the about the listeners. So let us start with the first presentation.
I decided to come to the university today because I wanted to be here with you, and I actually also wanted to be with, as you can see, Raj Kapoor. If you can see, let me show. We've got Raj Kapoor right behind me, so it's like he's looking over my shoulder, right? As you probably know, I am Melissa Fitch from the University of Arizona, and I am what we call a Chicana. I'm Mexican-American from the borderlands, and as you know, this is a very volatile borderlands that I live in. Now, what you may not know is that Arizona is now one of the epicenters for COVID-19, and in fact, the epicenter of the world for COVID-19, because you see, we didn't have enough to worry about with Trump's wall and with the detention centers along the border, and with the people who are crossing the border in the deserts and oftentimes will die in the desert. For those of us who are Mexican American who are from the borderlands, this is a very difficult time, because now we have COVID-19 added to that. As you probably know, disproportionately it has affected Latinos and Black Americans. And so this is a tricky time. The university was closed back in March, but I decided to come back. So hopefully the university police who are doing the rounds of the buildings, I guess, will not come and take me away, although that could be interesting as a keynote presentation, right? So what I want to do today then is to go over a few different things related to the topic of your conference. And I also wanted to thank you so much for letting me spend this time with you. I wish more than anything I could be there, because Mera Dil Hai Hindustani. I love India, and I loved being there as a Fulbright scholar a few years ago. I particularly want to thank Dr. Gaurav Sushant, who studied at JNU, where I was a Fulbright, and he studied under probably the most famous Indian scholar of Latin American studies, of Mexican in particularly studies, Dr. Abdul Nafi, of the Center for Latin American Studies. And And I also want to thank your Dean of the School of Social Sciences and Languages, Dr. Velmurugan. So thank you for letting me be here with you. Thanks to the patrons and the co-patrons. I'm not going to be reading my slides to you. I'm going to read at the very, very end of the presentation, just because I know I only have 40 minutes. And I've already started this a million different times, this presentation, and it's been challenging. So you will be able to have access to the PowerPoint or to the presentation. You will be able to see this, go back over it, but it wouldn't make any sense for me to be reading all of the slides. I did, however, because I'm sure you have heard the news about the immigration, the international students, I did want to share with you a memo that just came from our dean, who is a professor of French, because I'm extremely proud of what he wrote. I think it fits very much with your conference theme of borders and boundaries. And the final thing I want to say before I begin is this, and that is that by having this conference, by enabling us to join together when so many things are going wrong in this world, when there is a rise of neo-nationalism, of these populist policies of closed minds and closed borders, to be able to share time with educators from around the world and think about what we can do, particularly in cultural studies and languages. This is very empowering, and we cannot let it go. So I'm deeply grateful to you for letting me be here. Okay, so we're going to get going. I'm going to try. I have 40 slides. We're going to try and get through them. I know I just have 40 minutes. And so let's get started. You'll be able to look back at this later. I almost cried when I read this because I love this message from our dean. So here we go. As you know, this is the title of my presentation, and the fierce urgency of now is actually something that came from the Reverend Martin Luther King. I want to start with Throwback Thursday from Facebook, right? You see these quotes of John Perry Barlow about the future of the internet and cyberspace, and it's all about magical free space and how wonderful it's going to be, free of tyranny, free of problems. Cyberspace does not lie within your borders. Well, okay, so we know the reality hasn't exactly fleshed out the way he had intended. So here's the thing. Just last month, there was a case that kind of fit what Barlow was talking about in terms of the internet. And in fact, we found that K-pop fans were flooding the FBI centers and the police stations with their favorite bands singing and dancing. And they weren't doing this just because the police in the United States really love K-pop. No, they were doing it because they really wanted to shut down the system, essentially, because the police were trying to upload pictures to identify and prosecute protesters. And so this is really quite fascinating. This is a good, positive example of how the internet has been used in global solidarity for something positive. This picture, by the way, below you can see was taken about 3 blocks from my house. As you all know, the United States has been convulsed by protest in the face of brutality and racism on the part of our police force. And this has not only been about the Black people in the United States, but also Latinos in the United States. And so this is a huge, huge problem, as you saw, and a huge tragedy, what is happening. And we are in a state of upheaval and tumult. Anyway, I wish that everything were positive about what is happening with technology, but in fact, we know it is not. It has, more often than not, we find been used for horrific things, for like gossip that caused mass murders and the displacement of large groups of people. It's been used for bullying, of course, we know, but also for psychopaths who put a camera on their head and they live stream massacres in places of worship or in schools, as it happens oftentimes in the United States. So the internet has been used as a way to control people, even if you are in a different country. If you say something that might be critical of your government, then there have been cases of your family back home having to pay the price of this. This has happened in many instances. So in fact, the internet has not proven to be this great, wonderful, liberating thing that had been envisioned. And this shouldn't be a surprise, because technology, as Donna Haraway, the Cyborg Manifesto has said, technology is not neutral. We are inside of what we make. It is inside of us. So all of the boiling hatred, all of the things that we have, it's been used for great, good, positive things, but also the very ugliest of humanity has also been revealed through technology. So this moment in which we are living is overwhelming. It was overwhelming with the technology. We have a massive shift on the global panorama is changing completely. And on top of that, now we have the pandemic. So every aspect of our profession is changing. How we teach, how we do research, everything. And the fierce urgency of now, to use the Reverend Martin Luther King's phrase, is that we face it and we adjust ourselves accordingly. I was thinking about this. I don't box. I don't even know anybody that boxes. But it occurred to me that this idea of the boxer in the boxing ring, he's always or she's always looking at the opponent and trying to be very agile and respond, and bobbing and weaving. You have to be able to respond to the moment. That's what will ensure your survival. And this is what we are talking about here, survival. So these are the three things that I'm going to be talking to you about today in terms of language and cultural studies and what my ideas are of what we need to do. Now, my ideas are not exhaustive by any stretch of the imagination. It's just, I was asked 2 years ago to give a keynote in Hyderabad. I started to think about these things last year at Texas Tech in, I believe it's Lubbock. No, I continued on about the future of the profession. And so now everything is coming together in this presentation. And you will be able to go back and read the slides. You will be able to go back and see these things. If I stop and read them, you're never going to get out of here. By the time you watch this online, I will be fast asleep. I want to think about what we can do in the humanities and in cultural and literary studies to address this particular moment, because it is overwhelming. And so I kind of want to go back to a panorama of what it is we do. I mean, we know what we do, but we don't oftentimes take the camera and look at the wide angle. So this is something that my mentor came up with. He was the most prolific scholar of Latin American cultural production. He said, what we're doing in the humanities is slogging through all of this stuff to say something intelligent, meaningful about what we are researching, whether it be a work of literature or what. We are looking at the context. We are deconstructing it. We are establishing connections and looking at a pattern of presences and absences in the cultural record. All of these things help us better understand the world around us, and we then help our students in the same way. This is my mentor, David William Foster. And if you look at the date, he was the highest ranking professor in the state of Arizona. And if you look at the date there, you can see that he just died. couple of weeks ago. What I will tell you is that I was with him the week before he died, and I told him about this presentation and how excited I was to be able to be giving it. And he was thrilled with what I would be talking to you about today. I wanted to give you this, share with you this picture of his joyful face. I also, and this is just sort of a pandemic sort of thing, I also want to say that he was texting me from the hospital. You see, because of the pandemic, because of COVID, you cannot go and visit people in the hospital, so people are dying alone. And he had texted me from the hospital to say that there were no visitors allowed. So it's heartbreaking, and at the same time, I'm really proud to be able to share his words with you. If we think about cultural studies, as it was originally conceived in the early 60s, Stuart Hall, okay, it was not just about the specific cultural manifestation, okay, but rather also the context and the conditions in which cultural things were produced and how they traffic in meaning and what they can tell us about relations of power. So what I want to do is I want to take our toolkit, basically, and I want to think about how what we know can help us illuminate a little bit what we're going through globally with technology, with the shifts and how with all of these things that are happening. And beyond that, I wanted to think about what our roles and responsibilities as educators and as intellectuals are within this particular unprecedented historical moment. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by looking at the fourth industrial revolution. This is something the World Economic Forum came up with as a category in 2016, and a book was published. And so what I decided to do was to sort of take this book and analyze it as literature. It's not literature, but analyze it as such, deconstruct it. So getting back to what David William Foster said, to figure out kind of where it's coming from and what this tells us. Now, as you know from Jacques Derrida, when we are deconstructing, we are looking at the master narrative and we're reading between the lines, where it's as much about what isn't said and what isn't seen than what is seen and what is said. So Seb Franklin talks about all of the frenzy of periodization here, and what he also talks about is how there's essentially a lie that's going on, that the information is just kind of circulating around the world, and that there are no repercussions of this. There is no exploitation involved. No. Nobody ever talks about that, okay? It's just about this bright, shiny future. And so I wanted to sort of deconstruct this. To go back over these different periods, you see here we've got the first, second, third, and fourth revolutions. And so right now, these new technologies are essentially infusing all of these different things and challenging what it means for us to be human. So this is Klaus Schwab, who was the head of the World Economic Forum. Let's go and see, what Klaus had to say. He talks about, I put in bold, winners, how this new future, this bright new future will have winners. So if we deconstruct this, obviously it's implied that there are losers, okay? And the question is, well, who's going to be a winner? Who's going to be a loser? He talks about shaping the revolution. Who's going to shape the revolution? If we look above again to the bold thing, yes, perhaps the winners are the ones that shape it. But you see, this is coupled with some visual things. When you look at Klaus talking about the fourth industrial revolution and the World Economic Forum, he is always surrounded by worlds, world above, world set, and a insistence on committed to improving the state of the world. So this, I think, is fascinating because it leads us to question what world, whose world is going to be improved? Well, let's keep on going here. So, by the way, if you do a Google search, then you can also see that anytime you see him, inevitably next to his head, there's something about how he's improving the world. Now, I don't know, Shakespeare, doth protesteth a bit too much. I mean, when you see an over insistence in something, it leads you to kind of question a little bit. No, the sincerity, it's like, who ate the last piece of cake? And if someone in the family says, wasn't me, no, it wasn't me, didn't see it, haven't seen the cake, no, who could it have been? When you have that, then it clearly points to the opposite. So I think it's kind of interesting that almost any image you see of Klaus is talking about this. It makes me wonder. But let's go back to the text. He talks about how in the future of the world, then that we've got these smart cities, okay? And again, we deconstruct this, so it's implied there are some not so smart cities. And I'm afraid that Tucson, Arizona would fit in that category. And then if you look at the next quote, he talks about how this organization, this charity in the UK had actually determined that there are these 5 cities that are ideally placed for the future. What are they? They are New York, London, Helsinki, Barcelona, and Amsterdam. They're all in Europe and the United States. That's kind of interesting. Why is that interesting? Because anything you read about the most advanced cities in the world, guess what? They are usually Hong Kong, Singapore, Seoul, and Tokyo, okay? You also have parts of China, pockets of India that are super high tech as well, and of course there's Silicon Valley, but all of this is ignored in the future of the World Economic Forum and the Fourth Industrial Revolution. So again, that leads us to think, but whose future are we talking about? If we just take China and India, that's 37% of the world's population, and not only that, but point in fact, pretty much the smartest people that we have, those that were getting those visas to come to the United States to work in Silicon Valley, those that were studying in the United States. And, it just, as somebody who works in Hispanic studies and sort of in more of a general way, we know what happened after Spain, after the Iberian Peninsula expelled the Muslims and the Jews. So it went all downhill. So this idea that somehow the future is going to be Europe and the United States is really strange. It's very short-sighted. If you look at the Fourth Industrial Revolution, if you Google that, these are the things that come up. Now, what is interesting to me here, again, if we're thinking about what is missing, is what is missing is people. We don't see people, as though the Fourth Industrial Revolution will somehow miraculously appear with all of these gadgets that you can see in cables and whatnot. So let's just think about what we're not seeing here. We're not seeing the people who are working in the factories and in some incredible conditions to make the tablets, to make the iPhones, to make all of these things. Now, I just want to tell you this, and I'll try and do this as quickly as possible, but about 10 years ago in one of these factories in Shenzhen in China, the workers started to kill themselves. They were throwing themselves off the building. And the solution of the people who were in charge of the factory, what was not to cut down on their work hours or to provide them more time or leisure or better living conditions because they were living there. It was to build nets to catch the bodies, okay? But then they got a little bit upset because the press was really, really bad, okay? The press was bad, so what did they do? This is like something that they would do in the United States. I can't even believe how stupid this was. This is something that I could see happening here, okay? They decided that they were going to have a big party for the people who worked in the factories with this toxic material, dangerous stuff. They were going to throw a big party for them, and they were going to get them all T-shirts that said, "I heart Foxconn." Then they were going to invite all the press to check it out because, hey, who doesn't like a party? So here we go. As you can see, this was the result of their great idea, okay? You don't see that. But here's what you also do not see. You don't see the fact that planned obsolescence is part of neoliberalism. It's part of capitalism. And so, in other words, you everything has an expiration date. And then what happens is all of that toxic e-waste gets shipped to Africa or to India or to China, to somewhere in the world where the smart cities, right, I guess, don't have to actually see it. And you have people who are salvaging whatever they can of these materials. So, in other words, in cultural studies, we talk about production and consumption. What was never discussed was disposal. I think we need to think about disposal because clearly in this case, it's about humans and humanity, human beings being disposable as well. But we don't see any of that. We don't hear any of that in the shiny talk of the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Anand Giriharadas is one of my favorite thinkers today. He says, the winners of our age, I'm going to read the slide, have benefited hugely from their institutions' growing remoteness from any community. The increasing globalization, virtualization of business has insulated the privileged from the effect they have on others' lives and the devastating consequences. So I also like this quote about how we are always trained to think that this is so great, this new technology is so wonderful. But in fact, technology will always embody our own values and assumptions, and I argue our own racism as well, and conflicts of the societies that produce them. So moving on, I want to discuss how we can then transform our research. Well, one thing is that we've got to be looking at it in the past, at least in Latin American studies and in Hispanic. It's almost always been Latin American Europe. So what I've been doing with two Fulbrights, one in Hong Kong and then one in India, is expanding this to really look at the way Latin America has intersected with the world. I have, to be honest, I don't know if you've ever seen Wile E. Coyote. He's always flattened by a big boulder in the middle of the Arizona desert. That's the way I feel. I have found so much material that it is overwhelming to try and organize it. Thankfully, I have a phenomenal research assistant from JNU who has helped me organize all of this, and then I've been working through it. But in any event, just to share with you a couple of things. I love this picture of Frida Kahlo wearing a sari. And as you see, these are the two daughters of Vijalakshmi Pandit, who was the first president of the United Nations Security Council, if I'm not mistaken, and former ambassador. Okay, so a point of pride. I love that picture. As you know, Frida Kahlo wore indigenous clothing. However, she was an urban sophisticate. She did not have that much indigenous blood, 1/4. And what she wore was not, in fact, from her own indigenous group. So one could argue, even with Frida, that there was a measure of cultural appropriation. Mexico has many different indigenous groups, and she used Tehuana. Anyway, the interesting thing is this. One of the things that I deal with in the book that I love is this Estilo Hindu, a Mexico City travel log. A young fellow from Calcutta who lives in China decides to go to Mexico City because he wanted to see follow in the footsteps of the man who had founded the Mexican Communist Party, right, in 1917. And I will cut to the chase here. He only finds his name in one place, and it's an elite fancy club where your name has to be on a list to even get in. So there's this tremendous irony. He loved Mexico City, loved everything about it, thought it was a model of organization and cleanliness and wonderful in every way. So I had my students read this in a course on global Latin America. And then we actually interviewed him in China. And anyway, so the question I had for the students is, what struck you as unusual? And they said, well, didn't he see the poverty in Mexico City? Didn't he see how chaotic it was? Didn't he see? So in other words, we're so used to seeing Mexico through this filter, through this lens from the United States, from the mass media, that, and he was coming at it from Calcutta, okay? And so no, for him, he thought it was wonderful. He thought it was very organized and delightful and cultural, and he was thrilled with it. And so anyway, this encapsulates this John Berger's notion of the eye is never neutral. When we see things, we are not seeing them objectively. They're being filtered through our own lens of what we have seen or what we've experienced. So this was very illuminating. So this is one of the ways in which I'm trying to look globally about the interrelations with Latin American India. John Berger, as you know, wrote Ways of Seeing, which is one of the most important texts that helps us understand the way we perceive things. One of my colleagues at the University of Arizona did this recently in the wake of COVID, talked about how can major Hindu festivals exist in the virtual space. So he's a specialist in Indian culture and Hindu culture, and so he is then discussing it in terms of COVID. So we've got the digital connection, and we have of course, the COVID connection here, how scholarship is being transformed. One of the things that I think we all need to grapple with in cultural studies and literary studies is how digital culture has transformed everything. And so this is hard for us because literature in and of itself with an author it's authoritarian. And in fact, we are cultural critics who are fixing some sort of meaning onto a text. So digital culture is just overwhelming for us to contemplate. And yet it is being produced around the world, and some fascinating things are coming out. Part of the problem, again, going back to planned obsolescence, is that these creative things are being done on platforms or with systems that then become obsolete. So unfortunately, we are trapped into updating, and some of these things have been lost. And yet there's a tremendous flourishing of material online that can be found. I encourage my graduate students to be aware of this, to work some of it into their dissertation if they can, because this is really important, and this is the reality of what is happening in our field. And we're losing a lot of tremendous work that is being done. So we need to start thinking through what this means as intellectuals. I just have one example for you, and I have an article. I've had two articles that came out on this topic, another one that's coming out with, I think it's Oxford University Press, in a book next year. So if anyone has any questions or something, we can discuss that in the questions, or you can email me. Anyway, I just wanted to give you one example because it's such a fun example. I love it. As you know, Jorge Luis Borges was probably the most important writer, one of the most important writers in the world, definitely of Argentina, and he wrote something called El Aleph. It was a short story, okay, 4,000 word short story he wrote in 1949. So what happens? In 2009, this guy, Pablo Kajadian, decides that for Christmas, he's going to fatten it up and add some more words, okay? And then he's going to distribute it to his friends for Christmas, and maybe he'd sell a couple for a little bit. Well, Jorge Luis Borges' wife, Maria Kodama, sued him. The lawsuit went on for years. It was a huge deal in Buenos Aires. You had all these writers who were so angry. They went to they protested. Where would they protest? At the National Library. Eventually, she won, but and simply asked for a peso. But one young Argentine who was so incensed by the entire thing decided to take this online. And so he created two new versions of Aleph. He did El Aleph on a diet, and he did El Aleph on autocorrect. Okay. Now, on the PowerPoint, you will be able to click on these and actually see them. So, but I don't want to go through that. You'll be able to do that. You will, you see the links there. When it's on dieta, when he's on the diet, all of these words keep coming out of it until it makes no sense whatsoever. And autocorrect is, of course, what happens to all of us when we use our phones, right? Or we try to text someone and then we realize it says something, nothing like what we wanted. So both of them are brought to the point of complete unintelligibility. What he does, and this is somebody who went to MIT's at MIT now as a visiting writer, so this is all digital literature. You actually use your cursor, you go over it, and then you'll see the words will disappear or they'll transform. So this would be an amazing thing for someone to use for a dissertation. I mean, this is something I mentioned. This is something I talk about when I teach a graduate course in digital culture. But this is an example of how fascinating and vibrant this is. How do we go about understanding, interpreting culturally what this means in terms of literary studies. What he did, this Martin Laufer, is he put at the top of it all of the rights to the original work absolutely belong to Maria Kodama, the only for her, the prophet of Georgie. So he's kind of a smarmy kid, right? But anyway, I love that example. These are some of the electronic literature collections that are out there in the literature around the world. You can access this online, and there is a way that you can get a lot of these texts and take a look at it. They're amazing, and they cross, I mean, the theme of this conference is crossing borders. These cross borders, they're poetry, video game, novel, music. This is one of the issues that makes it so challenging, but I think we need to really start looking at this. Okay, so let's get to the final part of this COVID-19 and the transformation of higher education. I have two examples from my colleagues because I know you teach many different languages there, and so these are two examples from my colleagues. One in Italian, who, just like Dr. Sushant had talked about, the Decameron, he talks about this Italian masterpiece. By the way, he sent me this information. He sent me like 3 pages of more additional references. If anybody's interested in this who studies Italian, please write to me and I will pass on all of this information. Another one of my colleagues in Russian is talking about the outbreak of disease and vampires. And she's incredible. So in other words, we do have to do some sort of a pivot. We have to acknowledge this moment and make what we do relevant to this particular time. But here's the thing, what happened when they closed the universities back in March, the students were on spring break, and basically the president sent everyone a message and said, don't come back, we'll pack your things for you, okay? And then said to the professors, don't come back, but of course here I am, right? Don't come back, you're gonna be teaching by Zoom. Most of us had never used technology. We had never done that. Unless we were teaching online, and yet that was just kind of a side thing. And all of a sudden there we were faced with our students in these little squares because we had to use Zoom. And we had to learn really, really quickly how to teach on Zoom. And it was very interesting to see what happened. While I love teaching in person and I mourned not being able to be with my students because I love my students, when I saw their faces on the screen in front of me, and they looked devastated, and they were in their childhood bedrooms, looked profoundly depressed, I thought, okay, I've got to find a way to bring this together, to create a sense of community. And so we came up with all of these different ways. This was, of course, in Latin American film, to somehow preserve a sense of connectedness. And we did. And so the reason I'm bringing this up is because so many times the knee-jerk reaction, and this is counterintuitive with academics, is to reject something without really giving it a try, without putting in what it takes to learn how to make it work. So what I did was I told the students that we were going to do everything with Zoom that we could not do in the classroom. I can't eat in the classroom, we're going to eat, okay? You cannot bring your pet to class. Guess what? Everybody was we had bring your dog to class day. So there was nothing but wagging tails. We found ways to be connected. I'm going to show you Red Day, where we all wore red. Now, if you look at their faces, this was a few weeks into it. By this time, we were getting the hang of this. Nobody looks traumatized anymore. This was our time to be together and to be thinking about something other than the pandemic and other than this fear. By the way, what they're doing is this. This is the W and this is the C, because we are the Wildcats. It's an American thing, right? Anyway, so what I want to say is this. The fierce urgency of now is that we learn all of these new technologies for reaching our students who are also going through so much. And as you know, I'm sure this has been a particular hardship on our students who are not the wealthier students in this part of in the United States. This is our ethnic minorities. This is our Black students, our Latinx students. Not everybody has a great bandwidth. And so we have many problems with this. The digital divide looms large here. I know many people think it doesn't, but trust me, it really does. And so this has become apparent. This is one of the issues that we have to grapple with as educators, but we also have to master this technology because, you know, this is what our students deserve. And point in fact, there are things that are even better. The fact that I could see all of their beautiful faces on one screen was remarkable. Okay, we did a pandemic playlist. Everyone had to share the song that was helping them get through this time. By the end of the class, people were bringing family members and friends. So it ended up kind of being crazy. I mean, instead of having 100% attendance, I ended up with like 140% attendance because of all the other people. Some colleagues that I had, students stopped showing up after the first week. And why? Well, it has a lot to do with the attitude with which you go into something. So if the colleague went into this saying, this was horrible, I hate this, I can't believe it, and I'm sorry, it's not going to work. So we need to do this as educators. This is our future. We've got to accept that. So I'm going to read for you then the part I promised you I would read. The fierce urgency of now is that we transform every aspect of our profession as we have known it. The way we do research, the way we teach, the way we think, to pretend that we are still in a world where a close analysis of one print novel read long ago by very, very few people in another language, okay, can be considered a viable intellectual or professional pursuit. Those days are over. Okay, we need to prepare our students for this chaotic world of sensory overload. And we need to encourage them to engage in cultures and with languages around the world. We are all in this together. This is really quickly evaluating everything at all times. We've got to equip our students with the tools that are going to enable them to call into question the structures that make neoliberalism and the neat division of the world, thank you World Economic Forum, between the winners and the losers into a foregone conclusion. We need to acknowledge our own blind spots in our research and grapple with the onslaught of cultural production that is being created online. Finally, we have to adapt to the myriad tools that are available online to serve our students of all ages in the wake of the global pandemic. So this is the fierce urgency of now. It's that instead of finding an alcove where we can take refuge from the storm. We turn and we face this frightening, chaotic new reality, this torrent of signs and images and music and noise and words, of closed borders and of closing minds. And that we sail without fear directly into the headwinds. Gracias, Nandi. And thank you for letting me be here with you today.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much, Melissa, for such a wonderful keynote. I think you have set a very good trend now for other presenters also to just give their best. So the floor is open for questions and discussions. So if you have questions, just you can put your name in the chat box and I will unmute you and then you can ask. Otherwise, you can just write it down in the chat box also. So I believe, Melissa, you can see the chat box. Everybody is giving a lot of positive remarks about your presentation.
Oh, thank you. That's really nice. Why don't you go ahead and read to me some of the questions?
Yeah, that's what I'm just waiting for some of the questions if people.
So I just want to say one thing, and that is that I do know how to pronounce Kolkata. I heard the presentation and I went, I can't believe how stupid, you know, because I'm always hearing it here, and of course here it's Calcutta. So anyway,
Yeah.
no, it's tricky to do a presentation like that. I've never actually videotaped a presentation. So that is a real challenge, and I had to start it about 1 million times because it was way too long. So.
But it was perfect. I can just tell you it was perfect, means it was in a very good flow, and starting from the beginning till end, it was just going on very smoothly. So
a little bit depressing. But.
Yeah. So if you have something more to add, Melissa, you can just add right now while people are putting their questions. Something. So if you have something more to add.
What do I have to add? Okay, so what I have to add is actually the very first thing that the Dean, I don't know if you had a chance to read that, but the response right now to this latest immigration issue with the students, with the international students, the faculty have mobilized. As you know, Harvard and MIT are actually suing the US government about this. The understanding that we have is that this is a way for the president of the United States to force the professors back into the classroom in spite of the fact that COVID-19 is just skyrocketing the cases here. So originally we were given an option of doing a hybrid or doing completely online or doing in the classroom. And because it has skyrocketed, most professors have been nervous about the idea of going into the classroom. So this is considered something that is being done to put pressure on all schools because this would be very detrimental. We love our international students, and not only that, as I mentioned in the presentation, most of our international students come from China and India, and these are the greatest minds that we have that are studying with us. These are, I don't say that to flatter you, it's true. And so the idea that our students would be forced to leave is horrifying. So every professor who said that they would only teach online is saying, if I have to go in the middle of a field, because you know outdoors it's safer than indoors, if I have to go in the middle of a field with a mask on so that we can say that it's not all online, I will do that. And I had said I would do hybrid, but I don't care what it takes. There's like, if this continues, I think there will be a massive revolt at the airport with all of the students and the professors blocking the entrance because nobody wants our students to leave. Our global presence is really important. That's why this conference is so important too, because it seems like we're being pulled apart. And so we have to, as scholars, as educators, we've got to come together. At least it seems really grim right now, but anyway. No te oigo. Gaurav, I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Yeah, that's the problem with the virtual thing. Yeah, so this is the first comment which we got from Jody, and she has said that I'm so inspired by Professor Frisch and her incredible spirit. Her students are so fortunate to have a teacher like her. So this is a positive and very good remark for you. And yeah. The next one is that keynote was just amazing, and I loved your ideas to connect with our students online, and your presentation was real. And next one, the question is from Aarti. She is one of our faculty, so she has just given her like wishes that it was a very nice presentation. I wanted to know, actually, she wants to know that how do you think the digital divide can be dealt within academics?
I you know, every single day, these things are so worrisome. I don't know. This is tremendously challenging. And I know it's obviously challenging there. It's challenging here. Some of the most heartbreaking things that happened, of course, are precisely related to the fact that not only students, but also teachers, also educators, because educators are paid very little. And actually, I think my state is at the very bottom of 50 states in terms of pay. So there were plenty of professors who also did not have a bandwidth. And so one of the things that we were seeing all the time was people would drive their car to the school so that then they could use their iPhone and attend a class, or even like the professors were doing this. I don't know what the solution is. I really wish that I did. You know, one of the things you always hear about is, and this is one of the things that Anand Giriharadas talks about, is that you've got these big corporations, you've got Bill Gates, you've got these big corporations that under the guise of benevolence, they go and they just give everybody a laptop kind of thing. Yeah. But you know, but the thing is that ultimately this is self-serving, because once you are kind of roped into that system, then you're constantly having to upgrade. It kind of reminds me of the Nestle baby bottle, if you remember that, with the powdered milk, where Nestle Corporation was trying to convince mothers that they needed to have this powdered milk, when actually they were just trying to sell the powdered milk. And so the mothers would, and the families would save all of their money to buy the powdered milk, when in fact mother's milk from the breast was the healthiest thing. So in other words, under the guise of benevolence, oftentimes this happens. And what it does is it sucks individuals into a system in which they're constantly forced to be upgrading because of the planned obsolescence. So, but there's no way around it, because ultimately I'm talking to you on a Mac, and we're doing this by Zoom. So we all are like stuck in this. We're all complicit to some degree. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, even I think most of the academicians are not having a particular like a solution for this particular situation. So I think maybe it will take some time, but let's see. We have to be hopeful in this. So our next question we have from Dr. Ritu Tyagi. She's asking that how the notion of literature and literary studies might change or evolve as we go digital.
Well, so this is why I wanted to talk about this, precisely because of this reason, because it is transforming, and there is a lot of material of creation that we can find online, and but as I mentioned, yet again, the issue is that you've got a tremendous creative movement of authors around the world who are working in the digital realm, doing these very creative things. One of the issues is that it's hard to classify it. Is it a novel? Is it a poem? Is it a song? Is it a video game? So one of the issues we have as literary scholars, as cultural scholars, is that we tend to be, I'm a specialist in theater, I'm a specialist in novel. And so what does that mean when you're looking at digital literature? Hopefully this is something else that will have a solution in the future, but because much of the stuff that has been done, because the platform has changed, we have lost some of this great creations that have been done. But anyway, so I do think when I'm working with my graduate students, what I'm trying to get them to do is unfortunately, they're in a bad situation because you have to know the canon, you have to know all of the theoretical tools, but then you have to address this new development in some way. So there are ways of doing it, which is why I use the Borges example, because we have the story, the original story, we have the update in the print form, then we've got 2 digital forms. So I've argued that digital creations, literary, in fact, an evolution of sorts. Another issue that comes up is that people say, oh, well, nobody's reading anymore. And you guys know that people are reading more than ever. They're reading to the point of distraction. They're getting run over because they're reading in the middle of the street instead of looking both ways. There's a flourishing of literary culture, but our attention spans are shrinking. So it's, I mean, there's so many different challenges. If you want to write to me, I'll be able to share with you the syllabi of the courses I've taught on digital culture, because the problems are amazing, are just huge there. But I think you guys are young and smart. I'm old and exhausted, so you guys can figure it out. Hopefully.
Yeah. So they can contact you. We will share your email ID to them also. The next question is in continuation, I believe. Shanmuga Priya, she is asking, what activity-based strategies do you adopt in online teaching to make it interesting to the students? So do you have anything particular?
Well, see, so this is interesting because, as I said, it came upon us like overnight. And I am the biggest in-your-face kind of professor in the classroom. I'm moving around, as you could probably tell, because I was moving around so much. So to have to make it engaged was a real challenge. However, if you're using a Zoom platform, I have to say these breakout rooms, man, that is fantastic. The breakout rooms, the waiting room, you can put people in pairs. You can do a poll at the beginning of a class session to see, where they are, what they understood. You can get a read on a class that way. But here's the best thing about using these platforms. I've been now taking, ever since then, more courses on learning how to teach online, and I'm discovering so many things. But what I loved the most about doing the class by Zoom is that many of my students who were very shy in the classroom came out of their shells, and they became much more vocal and much more participatory. And so I think I really saw the benefits. So now the idea of actually going onto the campus, they want to put us behind plexiglass with masks, and then the students are in masks, and of course they're 6 feet apart. And so it's like, why would I want to do that? How would you put students in groups, in breakout groups? How would you put them in pairs? Everyone's going to be shouting at each other. It doesn't make any sense. I would rather use Zoom. But again, if it means that our international students are going to be expelled from the country, then I will be out there on the campus, standing in the middle of a field teaching. I don't care what it takes. So those are the things I do. I also just used a lot of creativity. They were depressed. They were profoundly depressed, and they were profoundly scared. And so I was reaching out to them individually, trying to talk to them to see how they were doing. And all of them were in radically different situations. And some of them, they didn't have, there were a million people in the family going by. They couldn't concentrate. It was hard. They didn't have necessarily a good bandwidth either. And so it was really hard. But basically, I think students are like drug sniffing dogs at the airport. They can smell sincerity. And if they know that your heart is in it, and that you care, and that you're trying your best, they respond to that. It's what makes me angry is occasionally when I hear of colleagues who don't care. And if you don't care, that's a real problem because the students sense it immediately. And guess what? They stop showing up. And then everyone's surprised. And the professor says, I don't know why my students stopped coming to class. Well, I'll tell you why, for God's sake. Anyway, sorry. Next question. I get
yeah, so next question is basically, they want your comment on this. You talked about the Cameroon and related it to today's situation of COVID-19. At the time of Black Death, many people flee from Florence during that time. It was limited to few countries, whereas COVID is a global phenomenon. So if you can comment on that. So this question has been asked by Rohit Bajaj. He's a Italian teacher in Jamia University in Delhi.
And that was the one university that I didn't get to in Delhi that I really wanted to. I'm unfortunately, I was sharing with you what my colleague did in Italian, but, and then he sent me another like 500 references so that I could read all of those if I wanted to. But I cannot speak for him. I don't know how he would answer that, but that's a really good point. That's a very important point. I mean, this is truly a global issue. So I don't know, but I can ask him. And
no problem. Okay. So next one, the next question is, yeah, it is from Megha Solanki. She's asking, my question is related to your ELF and its reworkings and role of fandoms in social movements. So what is your take on fan fiction and fan created literature in the digital space and its place in literature and literary studies?
Oh, this is actually, you know, I take a couple of sessions when I teach digital culture to talk about this. I'm fascinated by the work of Henry Jenkins at the University of Southern California, and I love this topic because one of the issues that we have to grapple with as scholars is, what do you do when you've got a work of fiction and then you've got the fan fiction, and in many cases the fan fiction is actually better written than the original, okay? Or in many cases you end up with a collective novel, and it will go into a print form and sometimes into the movie form after that. I mean, if you're paying attention to all of this. So this is a challenge though, because inevitably there is one person, there is one author, and so somebody's going to be making money here. And so one of the frustrating aspects of this is that that never trickles down to these different people that are creating this brilliant fan fiction. But I think that is an incredibly rich area that needs to be delved into further. It's very interesting. There's a case of a Chilean author that I could tell you about, but I'm afraid it would take too long, and there may be some other questions, and we probably are running out of time because I tend to go on, you might have noticed.
That's all right. Okay, so we are taking the last question because we have to start our next session also. So that is from Shilpi, Professor Shilpi from our department. She's asking, for US, as you say, it is difficult to handle the current situation in the field of education. So what do you feel about the third world, how they could overcome the situation of COVID-19, especially in the field of education? So very quickly, if you could just give us some information.
You know, I'm sorry. I don't have any hope. I don't have any hope here. And so I can't offer any hope there, or unfortunately, it truly is a devastating time. So I'm sorry. I don't have an answer to that.
Okay, so I have another question. So I would like to ask you, and that will be the last one. Okay, so it is from Malasika. She's a professor in Doon University. So she's saying, my observation is that memes are thriving in times of pandemics. Probably it is our way of dealing with the collective trauma. Do you think we can use humor maybe as a tool to conduct our classes, especially that of literature and cultural studies?
Oh my God, that is phenomenal. What a great question to finish. This is actually sort of my entire philosophy, if you didn't get it already from the presentation. There is just so much sadness right now, and there's so much fear, and there's a lot of anger, particularly here. So this is what I do with the students. This is what I try to do, because if we don't laugh I don't know how we're going to get through this. So I think that the role of humor is critically important at this time. I think it relaxes the students. When the students relax, when they start to laugh, what happens is that they calm down, they relax. My students, the way I saw it is the time that I had with them was sacred. And this was going to be the time in which we were not going to be sad and scared. So yeah, it was a little bit goofy. It just was.
Exactly. Humor should be a part of this teaching, online teaching. Otherwise, it will become very monotonous and students will go away from the classroom. So I think now we come to the end of this first session. Thank you very much, Melissa. It was such a wonderful keynote. Everybody is saying that's how we can start a conference with such a good keynote. So thanks everybody. We will start with the next session. I will request Melissa, if you have time, you can continue to our next session because I know it is late for you, but around 9:30 p.m. if I'm not wrong. Yeah. Or if you have to complete your dinner, you can just do that and be online. Just listen to some of the good papers which are going to be presented. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Yeah. Bye-bye. हाँ ले रहे हैं पहले होस्ट बनाने दो कौन कौन है सबको हमको होस्ट बना देते हैं उसके बाद फिर गुप्ता हाँ सब कर रहे हैं बस को होस्ट बनाने दो yes
good morning. You have made me co-host.
Yeah, so I'm making co-host to all the participants, basically the paper presenters. So you just give me some time.
Yes.
I believe the session chair is also here. Jacopo is also here.
I hope
Yes.
Jacob is here.
Yeah, I'm making Jacopo also the co-host.
Okay, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Professor.
So I think we are authorized to proceed with the session 1A.
Yes, you can start.
Okay.
In the meantime, I'm just making all the presenters co-host. Okay, so
Thank you.
Yeah, you can start with the.
Okay. Shall I introduce the session chair, sir?
Yes, sir. You can do that.
Good morning to everyone present here. I'd like to introduce to you about the session chair, Professor Jacopo Moses. He has obtained his MA with distinction in modern European and American languages and literature from Sapienza University of Rome, and is currently pursuing his PhD at the Department of Modern Greek Philology, the University of Cyprus. He was awarded with the prestigious Costa and Eleni Ori Scholarship from Academy of Athens, and in the last decades has lived between Italy, Greece, and India. In 2018, and again presently he taught as a fixed-term assistant professor at the Department of Languages in VIT University. We are happy to have you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we can introduce the 5 speakers of this first session that will be related to gender issues in literature and in regard with border and diaspora. So I would love to introduce the first speaker, Alok Prasad Naitani, PhD scholar from Department of German Studies of BHU Varanasi. He will be presenting a very interesting paper with the title Love, Death, and Women in the Ballads of Goethe, a Literary Enquiry.
Yes.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, you can. Your start time starts. And given 10 minutes, that's the time.
So we will give a reminder when 2 minutes are left.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So is a problem to share?
Mr. Alok, I think you're not audible. Can you please check your microphone?
Hello, Alok, you can
Hello.
just
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now you're audible.
your
Yeah.
video also if you want.
Okay. So Johann Wolfgang von Goethe is a very well-known writer, a very canonical figure of German literature, a polymath, a poet, statesman, dramatist, philosopher, statesman. And he got his literary journey started with his work, The Suffering of Young Werther. And this way his journey started. And for his literary journey, for his poetic talent, he always gave credit to his mother. That's why it is visible in these verses, like von dem Vater habe ich die Stadt, you can read it. And he was the patron of positivism under the formula Leben und Werk sind eins. It means life and works both are identical. And his work, Dichtung und Wahrheit, does exemplify itself into this formula. He is a well-known promoter of world literature, Frauenfigur, and his collaboration with Schiller, that formed a period which is known as classic, and that's known as a Balladenjahr in 1797. Now come to next slide. If I will talk about the ballad, this is the historical development of the ballad. Ballad is a term which has its roots from Italy, and then from there it started further. And there are many fluctuations in the definition of ballad. Some people say ballad is a dance form. Some people say it's a singing form. Some people, so there are fluctuation in the definition. But the most popular definition is given by the three theorists. The one is a Swiss philosopher Johann Georg Sulzer. He said that Ballade ist ein großer epischer Dichtungsarten in Wesen und vorzüglich solcher, welchen Taten aus der Ritterwelt Abenteuer darstellt. So ballad is a kind of a genre which subsumes the deeds of heroes and a very adventurous kind of a way it is portrayed. And the second definition is given by Schilling. He says that it's a kind of Singstück. And the most popular definition is given by Goethe. So very universally, this definition was accepted that ballad is a Urei of poetry. Urei of poetry means that ballad is something which subsumes all three genres in itself. It has poetry, it has drama, it has story as well. So it is subsuming. It's a together play of poem, drama, and epic. Now let's come to the primary literature which I'm going to deal today. The three ballads of Goethe, for dem Gerist, Heidenjoslein, and Der Fischer. And the question which I'm dealing is how the women are portrayed in this ballad in the context of love and death. And the theory which I have applied here is Werkimmanenz theory, which states that the text, it contains everything within what is necessary to interpret it. It means that the text you will keep at center and other things you will keep in periphery. So now let's interpret the ballads. The first ballad which I have chosen is for Gerist. It means the court of justice. Yeah. So yeah, von dem in this ballad is dealing with the issue of single motherhood, which is going far beyond the usual moral approach in this context. And woman is getting pregnant before marriage, and as a result of that, the trial is going on her. So here we can read the first stanza like the father's name, ye never shall be told of my darling unborn life. Shame, shame, ye cry on the strumpet pole, yet I am an honest wife. Actually, I have the two versions, the translated version I have also written here so that it will easily comprehensible. So she is saying that she refuses to mention the name of the father of her illegitimate child and claims herself as an honest and loyal wife. And she doesn't mind if the society will demean her by calling her strumpet bold and will name and shame her having a baby in her valley before marriage. And the second stanza, we can say she's saying that during an interrogation by the authorities, she is giving some description of the man whom she loves. And she's saying that he wears a chain of gold on his neck and carries a hat of straw. So without mentioning the name, she's just giving some description. And she's not feeling repent for what she has done. And this also refers probably that she has fallen in love with a man of a higher social rank. And she has no calm of being expecting single motherhood. And the last stanza we can see, I think the third stanza, she is saying that if any kind of a reproachful words, like the insults, contempt, scorns, or any kind of a sneers, if you want to cast it, let it cast to me alone. Don't cast it to my beloved one. And the last one is hello.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah, fine.
Audible.
Yeah,
Yes.
fine. Yeah. So
Yeah,
in the last verse, then she is saying, she's praying to the religious authority that just leave me in peace, and this is my child, this is my stomach, it belongs to me. Let the questioning cease. Let it be like that. You know. So I would say that in here, if I will talk about the woman, she is facing the trial, and she is unmolested by her lover, but she is being criticized by the society, and she inaugurates the new way of life that moved beyond established social institutions, which during the late 18th century or the initial phase of 19th century, unimaginable. So another a writer whose name was Florian Russi, he has in his article Über eine emanzipierte Frau, he has given a comment that the expectant mother knows it and speaks it directly. She doesn't regret it and stands by her situation. She presents herself emancipated and praises the child's father. And it's her strategy that just to give the hint or the defense strategy or a criticism of a male double standard. And she is not mentioning the name of a father because she's criticizing that maybe the father is one of you, maybe the father who is next to my door. Yeah. So this ballad is going beyond the general framework of established motive, seduction, infanticide, and execution, and serves an example of self-conscious, reliant, and emancipated woman who wants to live life by her own terms. So this was all about in this ballad. Let's move to the next ballad. It's a Haydn Joe's life. And this ballad is about a young girl who rejected a young boy in love, and as a result of that, she has to suffer. And that young girl is portrayed as a rose, and the boy is represented as a young male person who cannot accept his rejection and exploit it and harm the girl physically, who finally succumbed to it. So in the first stanza, we can see that boy is observing a girl, and girl is symbolized as a rose. So little rose she is symbolized, who is standing in the field. And she's very young and beautiful. And this way, the rough boy is approaching to her. And he is in a love frenzy full of joy. And she is claiming that he has fallen in love with her. And maybe girl is the only chance on that empty surface he has. And the boy wants to he doesn't want to miss that chance at any cost. And that's why he's rushing to her immediately, and he is trying to get acquainted with her with some kind of a joyful mood.
Sir, look, sir, you have 1 minute more.
Okay. And this way, then his intentions are very clear that what he wants to do. He is harming, he's approaching to girl, and then how his love is turning into passion and then sin. then he is doing kind of a physical violence. He's showing his physical violence, which is very much clear in the last stanza, that still the rough boy picked the rose, and the girl is defending herself and trying to pay him the same point. But at the end, she has to meet a very suffering kind of a fate, and she is dead. And it's very much visible here. Yeah, in the pictures, we can see that how she's being exploited, she is victim. The last ballad is a fisher. A fisher is sitting at the bank of a river, and he is observing water. And from the water, a nymph, a kind of mermaid, is coming out of water, and she is talking to him. She is trying to lure him, and the 4 rhetoric question is raised by Nixe to him. And these rhetoric question is like that. The first one, why are you killing my small children? Why are you killing my small fishes? And another is he's saying that don't the sun and moon take on the refreshment in the sea. She's saying that my word is better than your word. Whatever the things in your
time is
yeah. Just I want to come to the conclusion.
Okay.
So this is a kind of, you can say, other way around of the last ballad. We can see it was man versus nature as well, and here we can see the intrusion of nature in the life of human being. So let's to the conclusion. Samenspiel of love, death, and women. One can see here the together play of love, death, and women. How love is turning into a punishment. Love is first. The main person, the protagonist, is falling in love and being criticized by the society, is not fitting into the norms of society, and then being ostracized and meeting death. And in the second ballad, love is turning into rejection, then it is turning into aggression, and then it is taking in its full magnitude, it is committing crime and meeting death. And the last one, we can say that here love is a strategy of, we can say that's a kind of a intrusion of nature in the life of human beings. So this is where the love is turning, love is talking, singing, enchanting, convincing the person, human being, to come into their world, to come down into the water and meeting death. So this was all about, and this is the primary literature, and this was all about. I hope I have make some sense out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Alok, for your wonderful presentation. So, if anybody has any questions, we can probably proceed quickly because we are running a little late on the schedule. Professor Adaikalam, can you?
Yes, I checked, sir. In the chat, you can just leave your questions.
So we don't have any questions for the moment, so we can proceed to the next presentation by Nidhi Joshi, Assistant Professor of Spanish at Amity University, Haryana. She will be presenting a lecture with the title A Saga of Women Suffering in Shona Singh Baldwin's What the Body Remembers.
Professor Alok, you can just...
Yeah.
The next one can share the PPT.
Yes, I'm just trying to open my PPT. Yeah.
So we will have a round of questions together, asking also the question from Professor Shilpi to Alok at the end of this presentation.
Yeah, and so Nidhi, you are not audible. Can you unmute your audio?
Am I audible now?
Yeah, yes, right now, right now.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Jacobo, sir, for introducing me. And a very good morning to all. First of all, I thank VIT and the organizing committee of the conference for giving me the opportunity to share my thoughts today. The title of my presentation is A Saga of Women's Sufferings in Baldwin's What the Body Remembers. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Proceed.
Okay. Yeah. Here I would like to mention a dirige by Amrita Pritam. Today I call Waris Shah, speak from the grave. And turn today the book of love's next affection page once. A daughter of Punjab cried, and you wrote a wailing saga. Today a million daughters cry to you, Waris Shah, rise. O narrator of the grieving, rise. Look at your Punjab today. Fields are lined with corpses and blood fills the Chenab. Here, this ode to Waris Shah is a popular dirige by the renowned Punjabi poet and writer Amrita Pritam, who writes about the horror of the partition of Punjab during 1947, partition of India. The poem is addressed to the historical Punjabi poet Waris Shah, and it appeals to the Waris Shah, to arise from his grave and witness and record the Punjab's tragedy and turn over new pages in Punjab's history. As in Punjab, where rivers are flowing blood and corpses are everywhere. The author of What the Body Remembers, Shauna Singh Balwins, is the winner of Commonwealth Writers' Prize 2000 Best Book Award in the Caribbean and Canada region for What the Body Remembers. The present paper seeks to analyze in detail the famous novel What the Body Remembers, keeping in mind the gendered perspective in the pre- and post-partition of India. The objective of the present article is to make the readers aware of the status and condition of women in a patriarchal society during normal as well as conflict times in Indian context. Many famous literary work on partition had been written, like Pinjar, Azadi, Tamas, Train to Pakistan, Twice Born, Twice Dead, Partitions, The Other Side of the Silence, and many more. But Balwin's work written in 20th century is considered different, as it's the first partition novel which has been written from Sikh's point of view, where Sikhs of Punjab had suffered the most when the India had been torn like a paper, irrespective of the magnitude of its consequences, where the millions of the common population and their entire generation had suffered for centuries. If we talk about the status of women through the narratives of What the Body Remembers, here I would like to mention, like, after a long struggle, India attained its independence from British in 1947. Nevertheless, the exhilaration of freedom soon overshadowed by the genocide, which immediately followed by it. The division of Indian subcontinent into India and Pakistan brought turmoil in the society. And with the demarcation of borders between two countries, communal fight broke out between Hindus and Muslims, claiming countless lives. Estimates of death vary from 2 lakh, the contemporary British figure, to 2 million, a later Indian estimate. But that somewhere around 1 million people died is now widely accepted. If we talk about the gender discrimination in the work, What the Body Remembers, the author focuses her attention on the issues of inequality between men and women that prevailed even before the partition. As the novel progresses, the reader becomes aware of the petty condition of women in the patriarchal society. The novel is set in the pre-partition time. The characters of the novel are Roop, Satya, Sadarji, Bachchan Singh, Gujri, Revti, Jeevan, Kusum, and a few more. Rupa and Satya are the principal women characters around whom the whole story revolves. The author of the work, through her protagonists, tries to show the sufferings of common masses and the horrendous experiences witnessed by them during the partition. The novel also focuses on the issues like gender discrimination and women's quest to search for her identity in the male dominated society, where in most of the cases her role is reduced to bear children, look after household chores, and follow the commands of her in laws. These are the few norms established by the patriarchal society, which keep women at subordinate position. And propagation of these norms, ideas is done by various institutions like society, family, and religion. Like Kate Miletz argued against the concept of biologism, the idea that gender difference is natural. She dismissed the arguments of contemporary science, religion, philosophy, and law that insisted upon patriarchy as the natural order. Millet criticized cultural programming, especially the infantilization of women perpetuated by social surveillance and the violence directed against them. A patriarchal force that is particularly sexual in character and realized most completely in the act of rape. The preoccupation is reflected by Simone de Beauvoir in the second sex, where she describes how gender is a social construct.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
Okay. The same preoccupation is reflected by Simone de Beauvoir in The Second Sex, where she describes how gender is a social construct and how society has fixed their roles for us. According to her, femininity does not arise from differences in biology, psychology, or intellect. It is a construct of civilization. A woman is not born fully formed. She is gradually shaped by her upbringing, biology doesn't determine what makes a woman a woman. A woman learns her roles from man and others in the society. Woman is not born passive, secondary, and non-essential, but the external forces have conspired to make her so. Every individual self, regardless of gender, is entitled to subjectivity, but women are robbed of this through the patriarchal societal structure. As we begin to read the 500 pages novel, the author throws light different incident shows women are kept at subordinate position by imposing laws of the patriarchy, and this training begins right from the childhood, and it is the family and religion that works as an agent of patriarchal forces. As seen in the novel, Roop, the daughter of Bachchan Singh, went to continue her studies at Lajo, her bua's place, where she gets many rules to follow to be a good wife. To quote from the novel, the first rule: you want to make a good marriage, you must be graceful, more pleasing to your elders. I want to hear only Achaji, Hanji from you, never Naji, Nahiji. The second rule: speak softly, always softly. And the third rule comes as never feel angry, never, never. No matter what happens or what your husband says, never feel angry.
You have 1 minute more, ma'am.
Okay, sir. You might be hurt, but never ever feel angry. From the above quote, one observes how women are being molded and shaped by her upbringing to serve in the patriarchal society. And this is how women are made to believe from the very childhood that they are inferior to men and holds superior position in the society. We also see how gender discrimination prevails in the traditional Indian families. Here, I would like to mention the incident when Roop eats her lunch sitting beside her brother Jeevan. Gujri treats Jeevan and Roop differently. Gujri, an old cook at Roop's home at Pari Darwaza, to quote from the novel, she tears a wedge from a wheat roti and reaches into a tiffin bowl and her hand meets a slap from Gujri. I, Roop, no eggs for you. The egg bhuji is for Jeevan. Roop moves her wedge of roti to the next tiffin bowl. But Gujri pushes her hand away there too. That is chicken for Jeevan. She says, take some dal. Jeevan offers his plate. We see how Roop, a girl, is deprived of even a good food, and Jeevan, being a boy, enjoys all the privileges. Here, writer depicts how women are treated. Author artistically weaves the different sufferings of women in different situations. She very well depicts the silence of the women
Yes,
as well.
time is over. Please.
Okay. In the novel, Roop asks Gujri, how old are you? Gujri replies, I'm as old as I am. I live till I die. Then again it starts. What to tell you, she says. Through Gujri's character, readers can see how women die every day as they are deprived of their basic rights and they have no say in the family, and men's words are the law for the family. Gujri's words are so deep that she explains Roop that she has died many times emotionally and physically and again started living. Mm. I'll try to conclude with
Yes,
some glimpses of gendered
thank
violence,
you.
which is important part of this paper. The novel also portrays the horrific episodes and experiences of the people during and after partition, especially focusing on women, as also seen in the women killing of Kusum by her own father-in-law, who considers killing as a better other option than seeing her getting raped by other enemy. His actual fear is not fear of violation of Kusum's body by Muslims, but to protect the honor of his family and community. Partition of India undoubtedly shattered lives of millions of people, but the disgrace suffered by women in the form of rape, femicide, abduction, and non-acceptance by their own people is unfathomable.
Yeah.
I'll just conclude with few lines quickly. The study has shown that in any situation of conflict, women are placed in disadvantaged position and are the most affected. The mourning mothers for their dead and missing children, widows who struggle to keep the family and community alive. They are the refugees displaced from their homeland, raped and killed in the riots. Therefore, we come to the conclusion that in this patriarchal society, women always suffer both in the times of peace and also during the conflict situation. Baldwin's work contribute in the recovery of memory of the past that was buried long ago in the history. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nidhi. So I encourage everybody to type questions in the chat. Whoever has any questions about this interesting presentation, A Saga of Women's Sufferings in Baldwin's What the Body Remembers. We will collect all the questions and have a round of question and answer at the end of the session together with questions for Mr. Alok Prasad. Now, I'm happy to introduce the next speaker, Padumi Singha, assistant professor from Department of English, Bongaigaon College, Assam, India. She will be presenting a paper with the title Women in John Maxwell Coetzee's Fiction. Please, Madam, go ahead.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes,
Yes,
perfectly.
yes. Please.
Thank
proceed.
you.
Sir, is it visible, my presentation?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Namaskar and good morning. The title of my paper is Women in Zen Coetzee's Fiction. This paper attempts an analysis of Coetzee's treatment of the dynamics of gender with respect to the question of other. From the perspective of one, the rest always seem to be others, and it requires a hard-on understanding and acknowledgement of the positions and perceptions of the other or others. Coetzee's 4 fictional works are selected, waiting for the barbarians, for Age of Iron and Disgrace. As a male writer, his projection of women and feminine point of view is regarded as a critic of the colonial and the patriarchal authority. The Royal Officer opines that Coetzee's writings display qualities of the female aesthetic, a position not only of women but of anyone challenging dominant patriarchal society. Being born and brought up as a white person in South Africa, the issue of the apartheid marks his various works. Perhaps it is in heart and waiting for the barbarians to freeze the gender issue while investigating the relationship between civilization and barbarity. The protagonist, a magistrate, realizes his complexity while tending to a barbarian girl who loses her father and other people at the hands of Joe, the civilized interrogation officer of the empire. Her eyes are hurt with a fork put in hot coals and feet are twisted. The magistrate considers it a mistake to believe that one can hack one's way into the secret body of the other. His ritual cleansing of her body indicates an inability to work through his failure to put her body back together. He finds a woman's body is anything but a sight of joy, but denies a link between her womanhood and his desire. She gives him pause for thought as he cannot easily comprehend or possess her. He finds the girl incomplete, but realizes she may find him ordinary too. He treats her like a lover and also with indifference, but he goes through certain transformation and feels responsible for her. You recognize her attractiveness only while taking her to her table. Her silence gives her agency. It is a promise of a voice that is different from, yet equal to him, though he fails to recognize it. In 4, Susan considers herself a free woman who asserts her freedom by telling her story according to her own desire. Her husband is an English brewer who is rumored to die. Her daughter is abducted. Following her, she visits Brazil but sees no trade. She embarks on a merchantman. The crews of the ship slay the captain and set her adrift. She is marooned on Crusoe's island. Crusoe seems insular and authoritative. He warns Susan that the apes on the island fear a man more than a woman. She thinks, was a woman to make a difference from a man? They board a ship to England, but Crusoe dies on the way. Susan requests Poe for a place and promotes herself to him. You haven't heard a story before like mine. In her, one finds a rejection of authority and conventional ideas. She thinks, who was to say there do not exist entire tribes in Africa, among whom the men are mute and speech is reserved to women? She feels repugnance at Frida's loss of tongue and relates it with loss of manhood. Gradually, she warms up to him. She tells Poe that her self-controlled silence is different from Frida's imposed silence. She feels his desire liberated and obliged to him like a mother. In Poe's house, Susan meets her lost daughter but rejects her, saying she is father-born. She questions Poe if he has invented her. Poe advises her to sensationalize her story with a popular mythology, the valor of the white woman threatened by cannibals but who domesticates the savage. But she rejects the stereotypical structure of most of the adventure stories. Susan reminds us of the Bronte sisters, Emily Dickinson, and other women writers who have struggled to establish themselves and who are judged on the basis of their identity as women rather than their talent as authors. Towards the end, Susan questions her identity as it seems to be defined by Poe. However, Quincy comments the book is not Poe's, it is hers, even in the form of the trace of her hunt for a Poe to tell it for her. Alexandra finds it is impossible to give pride a voice, as the discourse of the white writer would silence him in the very attempt. Not engaged in a struggle for authorship, his position is both marginalized and powerful. His silence is what neither Susan nor Poe, nor the unidentified narrator, nor the novel itself, nor the reader can penetrate. The protagonists of Poe and Age of Iron, Susan and Elizabeth, are white women narrators who find themselves in the ambivalent position of the colonizer and colonized. Age of Iron narrates the physical disintegration of Elizabeth Curran during the South African political turmoil of the 1980s. Elizabeth, a retired university professor, is dying of cancer. She writes a story and letters to her only daughter and assigns the task of sending them on Bursville, a vagrant. He is allowed to stay in her house along with her black housekeeper Florence, her son Becky, and her daughters. Disheartened by the country situation, Elizabeth's daughter decides to live in America. Elizabeth realizes her own indifference as a white South African to the reality of apartheid. The white woman's voice is an ideal vehicle to speak where only extremes of yes and no prevail, a position in which a liberal white writer finds her or himself in apartheid South Africa. Elizabeth describes her disease in the image of motherhood parodying itself. She embodies sentimental musings on childhood as she wishes to be among the carefree, not-brown bodies of children on their way home from school, laughing. She realizes that the ruthlessness of apartheid is responsible for the loss of childhood happiness of generations of children. Becky and John's revolutionary comradeship and sacrifice make her We appraise the concepts of honor, heroism, and love. Florence and Elizabeth differ regarding parent-children relationship. Florence is unmoved by Elizabeth's notion of parental control during revolution. Elizabeth regards Florence as a Spartan matron. A sense of courage, resistance, and urgency for change characterize Florence. Percival and Elizabeth share an unusual relationship. From a rudimentary man, his fancy and foreshadow husband is a mother, though seemingly indifferent. I love
You have 3 minutes more.
Okay, thank you, sir. Others like Percival, Florence, the children of the rising generation, and plenty of good people of our country. Disgrace focuses on the violation of a woman's body due to sexual misconduct. Professor David Lurigas dismissed from university. His abuse exposes power operating at levels of gender, race, and institution. Disgrace performs a subversion of black peril by scripting a narrative of white peril. Sexual exploitation of black women by white men that has existed for centuries. He is a man with 2 marriages and 2 divorces. He has always counted on his magnetism and has existed in anxious fear of promiscuity. Melanie becomes a matron as other. The first time David makes love to Melanie, she is passive throughout. Next time, all she does is avert herself, avert her lips, her eyes, not rape, but undesired to the full. The refusal to acknowledge the steps necessary passage through the other with mutuality and empathy lies at the heart of the novel's thematic burden. Temperamentally and in appreciation of beauty, David resembles the magistrate. He dislikes women who make no effort to be attractive. To him, Lucy's friend Bev is a dumpy woman. He and Bev become physically intimate, but his attitude is patronizing. David becomes the right-hand man to Bev, who specializes in sterilization and euthanasia through stray dogs, an experience which makes David good. Lucy is a woman with a statement of independence raised by 2 academics. She decides to be a farmer. Lucy does not have particular choice against the intruders, considering her case a purely private matter. David sees no future for her on the farm, but she is stubborn. David sees a history of wrong speaking through the rapists. Lucy calls them pigs and draws analogy between hateful sex act and murder. He is overwhelmed at her pregnancy. Even after his advice, she asserts, I have a life of my own, and in my life, I'm the one who makes the decisions.
You have 1 minute more.
Yes, sir, and this is the last slide. Lucy does not choose against the child because of who its father is and believes love will grow. One can trust Mother Nature for that. Staying on has become a point of honor that she would become a tenant of her black race's son and the baby will be part of his family. Being a by-honor, Lucy runs the risk of being poor and her suffering seems to embody the stereotype of the wronged woman. But Lucy claims to an authority that escapes the accounting mind of David and the readers as well. Her decision may be wrong, but if she leaves the firm, she will feel defeated. This grace poses to us the challenge of envisioning the epidemic of violence against women in South Africa in relation to international practices of patriarchy and ecological violence. Kudzi criticizes authoritative power structures which dominate the marginalized others, such as the barbarians, blacks, women, disabled, even animals. His representation of women is an important aspect of the overall critique of imperialism. What is illumined in Kudzi's creative output is a respectful and judicious treatment of otherness in its manifestation. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Presentation is over. Thank you.
So again, we encourage the participants to type their questions in the chat box in regard with this presentation about women in John Maxwell Coetzee fiction. And we will proceed.
So how to stop sharing?
There's a red button. Okay, yes, perfect.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
So please type your questions and we can proceed with Dr. Ritu Tyagi, Assistant Professor, Department of French, Pondicherry University, presenting a research that is part of a research project founded by the Indian Council of Social Sciences Research. The title of the lecture is Post-Indenture Indian Diaspora and Gender, Rewriting History by Women Writers.
Thank you, Dr. Moseso. Can you hear me?
Yes,
thank you. PPT visible to you?
Yes, if you can please convert it into full screen.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank the organizers of the conference, particularly because they have taken up the challenge of inaugurating, organizing this conference virtually for the first time, which is a huge challenge for many of us. And in the interest of time, I would head straight into my paper, which is entitled Post-Indentured Indian Diaspora and Gender. I'd be looking particularly at the rewriting of history and archives by some of the women writers from this area. And I'd begin by evoking briefly the history of indentureship and indentured migrations from India. As most of us know that in 19th century, after the abolition of slavery, over 1 million Indians were transported between 1834 and 1917 to sugar colonies of Mauritius, Reunion Islands, Fiji, Trinidad, Caribbean islands such as Guyana, Martinique, and Guadeloupe under the system of indentured labor in order to meet the demand for cheap and unskilled labor. Now, within the academic field of diaspora studies particularly, their story has not attracted much attention within the Indian context because we have mostly been obsessed with the more affluent diaspora in the US, Canada, and Europe. Initially, the recruits were predominantly males with very few females. This led to numerous problems as the indentured laborers settled in the colonies. As a result, eventually, efforts were made to enforce more recruitment of women in the ratio of around 40 women per 100 men. Women therefore came to constitute an important section of the migrant indentured population that was transported from India. Colonial history as well as migrant discourse, however, tend to omit references to women migrants and their experiences. And then it falls on the feminist scholarship, the responsibility, and with its specific interest in diaspora and migration studies, that has excavated the feminine narrative and emphasized the fact that the gender dimension of migrant experience cannot be overlooked or downplayed. The indentured women have had a peculiar position in the colonies. Due to lack of women on these islands, they did enjoy some degree of sexual freedom. They could choose partners, they could have multiple partners at the same time that allowed them intimacy with the wealthy and important, and many could extract significant privileges out of these relationships. The scenario, however, changed dramatically later when the sex ratio was stabilized and people started asserting their identities based on their ethnicities. Women, especially the Indian women then, became the harbingers of culture and were once again silenced, confined to the walls of domesticity. Almost all indentured and post-indentured Indian diasporic populations have led a precarious existence within the islands and have often been eclipsed by the African and Creole populations and made cultural affiliations an important signifier of identity. Indo-Caribbean literature that I would be focusing on in this presentation per se did not emerge in Trinidad and Guyana before the 60s and the 70s. The Afro-Caribbean novels had the original slave narratives from the 18th and the 19th centuries, as well as the African-American neo-slave narratives from the 60s to get their inspiration from. Whereas the Indo-Caribbean narratives had no such ancestor. It is only fairly recently then, in the past 30 years or so, that Indo-Caribbean literature began to catch up with the African-Caribbean literature that had tended to be in the foreground, and I quote, contributed to having the Caribbean defined through the Black Atlantic connection rather than the Indian Oceanic one. So taking into consideration writings by two women writers, one is Ramabai Espinette from Trinidad, and I'll be looking at her work, The Swinging Bridge, and the other one is Gayatri Bahadur's Coolie Woman. She's from British Guiana. I wish to explore the manner in which these two writers retrieve the past of their ancestors who were forgotten and whose histories were deliberately or not silenced by more formal histories of colonization and imperialism. These writers attempt to rewrite history in order to insert the stories of their great-grandmothers within indentured and diasporic historiography through their narratives and thereby subvert the position of submission attributed to women in these locations. So I begin, I'm unable to move my slide. So yeah, this is the cover page of The Swinging Bridge, Ramabai Espinette, published in 2003. and in which the reader discerns a distinction between primary fictive tale of the protagonist Mona and the historical references that form the backbone of the novel. Mona is a documentary filmmaker whose ancestors came to Trinidad from India at the time of indentureship. She now lives in Canada. She is asked to visit her native Trinidad by her terminally ill brother Kilo, who's suffering from AIDS and who, like her, is settled in Canada, but desires to purchase back the ancestral land in Trinidad that was sold off by his father when they were kids. Kilo therefore asks Mona to be his proxy in a deal as he is unable to travel due to illness. Mona accepts his request also because she has not settled her own score with their father, whose patriarchal, sexist, and violent behavior had marred her childhood. The upcoming death of the brother forces Mona to revisit her past, both individual and collective, and more importantly, bring about the repossession of the present. Her return to Trinidad allows an introspection that opens her up to reconnecting with the past and thereby reclaiming the story of her ancestors. She retrieves the untold stories of her ancestors, especially women who had boarded the endangered ships against numerous odds in the 19th century, and through the unearthing of personal and family archives, Mona reconstructs herself. To do so, she needs the figure of her great-grandmother Gander, the epitome of Indian free women, and one whose untold story Mona tries to reconstruct at last. I'm a narratologist and so highly geared towards looking at the narrative structures and narratology of novels. Now, this particular novel has a very unique and unconventional narrative structure that introduces different fonts for different sections, thereby making a clear distinction between Mona's past and undocumented history. It is divided into three parts. You can see on the PPT now that I've showed the first part, which is borrowed time. Immediately after this is a section which is entitled Kala Pani. This section is in italics. This runs around a page or two and talks about, endangered laborers before we begin the story of the protagonist, Mona. So you can see that's the case with the second part, Manhamber Road, followed by a section in italics, and then the regular font after one or two pages. So all three parts, it is divided into three parts, begin with a section in italics reminding the reader of the crossing of the Kalapani. It's entitled Kalapani for all the three sections within the context of both collective and personal or familial narrative. The first part, Borrowed Time, opens up through a passage in italics that describes the train from Benares to Calcutta, the Garden Reach depot where the endangered immigrants were registered, and the ship named The Artist that sailed to Trinidad in 1879. She concludes this section by the words, and I quote from her text, "My four mothers, my own great-grandmother Gander, crossing the unknown of the Kalapani, the black waters that lie between India and the Caribbean," end of quotation, thereby making a clear connection between herself, her grandmother, and India. The second part, Manhamber Road, where Mona goes back and forth between Canada and Trinidad, also opens with another passage in italics as I showed on the screen, focusing again precisely on Gander on the ship, how she was sexually harassed by a sailor and later rescued by Jeevan, one of the Jahaji Bhai. The third part, Karoni Dub, entirely set in Trinidad, opens with more details about Gander, the 13-year-old girl who had escaped an unwanted marriage through indentureship and then marries Joshua, a Trinidad-born Christian convert.
You have one minute more, ma'am.
So even though there are structural distinctions between the historical and the personal, the entire story tries to bring them together in a manner that personal becomes political. I'll move to the second novel really quickly, which is considered a classic now, Gayatri Bahadur's Kuli Women, which although the format and structure differs considerably from Espinet's Swinging Bridge, because this work has relied heavily on archives, one can notice the extensive endnotes and the bibliography, and her search is dominated by archival work that aim clearly on retrieving information regarding her ancestors, the endangered laborers. She seems particularly interested in the story of her great-grandmother Sujaria, who traveled from Bihar to British Guiana in 1903. But it is only for her a means of unraveling many stories through different kind of correspondences, petitions, hearings, and trial transcripts. She weaves not only archival and published records, but the work also has folk and oral sources to tell the bigger narrative of the exodus and settlement of Indian women to Caribbean. She critically examines the Hindu system, family, Indian family structure, etc. She wants to understand and decrypt the past of her ancestors, but it is always with the purpose of understanding her own fellow Guyanese and her own present.
Yeah, the time is over.
Yeah, I'll just go over, perhaps the participants can read this quotation here to show how the factual and the personal are combined within this work. So you can see that she gives the data and immediately after that talks about her great-grandmother Sujaria. I'll just conclude with one or two slides here. So Gayatri Bahadur reimagines, reconstructs, and rewrites the historical elements, giving them a new narrative shape. If Espinette chooses to create one fictional solid character of Mona to retrace history through her, Bahadur has chosen to open up her text to the many lives of endangered women, including her great-grandmother. Bahadur's work attempts to reconstruct the personal along with the communal by unraveling personal and collective archives in order to travel back to Guyana and to India, thereby finding a way back to her family as descendants of endangered laborers. Espinette shapes a novel out of bits of information and historical knowledge that her Indo-Trinidadian family has or has not passed on to her. Both have the same fascination for what has been archived, and more importantly, what has not been archived has been kept silent for what has to be reconstructed with the help of historical and intuitive imagination. It is, however, the narrative voice in both that provide the work its unity and strength. As Judith Misrahi Barak states, I quote, both books are true homages to the women who crossed the Kalapani and their Jahaji Behin. Both of them have connected the dots and taken on the backbreaking work of reinvention. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ritu. And now I again encourage all the participants to type questions regarding with Dr. Ritu's presentation in the chat box. And we can proceed with the last presentation of this session by Shilpi Gupta. She's from our department in VIT. She's doing her PhD on caste and gender among Indian diasporas from the University of Granada in Spain. She likes also to write poems and short stories, which she also got published last year with the title Entretejido de Poemas. She has done a master's in women and gender studies from the University of Granada and her MPhil in Hispanic language and literature from JNU New Delhi. The title of the presentation is Deconstructing Boundaries Beyond Border, Gender and Caste Among Indian Diaspora. Please, Shilpi, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Professor Jacobo. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'll directly jump to my topic now because there's no so much time. Just a second. This is not working. Okay, I'll skip the video part. Okay. The title of my paper is Deconstructing Boundaries Beyond Border, Gender and Caste Among Indian Diaspora. So my paper is about it's a case study of an article spearheading a survey of caste in South Asian diasporas written in 2016. And this article is based on the survey conducted by the Dalit American Foundation in the collaboration with the Ambedkar International Mission, Ambedkar Association of North America, and the Dalit American Women's Association. So I wanted to do my case study on the survey, but since I requested them to give the survey, but they have said that it will take some time. So I moved to their article, which they have produced, and it is an article written by multiple writers. So there are multiple participants who participated in the survey and also multiple writers. So I believe that it is a collective writing. So in this survey, what they did, they provided the form, the survey, and to South Asian diasporas, and they asked to sign up and take the survey. And this is the link of the text which I am using. So I'll come to the theoretical methodology which I have used in order to do my research. So I have taken it from the Borderlands, La Frontera, the New Mestiza. It is written by Gloria Ansaldúa and published in 1987, where she defines the border on the basis of her Chicana identity, that is her in-betweenness in Mexico and the USA. So Ansaldúa states that the border es una herida abierta, an open wound, where the third world grates against the first and bleeds. Moreover, before a scab form, it hemorrhages again. The lifeblood of two worlds is emerging to form a third world, a border culture. She again goes and defines border as set up to define the places that are safe and unsafe, to distinguish us from them. And finally, she goes beyond the duality defined by the border and says that a borderland, now she is going to borderland, which is a vague and undetermined place created by the emotional residue of unnatural boundary. It is in a constant transition. The prohibited and forbidden are its inhabitants. So the methodology for doing my research, I have used close reading. So the closed reading has been defined by many theorists, many critiques. So I have taken some from post-colonial writers and also from feminist writers. So the post-colonial writer, Tabiz Khair, he says that to read literature, he defines closed reading as to read literature is to read the gaps, silences, obstacles, and noises in its language, in its narrative. And Atuk Waizan, she says that it is an attempt to identify ambiguity, irony, and paradox. Peggy Kamouf, she says that reading from the margin. Sarah Ahmed, she says that it is transforming authorization within the academy and voicing silenced feminist scholarship. And Sarah Mills, she says that it is a suspicious reading of the text. So I have taken only two experiences from the text or from the survey, you can say. From these two experiences or these two fragments, I will be doing the analysis. But in my research paper, the final paper, I have taken more than a list of experiences. Here I am sharing only two just to wind up everything in time. So the first one says that after casteism has left us disowned and expelled, it made us seek self-isolation and eraser to avoid everyday discriminatory practices. Community spaces were spaces that were unsafe, where the constant social profiling, in other words, caste profiling, happened, which rendered us hyper-conscious and wary of interactions within the community. If you were found out, it would lead to discrimination, shaming, and isolation. To be was not to be. To erase was a diktat that we, as many other Panchamar and lower caste refugees, followed. So this one is given by London-based diaspora. So, and I have yellow colored the words which are very important for me when I was doing my research. So he has used the word disowned, expelled, self-isolated, discriminated, shamed. So these words will take us to the analysis of in order to do the analysis of the research. The next case which I'm sharing is, she says that I'm an Indian, Hindu, non-Dalit, who has finally come to understand the unique complexities of my family's casteism. As an adult child, my parents are an intercaste love marriage, the only one of their kind in both families. My mom is high caste and my dad is lower caste. I have no idea what that makes me. Our blend of North and South Indian adds friction to how my parents view Savarna folks. My dad's family makes Brahmin jokes in safe spaces despite marrying their children into Brahmin families. All the while, there are zero discussions of caste in my mom's upper caste family. It's like they are not even aware caste exists. Privilege is bliss. Regardless of these differences, each of my parents wishes for their children to marry only within their birth castes, caste and Shimpi. So in both the cases, both the experiences or both the cases, I will be using caste and gender as a category or category of the analysis. So interestingly, in both the texts, if we'll see in both the texts, they have used,
Ma'am, you have 3 minutes more.
Okay, thank you, sir. In both the cases, they have described themselves at the position of other. However, the position of other has to be seen in a complex form, that is taking into the consideration the location, time, gender, gradation of caste, class, religion, etc. as others factors influence the caste while analyzing, because all those who are at the margin are not equal. So that I have to take in consideration while I'm doing the analysis. So again, in the case B, as we will go back and see that she writes that all the while there are zero discussions on caste in my mom's upper caste family. It's like they are not even aware caste exists. So privilege is bliss. So here, if I'll see from the position what Ansal Dua talks about us and then it shows that how the one who is at this position of center does not accept the existence of marginality. So here caste and here caste especially now defines the borderline between us and them, where the other where others are not equal at the margin. So in the case B, again when I'm coming to the case B, we will see that the one who is she's writing that she's writing about marriage, and now the word marriage overlaps with caste. So in that way, gender comes into the frame with caste. No? So arranging marriage within caste, same caste. So the structure of marriage, sexuality, and reproduction is the fundamental basis of the caste system. The central function of marriage is to procreate. It is the children born of such a normative marriage who maintain and reproduce the social order. Both the hierarchical relations of caste and the immortality of the male line as well as of ancestor thus rest on marriage practices. Hence, marrying within the caste is only the way of surviving the caste. And in this process, women as reproducer of the caste are burdened with the purity of the caste system. So here the caste and gender defines this us and them. I'll not go more into the gender thing because already Mr. Alok and Nidhi Joshi has talked a lot about gender.
Ma'am, 1 more minute.
Okay, sir. Yeah. So this is my last slide. So I'll talk about the borderland which Ansal Dua says. So for that, the survey itself and the participants who are participated and the writers of the text are themselves at the position of borderland. So borderlands mainly, primarily she says it is a position of conscious other, where the other has the consciousness of being other. No, being they know what is the otherness. So space which goes beyond duality, beyond us and them, to the conscious other. As Ansal Dua says that a struggle has always been inner and then it is played out in outer terrains. And then Rosi Braidoti, she says that those who are already other may first need to go through a phase of identity politics, that is claiming a fixed location before getting into the struggle against its construction. So now both these writers are explaining how other can come to the position of conscious other, to the borderland, which I see that the text and its participants and the one who are giving the survey are already at the position of conscious other. So with this, I'll finish my presentation.
Yeah.
And these are the bibliography.
Yeah, the time is exactly over.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shilpi, for your presentation. Now I'm sharing again in the chat box the Google Form link that everybody is exhorted to fill in. We will accept attendance registration until the end of the session. So now we have around 15 minutes for discussion and questions. I encourage everybody to please type in the chat box questions regarding Shilpi Gupta's presentation, Deconstructing Boundaries Beyond Border, Gender and Caste Among Indian Diaspora. And I will start addressing the previous questions that have been posed by our participants. The first question from Shilpi Gupta to Alok Prasad. Can you hear us, Professor Alok?
Professor Alok?
Please unmute your microphone if you're speaking.
Please unmute.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah.
Hello. So Shilpi Gupta had a question for you, asking you to clarify the definition of gender about which you're talking while analyzing the ballad of Goethe.
Yeah, actually, as I mentioned in my presentation also, that in which theory I have analyzed my ballads, that's called Werk immanent. And Werk immanent itself, actually the definition of Werk immanent states that whenever you analyze any kind of a text, any kind of a poetic text, or any kind of a text, the main focus you will keep on your text only. And on the text, you will try to decode it. So willingly, I have not mentioned actually the definition of gender there, but as far as the definition of gender is concerned, that gender is determined by the conception of tasks, functions, and roles attributed to women, and it doesn't focus on like women and man in isolation. It always it cannot exist in isolation. So gender, it has, and what kind of a gender is state of being, like male or female in relation to their social role, and any kind of a sexual kind of a violence or physical violence or any kind of a psychological harm that can be, or any kind of a deprivation of liberty or any kind of a right, which we can see in the first ballad of Goethe, that man is enjoying their power, man is enjoying their right, they are enjoying their sexuality, but if women, they are putting the cart before the horse, for that they are being criticized. And the same, in the similar manner, in the another ballad, Hyde and Jove's line, she is she is becoming the victim of it, the enjoyment of male domination. And in the third ballad, Fisherman, he has a kind of his fishing rod in his hand, and he is, every time he takes care of his fishing rod. So fishing rod is actually his instrument by which he show his domination to the other female counterpart. So every time he casts it out in the water, and then he catches the fishes. So this is the way he controls his power. So this way I have portrayed a kind of the definition of gender, or the suppression of gender in my ballads. I hope I have clarified the answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have a next question from Anita Samkaria to Nidhi Joshi about her presentation, A Saga of Women's Sufferings in Baldwin's What the Body Remembers. So Anita Samkaria was asking, in Baldwin's woman-centric novel, What the Body Remembers, does not only portray women as victims, but also points towards a nuanced awareness of agency as portrayed through the character of Roop. Miss Nidhi, yes. Can you hear us?
Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I thank you, Anita ma'am, for your question. And I think that indeed the character of Roop represents women who transformed as independent agency during partition. And right from the beginning, Roop has been ambitious, and she has dreams in her lives like any other women. And she with the presence of the subordination in the society, she later got independence, and she got from secondary position, she was emancipated, and she strongly stood by her with her thoughts and with her desires. And I believe that the character is not only representing women suffering, but also her transformation into an independent being, which is presented in the novel. Like towards the end of the novel, when partition took place, Sardarji, her husband, was weaker in comparison to her, and Roop has been seen very brave and independent, as she saved herself from the clutches of the Muslim men's, and she was able to save herself and came to Delhi along with her children. So I believe, yes, women emancipation happened after partition of India, as we can see that many women who were only restricted to the private sphere of life, or so women got a chance to got independent as well, as they started working, and a lot of positive things happened in women's life. But yes, as my work was mainly on the sufferings of women, so I hope I was able to answer some part of it.
Definitely. Now I encourage to post other questions, please, for the other speakers, for Padumi Singha and for Ritu and Shilpi. I personally have a question for Dr. Ritu. I don't know if you can please unmute your microphone.
Yes.
So I was very interested by your presentation, and I was wondering if you can please give further information and clarification about how, for example, in the case of Gayutra Bayadur, that is a very prolific author, how do her fiction works have a dialogue with her non-fiction works, if there's any interaction or specific interaction, and in which way this great number of work can dialogue in itself?
Yeah, thanks a lot for that question. Actually, that is, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. So I was thanking you for the question, because this is indeed quite a pertinent question. And it is this mingling of the fiction and the non-fiction narratologically that has made this author, I believe, that's my reading, has made her text as one of the major texts that is emerging from this area. For two reasons. One is that people who have known the indentureship and the post-indenture literature would definitely agree with me on the fact that very less has been written on the Indian diaspora in these islands, be it Trinidad, Guyana, the examples that I evoked, or other places like Reunion, Fiji, even Mauritius to a certain extent. I'm actually a Francophone scholar to begin with. This is only a part of an additional research project where I'm trying to look at the Anglophone texts in comparison with the Francophone. So Mauritius and Reunion being the major areas that I work on. And I'm going to look at the other Anglophone writers, Gayatri Bahadur or Ramabai Espinette, in comparison to what the others have written. So coming back to that, we would all agree that historically, the Indian diaspora has been, to a certain extent, overshadowed and taken over by the African, particularly in these islands, not so in Mauritius presently, but in these islands. And even within that marginalization, one could see a brutal silencing of the women voices. And it is interesting how the feminist scholarship has taken up this idea of retrieving those narratives. Now, within that framework, what Gayatri Bahadur does is phenomenal, because what her predecessors like Ramabai Espinette and many others have done is that there was a strong sense of fiction to the text. There were a multiplicity of voices, like Ramabai Esplanade Swinging Bridge that I discussed elaborately in the presentation, talks about Mona, who is trying to retrieve the past narrative of her great grandmother. But the focus stays fictive. She invites other aspects like folklore and mythology to a certain extent. But Gayatri Bahadur, I believe, as a narratologist myself and a person who's interested in mingling of genres, does a more phenomenal job being a journalist herself, not particularly a fiction writer. She opens up the text, opens up the generosity of the text to such an extent that she's able to invite other kind of extra textual material, correspondences, interviews, and the heavily archived work she has done that we also see with Amitabh Ghosh's texts. But they are mostly still, to a certain extent, they go by being fictive texts. But Gayatri Bahadur's text is unique because she openly, many critics believe that it is fiction/non-fiction, or even people say that it is non-fiction. So this I find is, a step ahead from her predecessors. And another interesting aspect that I find in all of these texts is that it is not just retrieving history, but it is retrieving history with a very precise point of view of making the right connections with the present. As I mentioned in my presentation, that is repossession of the present. So contextualizing that history that has been silenced is not just evoking the history, but contextualizing. And here I think, she has the advantage because she's contextualizing it within the present. That allows her to have that intergenerosity, that crossing over of the genres in a more lucid and smooth manner. So does that answer your question?
Yes, definitely. Thank you very much for your clarifications. And I'm very sorry to inform everybody that the session, it should be over. I actually had one more question for Shilpi, but I'm afraid there will not be any time to discuss. I'll just ask you quickly to reply, Shilpi, if possible. Gloria Ansaldua had very pioneeristic views on her themes. What do you think that are the future trends in the speculation of her works? Who can be the heir of her thoughts, and what will be the future of deconstructing boundaries beyond borders in the next few years in the light of this pandemic?
Okay, that's a good question first, but as Gloria Ansaldua, she's a Chicana writer, no? As you see, she has written wonderfully about border, and she has written in 1980s. She started writing about this, and the definition of border, what she is giving, is very much appropriate. Can be like, we can bring it in our analysis very much, and she is there everywhere now. So I think all the writers who are writing from the margins, if you will see the African writers, if you see decolonial writers, now they are coming in the picture. They are giving such very brilliant kind of thoughts, especially when they are talking about gender. If you see decolonial feminists, they are very strong in their points and they are very strong in their agendas now. So I believe, like I am also following a lot decolonial feminists. So I believe that yes, the decolonial feminists, they are doing very, especially anti-capitalist thoughts. And then they are also giving a lot of what we say, they're doing a lot of research on borders now, when they are talking about their indigenous movements, then when they are talking, because they are following these theories which are coming from subaltern. Their theories are coming from subaltern. So according to my reading, what I feel that yes, decolonial feminism is going to take over this. No, I don't know. Maybe other will have different opinion, but according to me, it is like yes.
Thank you very much. It was an amazing series of interesting presentations that helped clarify the role of gender and caste difference from Western literature, going from Goethe to the Caribbean and Indian diaspora. So we have a very global view of the problem and also a very diachronic view of the problem from the period of Goethe to the more recent times. I thank you everybody for participating in this session, and now we will move on to the next session, session 2A. I hope there is nobody that has something to add.
Jacopo.
Yes.
There is one Professor Mala Sikha.
Yes.
She has just commented. She has written something.
Oh, thank you.
That the crossing borders always have been much more difficult for women, be it US, Mexico during partition in 1947, or interfaith or intercaste marriage. So I think this is for everyone. Even during the pandemic, it has been more difficult for women to strike a balance between the professional and personal goals. Yes, that's very much everywhere there. So if you will see, like taking example of all the women who are sitting here, it is very difficult to manage professional and personal life, because you are here in the personal life, you are managing everything. No, you are managing your kitchen, you are managing your living room, you are managing your study table. So it is very difficult. So you are in the two positions at the same time. So it's very difficult to manage, and especially for the mothers, those who are having young kids. So
this is probably a great opportunity to
exactly
change.
So Malashika can understand this better. I hope I have answered this. No, thank you.
Definitely. Okay, thank you very much, and I will now close this session. Move on to the next session 2A, where the chair is Dr. Malashika and session coordinator Dr. Dhananjay Kumar.
Hello.
Yes, Mala ma'am, you are now the.
Yes. Just a second. Can you please just for a while?
Yeah, you just.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's better now.
Yeah, this is much better. So you can start the session. Sorry, Dhananjay Kumar is the session coordinator, so he will introduce you, and then you can take over the charge. Dhananjay, you have to unmute yourself.
Hello, very good morning to all of you. We have the very wonderful session ahead, and I welcome Mala ma'am to go ahead with this session. And we are waiting to listen the scholars also, other professor. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar.
Yeah, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am? Hello.
You are audible, but I think Mala ma'am voice is not coming here. Yeah, I think there is some technical glitch. I think she will come back. Let us just.
Hello?
Yes. Hello. Yeah, we can hear you, ma'am. Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes. So I'm sorry for this technical glitch. Without much ado, I would like to invite the first speaker. We have 5 speakers in this session, and I would like to invite the first speaker of the session, who is Badagyanti Naila Langnya. I'm sorry if I misspell or mispronounce your name.
That's okay.
So the first session is on. The first presenter will speak on crossing literary boundaries, reclaiming representation of the Khasi self via the autobiography. Over to you, Badagyanti.
All right, I'll just share my screen.
Yes, you can do that. Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so a very good morning to you all, or rather good evening. Good afternoon to you all. My name is Badagyanti Naila Langnya. I am a PhD research scholar from the Department of English, Northeastern Hill University. And I'm also teaching in the English department as an assistant professor in Sinat College. The title of my paper today is Crossing Literary Borders, Reclaiming Representation of the Khasi Self via the autobiography. So without much further ado, I'd like to just start Right. The literature of the Khasis, a tribe from Northeast India, is relatively young owing to the tribe being oral-based. The transcription of Khasi into its written form began with Alexander Lish, Joshua Rowe, Jacob Thomlin, all of them being, missionaries with the help of local informants / translators, but was only completed by a Welsh missionary by the name of Thomas Jones in 1942. So the literary production also began almost immediately by these resident missionaries who were stationed in this region. But most of these books were useful only for education and religious purposes. But literature, in terms of fiction, saw the light of day with the translation of the first part of Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress by one of Jones' successors, Mrs. Lewis, in 1867. And then there's also John Roberts' Second Reader, in which he includes adaptations of stories from the Bible. Nevertheless, the literature that was produced then was still done so in the interest of impressing Christian teachings in the minds of colonized Khasis. As a means of expression, literature existed only in its oral form for the Khasis. In its written form, literature by a Khasi only saw light in the late 19th century with the publication of Kanyam Jamu Khasi, or Khasi Religion, and a book on the oneness of God. And I've translated these titles in the year 1897 by Jiban Roy. Soon enough, the Khasi literary scene saw the publication of numerous Khasi texts written by Khasis, but also in the Khasi language. The trend of the early Khasi writers was the transcription of folk tales and short stories and anecdotes that were based on the worldview of the Khasi folk tradition. These publications were a result of the cultural awakening that was taking place in the community at that time, inadvertently enabled by education and the establishment of a locally owned press, the Rikhasi Press, in 1896, again by Jiban Roy. The second half of the 20th century saw the quick maturation of Khasi literature, with the novel becoming a prominent genre during the 60s. But despite this rich and fast-paced literary production, the only recorded autobiography of those times belongs to B.M. Pugh, who's the story of the tribal I will be dealing with today. So, Pugh chose to write this autobiography in English.
The use of English in writing a story about the self may be seen as an important event of border crossing in Khasi literature, because he was the only Khasi at that time who chose to write in English. Uh, the prolific literary production only saw writings in Khasi, and while the authors themselves were educated and not lacking any knowledge of the language of the colonizers, they chose to write in Khasi because they wanted to build up a repertoire of Khasi texts written by Khasis, as this kind of body of work was yet to exist owing to the oral nature of this community. And on reading his autobiography, the reason behind Pugh's decision to write in English is shown to be intimately tied with his own political beliefs. And I will talk about that later. So a little bit about Pugh, based on the autobiography. He had his humble beginnings from a village called Latkinsow, and this is beyond Sora or Cherrapunji that you know, that most of you may know. The year of his birth was 1897, and this coincided with the year of the great earthquake, Assam earthquake. And of course, his family was also very badly affected during that time. He did his early schooling in the village itself, but he completed his high school from Shillong, from a school called Government Boys School on scholarship. He was also taught by the renowned poet there, Susotham, and according to Pugh, he said that this teacher did more dreaming than teaching in the classroom. He had brilliant matriculation results, and this took him to Kolkata to study science at the Scottish Church College, and then he went to the US for further specialization in agriculture in the University of California, as well as theology in the Pacific School of Religion. On returning home from the US, he applied for a job at the agricultural ministry, only to find that the job for which he was eligible for was denied to him because of his status of being tribal.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, ma'am. Please conclude. You have 3 minutes.
I think there is some problem.
Okay.
From Bada's end. So let her connect again.
I think there is some problem. So should we invite the next speaker?
Yes, we can do that. And
All
we will
right.
ask Bada to continue from where she left after others' presentation are over.
Right. So I would like to now invite Mr. C. Siddharth, who's the second speaker of the session. He's a doctoral scholar at Center of Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, and Latin American Studies at Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. The topic that he's going to present on today is Shifting Ideas of Borders, Nationhood, and Homeland in Times of Multiculturalism, a reading of Siddhartha Dev's The Point of Return. Siddharth, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Mala, and good afternoon to everyone. Can you all see my presentation on screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So I'll start now. In times of polarization, yet at the same time multiculturalism, the idea of nationhood is something that is constantly being challenged. The motion of people through the 20th century has made borders ever more accessible than before. With such large-scale migrations, the issue of identity comes to the fore. It is an extremely complex issue if we look at it from the perspective of multiculturalism. When people migrate, they take with them an identity that is not constant, but rather one that is constantly changing. They take with them their surroundings as well as their belongings, which when placed in new environs, change the meaning of their previous surroundings. With migration comes even more struggle. The struggle to make a place for oneself can make people experience an identity crisis. As Stuart Hall says, I quote, "Cultural identity is a matter of becoming as well as being. Cultural identities come from somewhere, have histories, but like everything which is historical, they undergo constant transformation. Far from being eternally fixed in some essentialized past which is waiting to be found, and which when found will secure our sense of ourselves into eternity, identities are the names we give to different ways we are positioned by and position ourselves within the narratives of the past, unquote. The northeast region of India has been a hotbed of militant unrests, ethnic clashes, and widespread demands for separate states. Set against this backdrop is Siddhartha Dev's novel, The Point of Return. The background makes the novel ask the reader, what does it mean and take to be an Indian? What is the concept of nationhood amidst the constant feeling of being an outsider? Is there a home that the migrants can call as theirs while constantly trying to prove their Indianness? The Point of Return explores such themes through the characters of Dr. Dam and his son Babu. While on one level it is a story of the relationship between father and son, on another level it is a journey of two successive generations of migrants trying to carve a space for themselves, and through them, the novel speaks of the need for space in the ever-changing dynamics of geopolitical shifts in the region. The Point of Return is a novel that talks about the continued estrangement that migrants feel in the northeastern part of India. It raises questions about issues of nationality and identity. It deals with the representation of the Hindu-Bengali migrants to the Indian nation state. It is set in the calm hills of Assam, but there is a storm brewing underneath the calm environs. The novel revolves around a retired Dr. Dam, a veterinary doctor who used to work for a local government department in Shillong, and his son Babu, a second-generation migrant in Shillong, who is also a narrator for parts of the novel. It examines an India where the ideals that brought freedom from colonial rule are beginning to crack under the pressure of new rebellions and conflicts. It is a journey through one's own identity and the search for home, respect, and dignity. Theorizing on nation, nationality, and nationalism in general has proceeded exclusively along either the subjective or the objective factors that go to constitute such phenomena. While on one hand, the ethnic fights between the different tribes of the Northeast make it difficult, the constant skirmishes and the subtle tensions that are there between the tribal and the non-tribal people make Babu, the central character of the novel, rethink the whole idea of nationhood and national identity. The idea of nationhood in the Northeast has come into question many times ever since the partition of India took place in 1947. The 1970s also saw the rise in ethnic tensions in Meghalaya, culminating in the anti-Dakhar riots of 1979. The 1980s witnessed recurring clashes and rioting between the local Khasis and outsiders such as Bengalis, Nepalis, and Assamese in Shillong. Migrant Bengalis, especially whether Hindu or Muslim, were viewed with particular suspicion as foreigners. Dr. Dam and his family are caught in this maelstrom. He constantly has to endure humiliations from his superiors as well as in everyday encounters with locals on account of both his lack of power and his foreign antecedents. The constant tensions that grew between the tribals and the non-tribals is what is explored in the novel. Siddhartha Dev tries to bring into focus the citizenship issue in the novel by giving voice to the dispossessed. For him, Dr. Dam and Babu, along with many other characters in the novel, represent the point of view of the refugees left without citizenship in their own lands. Amish Rahul Besha, in his PhD thesis titled Rewriting Nation-State, Borderland Literatures of India and the Question of State Sovereignty, enlists 4 stages that a refugee has to go through in order to be integrated into the national order of things. They are the refugee Indian, Indian not refugee, not Indian not refugee, and Indian but always refugee. This leads to confusion and fear among the refugees who, in spite of being in their own land, have to suffer the ignominy of being considered as outsiders. Now, in the next few slides, I'm going to talk about the shifting meaning of diaspora. So when we talk about diasporas and the ideas of nationhood, it is important to understand that diasporas are not always the ones who cross the international borders and form communities to cement their own cultures in foreign lands. Mass migrations within the national borders are also form what I call as local diasporas, which then leads to conflicts. Avtar Bra states in her book, Cartographies of Diaspora, that diaspora, I quote, diaspora space is the intersectionality of diaspora, border, and dislocation as a point of confluence of economic, cultural, political, and psychic processes. It addresses the global condition of culture, economics, and politics as a site of migrancy and travel, which seriously problematizes the subject position of the native, unquote. The circumstances of arrival and settling down relate to memories which are lived and relived during the course of the stay. For Babu, the memory plays a very important role in making sense of the whole experience of migration and displacement. The memory that he had of his childhood in the hill town of Shillong has given way to bitterness of experiencing dislocation and displacement. The diasporas in the Northeast are divided into the ethnic and linguistic communities. The novel highlights the cartographic reconfigurations of state boundaries along the lines of ethnicity, which leads to violence, alienation, and loss of memory. The constant reference to terms like outsiders, Bangladeshis, and Takhar, which is the derogatory Khasi word for outsiders, gives us the sense of a world divided along cartographic lines where identities suddenly become unstable and people wonder whether they are living in their own nation or not. The shifting cartographies of borders makes the Hindu Bengali migrants safe in what is supposed to be, unsafe in what is supposed to be their own land. It creates a burden which is passed on from generation to generation, as Siddhartha Dev very vividly writes in the novel. Babu talks about his grandfather who, once the partition of India happened, takes his family, including a teenage Dr. Dam, to the northeast, and even after decades of East Pakistan being seceded from Pakistan to become Bangladesh, he continues to refer to it as East Pakistan. The mental borders that take shape in a migrant's mind become like landscapes of his past, and they would forever be permanent and unchanging. Now, in the last part of my presentation, I'll talk about the concept of home and homeland. The concept of home, as we know, has been that of a secure and safe environment where we are not threatened by anyone, nor do we have any feelings of alienation or exclusion. Dev, through this novel, however, challenges the notion of home. Home is often created through memory, and memory plays a big part in sustaining that home, as Dev very aptly puts it in the novel. And I'll quote this very moving passage from the novel. The generations that grow up in the stability of a family home know nothing of the uncertain process that went into creating that home. Human memory is frail, and the children who leave the front door and a firm, unchanged mailbox on their way to school usually get to know nothing of how this point of stability, this steady center, was found. When they grow up and move on, it is usually a simple principle of expansion, of adding the extra wing or buying the big city apartment. For those who go through the vagaries of creating a house and a home, however, there is a fragile magic in the set of operations that lead from the blueprint to the actual structure. However, we see through the last two sections of the novel, the idea of nationhood starts breaking into pieces, as does the idea of home and homeland. Dr. Dam's house in Silchar, which he was planning to construct actually, is bulldozed by authorities, citing his status as an outsider, and they end up living in a ramshackle house. Babu's idea of homeland is very much related to memory, a memory that he wishes to forget. He tries to come to terms with the fact that where he lived, the place which he considered as home, was probably never his home. The home where he lived did not provide him the security and comfort a home is meant to provide. A return to home becomes a myth, and he does not want to go to that mythical land. So towards the end, I would say that Avtar Bra, once again referring to Avtar Bra, she talks about homing desire, which is not necessarily a desire to return to one's home. She talks in the context of the diasporas whom she says do not necessarily express a wish to return to a place of origin. What does it mean to be at home? It is very much possible, and Siddhartha Dev shows that in his novel, that one might feel at home at a place and yet be made to feel socially excluded. The final chapter of the novel, titled Leaving Home, very aptly tells the condition of Babu and what his thoughts are on home. He says, and I'll quote this part and end my presentation, "I look at my birthplace knowing that I will never see it again. I want it to be home for everyone who lives there, for everyone to have a place in it that cannot be lost or stolen. But how you achieve that future is no longer my concern. I tell my hometown. I have truly let go." Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth. And thank you also for being on time. Now, may I invite Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, who's an assistant professor in School of Languages at VIT, present his talk on the topic, A Brief Analysis of Migration Trends Among Immigrants to Germany. Over to you, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar.
Thank you, ma'am. So, am I allowed to share my screen?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, and we had very good presentation, and I am very impressed by very idea which I am getting, and my presentation is also about migration trend, a brief analysis of migration trend in German migration literature. So first of all, I like to
Anand, just a small request.
Yes,
Can
sir.
you put your slide in full screen mode?
I think it is in.
You have to start the slideshow. Go to the slideshow on the top.
Okay, wait, sir.
After animation, there is slideshow.
Yeah, is it not visible? Wait, slideshow, yeah.
From beginning.
So is it visible?
Right. That's fine.
Yes, it is good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So yeah. So first of all, I would like to talk about the term migration. So migration comes from Latin word migrare und migratio and means to change one's residence. According to Duden dictionary, one understands the definition for the term migration: immigration to another country, to another area, to another place. The Internal Organization for Migration defines migration as a movement of people who cross borders. Evert S. Lees consider migration as a permanent, semi-permanent change of residence with no restriction on the distance involved in the movement. As we know that nowadays migration becomes a normal phenomenon, and nowadays we can see that people moving from one place to another place. So there must be some reason behind this migration. So with that we will understand now with the help of one model, that cause of migration, with the help of push and pull model by Evert S. Lees. Now, so there are factors of displacement that is called push and attraction pull that cause people to immigrate. Now, so push factor that can be a pressure factor such as economic, demographic factor like poverty, hunger, unstable political conditions, religious persecution, poor job opportunity, war, and etc. And pull factors like working conditions, high wages, stable political condition, etc. So with the help of this push and pull model, one can understand the cause of migration. So push and pull model tries to explain the reason for migration, that is economic, demographic factors such as wage levels, labor market situation, and population development. Push factor denotes the reason in countries of origin that cause people to immigrate. Such factors may include poverty, hunger, unstable political condition, religious persecution, poor employment opportunity, in environmental and natural disaster, of all kind of war. Like what we are facing nowadays, like COVID. So and the pull factor, also called attraction factor, summarize all factors of the destination that motivate immigration, such as better working condition, a high wage level, stable political condition, and permeable social structure. Okay, the first law of migration by Ernst George Rammstein. He has delivered very good lecture on law of migration in 1972 and has provided a scientific examination of migration process and discussed the causes which, in his opinion, were the basic of migration. So most of the migrants migrate only short distances. So migration takes places in steps. Now the migrants migrate from country to country, from province to province, from place to place, until they have provide the ideal habitats. Now, as Siddharth sir was also talking about these things, the ideal home. Now, okay. So, and third point, there is also an opposite movement for each migration flow. The direction of migration flow mainly from rural area to industrial area. The inhabitants of cities are less prone to migration than the rural population. Women and men show different migratory behaviors. Women migrate more often than men over short distances, and men more over long distances. And the volume of migration increases with the increasing industrial developments and the improvement of the transport system. And finally, the last point of E. Raunstein is migration is mainly triggered by economic reasons, very valid reason, and economic considerations are crucial for the migration process. Okay, so now in order to explain this migration process, I have to tell you a little bit about the acculturation, assimilation, and integration, because this is the very important terms. Now, so acculturation encompasses all the phenomena that arise from the continuous direct contact of group, individual from different cultures, and the resulting changes in the original culture pattern of one both groups, according to Redfield, Linton, and Herskovitz. Now, acculturation is a process of social, psychological, and cultural change that stems from the balancing of two cultures while adapting to the prevailing culture of the society. So this is very important point. Acculturation is a process in which an individual adopts, acquires, and adjusts to a new cultural environment. Okay, Hartmut Escher, professor of sociology and scientist at the University of Mannheim, sees assimilation as an approximation of the different group in a certain characteristics, whereby the process doesn't necessarily have to be one-sided. Yeah, it could be, it would also be conceivable, and as can also be observed in some area of cultural assimilation, that is kind of eating habits of one group. Now that majority society would adopt characteristics. Okay, assimilation is a process. Now, in other words, we can understand that assimilation is a process in which a minority group, culture comes to resemble a dominant group, assume the value, behavior, and belief of other groups. Okay, so assimilation is a process of interpretation and fusion in which the group acquires the memories, sentiments, and attitudes of other persons, group, and by sharing their experience and history are incorporated with them in a common cultural life. Now, according to Park and Burgess, the process was called the race relation cycle. Now, the theory of assimilation by Park and Burgess, and it was divided into 4 phases. It is a very good elaborated, and we can understand with the help of this race relation cycle. Now, the first phase, now there is a contact between migrants and local. The two ethnic groups met to exchange information peacefully. In the second phase, the problem of competition, conflict arises. Now, it becomes the conflict about housing, jobs, professional positions. The third phase is called accommodation, and it creates a kind of balance. So this is an adjustment level. The minority group and the native live side by side. And the final phase, which is very important, is assimilation. So which is achieved by mixing the ethnic minority with the majority society. A little bit about integration. So there is a no hard and fast definition of integration. Now, so the word integration comes from the Latin and means sometimes like restoration, renewal. Today, integration is in insertion, integration into whole, but also adaptation, adjustment, according to Duden dictionary. Integration is a central concept of the migration discourse. It use and meaning is multi-layered, and it is not clear in a scientific discussion. Esser, according to Esser, Tribal 2015, Tribal sees the ideological instrumentalization of the concept of integration as an indication of the close connection with the balance of power in society. Okay, one more very prominent figure, David Lockwood, distinguished 2 levels of integration, that is system integration and social integration. So system integration with society.
Sorry to interrupt, you have 1 minute left.
Yeah, I would like to conclude, ma'am. Point of reference, social interaction with the actor. And okay, so system integration refers to cohesion, conflictual relationship, substance. Okay, so now I would like to come migration literature. The term migration literature means literature of author of various nation, ethics, social and cultural origins. According to Heidi Rose, migration literature is literature that deals with its topic related to migration. It doesn't necessarily have to have been written by migrants, such as migrant literature. Foreigners try to design literature about migration as a literary place. it moves in between two or more culture. And there is a problem of definition. So there are so many words from beginning of this literature. There are so many terms used for migrant literature, as is foreign literature, guest worker, immigrants, migrants, migration literature, intercultural, multicultural literature, and so on. There are others also. But with the passage of time, so German language migrant literature has been propagated in the basis of, okay, so one very good prominent figure of Selvam divided the migrant literature into black category that I escaped. So now I come to about Germany. Germany as a nation of immigration. So as we can see that migration and social popularity have become a normal case for the composition of German society. With over 18.6 million people with the migration background, every fifth inhabitant in Germany had a migration history. Now in 2006, they brought their own and at least one parents. In 2016, in some major German cities as Frankfurt am Main, Nuremberg, Stuttgart, the portion of the population with the family migration experiences was over 50 to 40%. According to federal statistics official, almost 2.1 million people moved to Germany in 2015. From Jan to September 2016, there were 1.5 million. Okay. So, yeah.
May I request you to kindly conclude, Dr. Dhananjay?
Yes, I'm trying, ma'am. So as we can see, as well as we know that the Germany had experienced an economical boom in 1915, and there are so many countries with Germany has bond a contract, like Greece, Spain, Turkey, Morocco. So most migrants came from Germany for economical reasons. And shortly after recruitment in 1950, some guest workers began to deal literature. So they start their writings in Germany. So German thought that they will come and go, but this thing doesn't happen. Now, so they start their own literature. So I have very prominent figure like Franco Beyond Rafik Sabi. So he talks about this migration literature in Germany. So he says that it is a crucial that thought such as literature, finally a voice was given to those affected who had previously been considered as a mute crowd. During this period, the most important people were Turkish writer Yüksel Pasarkaya, editor of literature magazine Anadil, and Ahmet Doğan, founder of Arap Verlag, that is a publisher, and some Arab authors such as Yusuf Noyum, Suleiman Tawfiq.
Dhananjay, please conclude your paper.
Sir, I'm concluding, sir.
Dr. Dhananjay, maybe you could not read the names, but you could just conclude.
Yes, sir. So these are the authors. So I have categorized like first generation author, second generation author, and third generation author. So like first generation author, because we are lacking time, so I would like to conclude it. The main theme of first generation author was homesickness, confrontation with the foreign language, culture, and a difficult working condition and integration. And the second generation authors' theme was loss of identity, language, mixed culture, and social problem, integration. And the third generation authors' problem was like peaceful coexistence, reducing a misunderstanding, cultural similarities and differences, tolerance, the cultural exchange, social and political rights in Germany. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your attention. I am concluded my presentation. Thanks for allowing me.
Yes, so without much ado, I would like to invite Jacopo Musesu, Assistant Professor in SSL VIT. He's going to speak on Poetry of the Crisis, the Global Generation of the New Greek Poetry. Over to you, Jacopo Musesu.
How can I cancel? Okay, stops here. Okay.
Can someone please allow Jacopo Musesu to unmute?
Yes,
can I do that?
Yes. Just a second.
Sure.
Now he's a co-host and he can unmute himself and start the presentation.
Jacopo Musesu.
over to you.
Yes, okay, thank you. I will start sharing my screen with my presentation. Is it visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Okay, okay. So my presentation will focus on a new generation of Greek poets that have been publishing in the last decade. We know that Greece had to face many crises since the beginning of 21st century, but unexpectedly, it's an amazing place for the lovers of contemporary literature, as there is a thriving scene where a lot of different poets from different backgrounds and with different mindsets are publishing a huge number of very interesting and innovative works. So the crisis that we are living in the present day, during which the COVID-19 pandemic is exposing the stratification of human society, making social inequalities more evident, is probably a reason why, for the first time, simultaneously on the global level, many intellectuals are discussing about the necessity of a change of paradigm in the economical and social growth of mankind, which according to many should be reassessed following completely new criteria. The current COVID-19 crisis is moreover putting at stake the already fragile equilibrium of the globalization process that characterized the post-Cold War era. International mobility is suddenly interrupted, geopolitical stability is creaking, under maladroit attempts to undermining it, which are under our eyes. And a new tide of nationalism and populism is rising in reaction to the weakened assurance of supranational institutions. We are therefore quite paradoxically experiencing two contrasting trends in our daily life. A necessity towards isolation on various levels, which can be individual, level of our community, or at the level of our country, and a strong need towards interconnection, where the internet pervades us today, our routine, and nullifies distances and borders. The current crisis is nonetheless just one out of a number of events that are changing the pace of globalization, as well as the process that Hart and Negri, and their very famous essay, Empire, described with the ominous warning, empire is materializing before our very eyes. Since the financial crisis of 2007-2008, also known as global financial crisis, it is possible to guess that we stand at the front edge of something massive, a genuine tectonic shift in the organization and future sustainability of global capitalism. The very notion of recuperation means that the former world is no more, but that we're left with its persistent reminders and after effects. And the present COVID crisis is obviously an example of this. In this perspective, Greece provides us with multiple causes for reflection about the concept of crisis, either because the word crisis itself is a Greek word, krisis, from the verb krino, which means I assess, I decide, is Greek, either because since 2008, Greece has been facing a deep crisis that involved its economy, its politics, its society, as well as the perception of self-perception of its very identity. One event that definitely left a mark on contemporary Greek collective memory and on the Greek poetry published thereafter, so on the Greek literature, was the killing in cold blood of a 15-year-old student by an armed policeman that happened in December 2008. I'm sure we can relate these events to the present event that involved George Floyd death and protests all around the world. This happened in the multicultural neighborhood of Exarchia in central Athens. The area is historically linked with the students' protests that in 1973 catalyzed the fall of Greece's right-wing dictatorship and hosts various social centers and places and shelters for migrants. According to the poet Jasra Khalid, Exarchia is the area in Athens where people will gather to protest, a concrete wasteland where people, ideas, and practices outside the system strike root and grow. I'm using here in the slide some elements of the wonderful street art that is present and pervading that area of the city, which is an amazing place to visit. As Marios Psaras pointed out, he's a Greek literary criticist, the December uprising was an anti-foundational, anti-authoritarian, yet heterogeneous movement, which deployed modern technology, particularly social media, such as online blogs, Facebook, and Twitter. And this definitely lent it a global resonance, making it a key reference in radical history and in the history of youth movements worldwide, whose actors demanded precisely that we dismantle our ways of interpreting and representing the world. After the 2008 upheavals, a new bigger crisis ran over Greece in the late 2009. The country and the rest of Europe were surprised by what has been known as the Greek government debt crisis. The whole European system was shaking to its foundations, and the Greek population underwent a small-scale humanitarian crisis with the introduction of draconian austerity measures imposed by the so-called Troika, the European Commission, the European Central Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. Meanwhile, a great number of refugees fleeing from the Syrian civil war, the war in Afghanistan, and from the Iraqi conflict was reaching Europe via Greece, making the country one of the most affected by the so-called European migrant crisis. In this scenario, as Karen Vadik points out, poetry is one thing there is more of, much more. Poets writing graffiti on walls, poets reading public squares, theaters and empty lots, poets performing in slams, chanting slogans and singing songs at rallies, poets blogging and posting on the internet, poets teaming up with artists and musicians, poets teaching workshops to school children and migrants. It's amazing to see how thriving the literary and artistic scene is nowadays in Greece. It's a wonderful place to visit for the arts lover. Now, the main question of my presentation is this new Greek poetry ahead of its time? These basic questions want to assess whether the new Greek poetry, whose production dramatically increased with the crisis that followed the first decade of the 21st century, has already been dealing with in the last decade in Greece, with so many of the questions and doubts that the recent COVID-19 crisis is raising elsewhere. What is the future of the globalization process? How can crisis contribute to reassessing individual and collective identity? How ready are contemporary literature and the arts to confide in the internet as a possibly privileged way for their dissemination? So I'm analyzing a small corpus of publication that have been published between 2014 and 2019. Interestingly enough, and not by coincidence, none of them was published with the exclusive usage of Greek language. In fact, they were published as bilingual Greek and English or monolingual English-only editions. And 4 of them were published outside Greece, whereas the 5th was published online. So the Crisis by Dinos Chiotis was published in the UK. This other very interesting publication by Theodoros Chiotis was published in the UK. This other interesting anthology was published on independent Amazon-based platform online. This reference milestone publication by Karen Van Dyck was published in the UK by a teacher that works in the USA. And this other collective work was published online by the Rosa Luxemburg Foundation in Athens.
Mr. Amasen, sorry to interrupt. You have 2 minutes.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. I've used also 2 literary magazines, Teflon, which is a biannual magazine of poetry, which is very interestingly distributed for free. So everybody has access to the emerging contemporary poetry through this magazine. And these are the poetic magazine, biannual magazine called Pharmako, which in Greek means medicine. So poetry as a medicine for the turmoil of the current time. emblematically, for what concerns Teflon, this is one of its founders is not Greek. His name is Jasra Khalid, and he's published a very interesting poetry collection about the Syrian war. So to conclude, I will skip some parts. I just want to say that the Greek poetry has a very diasporic approach to it, as many foreigners are also contributing to it. And many contributors are considered interlocals in continuous transit between two or more places. So they're cosmopolitan people. I will not read the two excerpts that I had chosen. And to conclude, I just want to say that this new generation of poets can be defined multifaceted and can rely very much on technology and feels at home in every part of the globe. Thanks to their mostly anti-nationalist and globally oriented mindset, it is possible to conclude that the new Greek poetry, on which the Greek crisis left a profound mark, has already been dealing for years now on questions such as the future of globalization and the crisis of identity and meaning of the present era. The COVID-19 crisis that has at the present time affected Greece, fortunately, only in a marginal way, is bringing elsewhere doubts and questions that this new Greek poetry has been, for the last few years, ready to discuss and elaborate in a creative and encouraging way, probably proving that poetry is not, as it might seem in times of crisis, a non-essential necessity for mankind. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
So I think Mala ma'am has to take over if she's there. I think she's just logged out. No problem. So what we will do, we will move on to the next presentation.
Yeah.
And that presentation is from Jayashree Tripura and from Gyanabati, Dr. Gyanabati. So both of them are from NIT Agartala, and their topic for presentation is Amitabh Ghosh's Gun Island, a representation of an evocative image of migration and identity in the contemporary era. So over to Jayashree.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah.
You're audible.
Okay, a very good afternoon to one and all, whoever is listening to me. Before I start my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers for creating such a platform during this time of COVID-19. Okay, the topic for my presentation is Amitabh Ghosh's Gun Island, a representation of an evocative image of migration and identity in the contemporary era. So basically in this presentation, I'll be dealing with the term identity as well as migration in this post-modern times or else in the contemporary era. So my presentation has been divided into 6 parts. Firstly, I'll deal with what is human migration, identity, along with refugee identities in the novel of Amitabh Ghosh's, that is Gun Island. Okay, so I'll start my presentation with the objectives. The objectives are to understand the meaning and importance of human migration in a broader perspective, to evaluate the novel from a contemporary point of view, to study the global crisis of refugees and identity in the present time. So this picture actually depicts migration. What is human migration? And if we could, if we think about the present era or the present time of COVID-19, we can actually, kind of correlate with the condition how people have migrated into our country itself. So what is human migration? Human migration is the movement human migration is the movement of people from one place to another with the intentions of settling permanently or temporarily at a new geographical location. According to the Cambridge Dictionary, migration refers to movement from one region to another and often back again, the process of a person or people traveling to a new place or country, usually in order to find work and live there temporarily or permanently. According to Collins Dictionary, migration means to go from one region, country, or place of abode to settle in another, especially in a foreign country. It is a journey from one destination to another destination for better future aspects. So it can be economical, it may be educational, etc. Humans usually migrate for better opportunities and secure life. So in this contemporary era, migration means crossing the borders in terms of opportunities. The cause behind migration is educational, political, social, economical, and environmental. As we can see in the novel Gun Island, somewhere or the other, it is related to climatic change, or we can say environmental issues. So we can see all the aspects, whether it's educational, political, social, economical, and environmental. It is for the search for a better place with no scarcity of opportunities. Now, what is identity? Identity is who you are. Now, identity refers to the fact of being who or what a person or thing is. In psychology, identity is the qualities, beliefs, personality, looks, and expressions that make a person or group. According to Merriam-Webster Dictionary, the distinguishing character or personality of an individual. Now, what is the identity of the refugees? The identities of the refugees lies in between. As we can see in the novel itself, or any of the Amitav Ghosh's novel, we can see the refugee identity is highlighted in various novels itself. Whether we read about the Glass Palace, or whether it's Gun Island, the whole concept of migration and identities, or any other post-colonial issues are quite vocal in Amitav Ghosh's novel. They are not accepted anywhere. So the identity is, so the refugees, if we talk about the refugees or the refugee identity, they are not accepted anywhere. They are not accepted in their home or in the new homeland. Refugee identity remains unstable as he or she escapes from one country to another country. According to Homi K. Bhabha, he states that where difference is neither one nor the other, but something else besides in between, an interstitial future. So I can somehow I can relate, or I can say that the refugee identity lies in between. It's neither there nor here. So it lies in an interstitial space. It emerges in between the claims of the past and the needs of the present, unquote. Bhabha tactfully exposes the fragmented identities of the postmodern times, which are stuck into interstitial space. Refugees are no less than a commodity or an object that is treated inhumanly on both sides of the border. The human-made borders have treated aggressively on their own inventors. The metallic barbed wire has mechanized divisions after divisions in terms of love, hatred, ethnic cultures, religions, and cuisines. The geographical borders have divided the mind and souls of human beings. It is the politics of home that segregates the affection of people on the other side. Now about the novel. The Gun Island was originally published in 6 June 2019. It is the 10th novel by Amitav Ghosh. The Gun Island tells tale about the refugee crisis in the world. Amitav Ghosh has assembled and created a well-planned rendezvous of both nature and crisis of humanity. The Gun Island revolves around 3 generations. Amitav Ghosh's Gun Island reflects the mirror images of the refugees and the pathetic conditions throughout the world. So he has highlighted the refugee crisis or the identity of the refugees as one of the global crises in the world. Ashish Khaka remarks that, to quote, Ghosh does reflect the narrow-mindedness of right-wing regimes. It is more to do with the issue of refugees than with climate change, unquote. Harsimran Gill states that Ghosh ties in the global movement of refugees in search of new lives and livelihoods as survival in their homelands becomes impossible with climate change, gesturing at this two phenomena being effect and cause respectively, unquote. So this is another picture that I have kept into my PPT. Just kind of, if you read in the novels of Amitabh Ghosh, you will find that he has somewhere he has defined the term borders as geographical lines, and it is somewhere. It is he in a way in his novel he portrays that the both sides are the same human being that who live is just a matter of geographical lines that we are divided. So these are some narratives from the novel that I have highlighted. These are all immigrated people, or maybe the characters are highlighted in a way. Some are refugees and some have immigrated from their own country to a foreign land in order to for better financial assistance. So here is Dean, to quote, "I did indeed believe in passports, visas, permits, green cards, and the like. For me, these were not just pieces of paper or plastic. They possessed a certain kind of sacredness that attached also to the institutions that issues them. I thought of all the hours I had spent at the passport and visa counters and the stark terror that an immigration officer's frown would still send through me." So in this quote, we can understand that Dean believes in moving from one country to another in a very in a very legal way. Whereas in contrast to Dean, here is Tipu, the another character from the novel, or you can say the extended version which has been created in the Gun Island from the Hungry text. So here Tipu is a grown-up or maybe a teenager who, to quote, I would like to say, who needs to spend all the time in government offices? There are easier ways of getting a passport. If you got the money, you can choose whichever kind you want: Bangladeshi, Indian, Malaysian, Sri Lankan, you name it. They have all got a price, but if it's just a matter of going for a couple of days, you don't need any of that all. You have to do is cross the river and you are in Bangladesh. So here we can understand that, the contrast version into it. Dean has a very legal way of, moving from one country to another, whereas Tipu has a very illegal way of moving from one country to another. Now
Ms.
here is
Jyoti, you have 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. The loan was from a Scatista, a trafficker. They had left Bangladesh together and had got separated Turkish border. So this is another story of refugee who has migrated from their own country in a very illegal way. Now, next it is Palash, where we can say, I'm not reading the quote as there's a crisis of time as well. So here he has been out from, he has migrated from his country, that is Bangladesh. He's in terms of education, he was studying there in Europe, and then after that, after a year of trying, I gave up on my studies and put in an application for work permit. 4 years gone by, I'm still in a kind of limbo, not just in terms of my status in Italy, but also in regard to the other Bengalis who are here, who came as a student to study in Europe. But later on, what has happened here, his visas were declined, and he was one of the refugee who remained in Italy. Now next, that is Rafi, who has also migrated from his own country for financial assistance. Now to quote, "I joined the refugees. There were a few Bengalis among them, but the others were from Iraq, Syria, Afghanistan, Somalia, Pakistan, and some other countries too. I followed them over the border into Bulgaria, and then on other Serbia into Hungary and Austria." Now there is Lubna Khala. She is a Bangladeshi lady. She has been here 20 years. She speaks Italian and everything. Is she your aunt? No, we just call her that because she helps us with things. She tells us about our rights under the law. So she is one of the activists. So this is another, in the last chapter of the Gun Island, we can see there's a large number of boats that that Amitabh Ghosh has highlighted in the last chapters, where he has said that a blue boat has arrived, and here the officials or the government officials were denying that the boat should not land or board into this particular place because these are refugees and they should go back to their own country. And the crisis arises here because these refugees are neither accepted here or neither accepted there. That means neither in his homeland or not into the new homeland that they has just arrived. So it is just in between. So the conclusion is the global crisis of refugees and deals with the ethos of the current situation of human migration. It explores the socio-political as well as the psychological insights towards the concept of migration. In the psychological context, Ghosh consoles with the emotions of the refugees in terms of humanitarian ground. In the novel, the refugees are portrayed as a crisis in terms of belongingness of a state or a safe home. It is the crisis in terms of culture as well as in terms of humanity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jayashree. Thank you very much for being on time.
Yes.
Now, as the organizers have asked us to invite Ms. Badagyanti Naila Langya again to resume from where she has left. She's a doctoral scholar at NEHU in Shillong, and Badagyanti, kindly resume from where you have left.
Ma'am, what do I do with the screening?
Can you please share your screen? Ms. Jayashree, can you please exit?
I'm unable to find it.
On the top, if you're using your laptop.
Can I leave? Leave is the
stop
option.
sharing. Stop sharing. There is a red button.
Stop sharing. Okay, fine. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Now, Ms. Badagyanti, could you please resume from where you had left? You have 5 minutes, Ms. Badagyanti. Kindly please remember when you present. Do we have Badagyanti with us? Yeah, she is there, but she will not.
Yes, she is there. Just a second. We have to make her co-host. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I've asked her to unmute.
Yes, right. She has unmuted and she can now present. No, she has to unmute and then she has to start the presentation.
Yeah. I think she has unmuted herself. No, she hasn't. So in the meanwhile, I will ask questions. Maybe the questions that have been sent on the chat box. Should I start? Because she hasn't, Badagyanti, I don't know if she's there.
I have. There. She is now starting her presentation.
All right. Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. So I stopped in this particular slide. So I stopped in this particular slide. Can you hear me? Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, you please continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. So, and these particular these two quotations just show how hill tribals prefer being under the British rule during that time rather than the Indian government. Because and it shows that there's an apparent plain hills dichotomy, which is a byproduct of colonialism and independence that followed. The reorganization of space, I quote from Sankar Viswanathan, she says, relied on notions of ethnicity that distinguish the tribal people who were governed by customary laws from those governed by the general laws, as in the plains. And this led, and I quote again, hardening of the lines between the hills and the plains, producing demarcated social and political spaces for the former that located them definitely outside the plains. It can also be argued. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but as someone has commented, the audio is not really clear.
Okay, I don't know, but I seem to be doing things right on my end.
Yes, please go ahead. We will see.
So these binary relations also create a wave of similar forms of binaries that correspond accordingly. The most obvious being the inside-outside binary that determines the sense of belonging for the individual and the community as a whole. Because of the subsequent action of the Indian government, most of the hill tribes of Northeast have a sense of being on the outside, of not belonging to the great nation that was emerging. But this inside-outside problem, as Homi Baba says, is a sign of hybridity that generates, I quote, other sides of meaning and inevitably in the political process, producing unmanned sides of political antagonism and the unpredictable forces for political representation. So for Pew, he is an insider, but he's also an outsider, an Indian, but not given the same status as one. So because of this unique status in society, what happens is that he's able to experience all this, but therefore he's also being able to talk about all these problems, and this can also be therefore empowering in terms of representing oneself with an informed outlook, and therefore it is not surprising that him also being a statesman, he's also very critical of the Indian government and what it did during that time, for the hill tribes, for the hill tribes. He does not hide his genuine admiration for leaders like Mahatma Gandhi and Jawaharlal Nehru, but he's very critical of the post-independence era. For instance, he says, when he returns to Allahabad, he says that he found that the change I had expected to take place after independence was not visible anywhere. In fact, I thought there was signs of deterioration. So, pretty soon, around the following year, he left Allahabad and he came back to Assam. And he very soon, joined a political party, and he also became, a president of the Eastern India Tribal Union, whose goal was to achieve a hill state inclusive of all hill areas of Northeast, but outside of the purview of the Indian government. He was of the opinion that of course, they sent him a memorandum, many memorandums, in fact, but they were rejected. And he was of the opinion that if the hill state had been granted when asked, the separatist movements, the separatist moves among tribes themselves would not have happened. So these separatist movements that Pew talks about often turn into what Nirmal Kumar Swain identifies today as identity movements, which, I quote, a marginalized discourse that transgresses the dominant disciplinary discourse of the state, and whose lines are that of discrimination, neglect, exclusion, and domination. Moreover, what happened during those years is that the Assamese-speaking community, started agitating for making Assamese as the official language of the state, and this would definitely be detrimental to the minority communities of the hill tribes, as they were already feeling marginalized under the Assam government. But for Pew, who is both a statesman and and an academician, a teacher, he shows his concern on how it affected students, as most schools and colleges were using Assamese as a medium of instruction which the majority can understand. And therefore, it is for this reason that Pew suggested, when Lal Bahadur Shastri visited Assam then, he suggested that the central government granted them permission and funding to start a university in the hill area in which the medium of instruction was preferably English. Although the request was not immediately granted, it sowed the seed for the establishment of the Northeastern Hill University that we have today. And it is also in this context that we come to understand Pew's preference for English as the medium of articulation, even in his autobiography. This kind of border crossing in terms of language preference reflects how badly politicized language was within the nationalist discourse of nation building. In an effort to bring about unity, the consolidation of language has only caused further divide and has even led to the preference of the colonizer's language, because by this time, owing to the imperial conquest, English has gained universal status. But it is also this universality that makes it accessible for the colonized people to subversively use it as a means of self-expression and articulation, barring
I request you to
be
conclude,
offensive
ma'am.
as it once was.
Could you please conclude? Your audio is not very, cannot hear you properly. And we would request you to kindly conclude because the time is up.
Yeah.
All right.
Kindly conclude, ma'am.
He chooses the autobiography because it allowed for the blurring of lines between reality and fiction, lived reality and imagined realities, history and story, objective and subjective, as well as a vacillation between these two binaries. Yet this fluidity is based on a claim of truth and authenticity. Such claims can be made because the autobiography is a narrative of witnessing, of it being written in the first person and recording the details and reflections of one's life as experience, but nevertheless also accurately aware of the inadvertent constructedness of ideas like objectivity, authenticity, and truth, and other corresponding ideas. He uses the term tribal as very subversively in the title, for instance, because he knew at that time that the term tribal was used in a very deprecating manner for the tribals then. And he wanted to show that a Khasi is no different from Punjabi or Bengali, as these two are also tribals by virtue of being from their respective sense of belonging.
Excuse me, ma'am. We could not hear you properly, actually.
So maybe you can show us the slide, the conclusion slide, the final slide, and maybe we can wrap it up because we can't hear you.
Yes, I think
yes, so.
Okay. Yeah. But as I think the connectivity problem was there. Due to that, the audio was not very clear. Although the topic on which you are giving your presentation is very interesting, and obviously people should know about these things. So what we can do is the session chair can take some questions and just conclude the session. Okay.
Sure. Can I take a minute to sum up the session?
Yeah. Please.
So thank you very much, all the 5 participants, presenters, for speaking on such an interesting sub-theme of crossing borders, boundaries, as be it literary or political. The idea of the concept of migration, crisis, and the question of identity. So with Badaginti, she spoke on how does one deal with this real and imaginary borders, the dichotomy of real and imaginary borders, especially in terms of a tribal identity, how it is politically constructed. The second speaker was Siddharth, who spoke on multiculturalism, the question of nation, concept of home and homeland, return to home. What really does it mean, the return to homeland in the novel of Siddharth Dev? The third speaker, Dr. Dhananjay Kumar, gave us a very interesting scientific understanding of migration. He spoke on acculturation, assimilation, interpenetration and fusion. And it was multi-layered. He spoke on migrant literature, very interesting, and also statistical data from Germany, themes that one writes in Germany in terms of migration. Then Mr. Jacopo Musesu spoke on isolation crisis in Greek terms. What does it mean? He spoke on exarcheia, wasteland, but it is also protest area, and how this new Greek poetry deals with the crisis. Last but not the least, Ms. Jayashree spoke on the understanding of human migration. Also, of course, the question of identity, refugee identity, especially in Amitav Ghosh's work, Gun Island. So, and also she gave us this understanding of it within post-colonial framework, the question of fragmented identities of refugees, which is such an interesting topic to discuss in these times of COVID-19. Now the floor is open for questions. I will take the first question, which was for Siddharth, I believe. So yes, so the first question was yes, so the first question was for Siddharth, where Dr. Dhananjay Kumar asked, could you please tell us more about novel diaspora?
Yeah, Nobel, B-E-L, not B-E-L. Yeah, please, sir. If you want to say something.
Okay, about novel diaspora, yeah? Okay, so basically, I'm not been able to understand your question very clearly about novel diaspora. Could you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sir, you have mentioned in your about noble diaspora. So what do you mean by that, sir? It sounds a little bit, what kind of thing it is like noble diaspora?
Okay, okay, sir, I think probably you did not hear properly. I did not mention novel diaspora or noble diaspora. I mentioned local diaspora.
Yeah, so, local diaspora is clear.
Yes, that's what I had mentioned, local diaspora. Yeah. So my idea of putting in the local diaspora is that what I have understood in all these studies is that generally we tend to look at diasporas as communities which go outside the country and try to assimilate, or even at the same time while assimilating they try to retain some of their own cultural beliefs and their identities. But it also in such that is why in such multicultural times it's not just diasporas are not just communities which are outside the so-called national territory, but they also are formed within the country, within the country the kind of
yes sir.
Within the country that kind of communities are formed, which because of the constant alienation and exclusion that they are made to suffer to, they try to form their own community of little local diasporas based on religion, based on community, based on languages. And this is what Siddhartha Dev's novel is actually focusing on the fact that the Hindu Bengali migrants, because of the alienation that they are made to suffer, or the discrimination, they are forming their own diaspora. However, these diasporas, unlike the diasporas in the traditional notion, so as to speak, they don't have a return to a homeland. They don't necessarily have a return, and they have to somehow move forward, look ahead to their life rather than having any mythical return. So when I say mythical return, basically I refer to Jews. In the traditional notion of diasporas, it was the Jewish people, who
they have a very long history of diaspora, because since then it is done. This is starting from Jews diaspora.
Yes. So that is what I wanted to bring into focus, that the diasporas can be communities within the nation as well.
Okay, sir. It might be
to Dr. Dhananjay. Now I would like to take the next question by Dr. Neeru Chakravarti. She has asked, it's an observation, then a question. In multicultural societies, pressure to be part of mainstream leads to conformism and thus a dilution of cultural identity. Conversely, one sees a rise of hyper-nationalism to preserve cultural identity. Can this dichotomy ever find a solution? I think it's a general question, so any one of the presenters may like to respond. Siddharth or Dr. Dhananjay, either of you would like to respond?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm reading actually. Conversation 1C.
Or Mr. Jacopo, or yes, anyone.
I can probably add a little bit to this. So it's a very, very interesting question by Dr. Neeru, and I think it's just my perception that the dichotomy that is there in itself is a solution, in the sense that what I believe is that this is an echo. So what I believe is that in this whole thing of migration and trying to be part of a mainstream society, what is important is that to be able to, as migrants, to be able to let go of the mental borders that are there. So when we mentally, if we believe that we are inferior to this particular community, or we want to be noted by them or appreciated by them, and that.
Yes. Hello? Hello?
I think sir, voice is not coming properly. So we got that.
I think there is some connectivity issue from his end.
But we got, ma'am, what he wanted to tell us that
Yes, so questions that have been asked to you, Siddharth. Hello?
Yes.
We hear? Hello?
Yeah, please. Ma'am, continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So can you ask, do we have Dr. Jayashree here with us?
Okay.
Yes, Dr.
Jayashree, I'm audible?
Yes. So yes, you are. So we have a question for you by Shanmuga Priya. She has asked, has Amitav Ghosh referred in his novels a few incidents on how the migrants overcome their sense of loss of identity, or do the migrants linger in those depressed conditions without any stress buster?
Okay, thank you for the question. Firstly, I would say that Amitabh Ghosh doesn't highlight or speak in a way, but he deals with the post-colonial concepts or the postmodern identity issues. So I would like to say that there are various incidents that in historical perspective, whether it's past or future, he has actually highlighted in various novels. But in Gun Island, we cannot say that there's a loss of identity, but in a way, as a reader, we find out the concept of identity, as I would highlight, every time, that this is actually the postmodern or the contemporary era, or this particular notion of identity, where it acts as a fluid, and it just lies in between. So it acts as a depressed conditions. Yes, of course, it acts as a depression. It acts as a depression or kind of anxiety, because there is no proper validation of the refugee crisis or the refugee identity, because the identity remains nowhere, because you are neither accepted there, as I highlighted various times into my presentation, that the identity is somewhere you're not accepted. If you go back from the suppose if you have migrated from your homeland to the other new homeland, you're not accepted there, and when you go back to your own homeland, you're neither accepted there. So it is just the kind of space, or the word that I specifically I would like to use according to Bhava, that is interstitial space.
Very well explained.
Yeah, in German we say it institution, like between two culture, between two country. Yeah, they find alienated in their homeland, and in foreign they seems like a foreigner. Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir, for your enlightenment.
Thank you, ma'am.
So we have this question by Dr. Dhananjay Kumar for Jacobo Musesu. He has said, Jacobo, sir, could you please elaborate on this statement that poetry is medicine?
Yes, thank you for the question. Actually, we are seeing in this COVID crisis, when quarantine and lockdown started, there was a very strict discrimination on essential goods and non-essential goods. These two literary magazines, Teflon and Farmaco, are actually trying to by projecting the idea. Teflon is a very practical thing. It's the material with which we cover the saucepans in the kitchen. And the subtitle of the magazine is New Poetic Utensil. So it wants to project the idea that this magazine, which is free and it's necessary to the people, is as simple as a saucepan that we use in the kitchen. And Farmaco, also, the title of the other magazine, wants to project the idea that poetry is not something that is up there in the clouds, away from everyday life of people, but is something necessary, something that if there is a lockdown, we actually need it. So the idea is exactly this, that as a pharmacy in times on lockdown cannot be shut, because we need medicines, we need food, we need groceries, cannot shut. Also, a bookshop should not stop, because who tells us that books are not an essential good in these times?
Yeah, very motivating, sir. Very motivating. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jacobo Musesu. So this was the first question, but this would be the last question that I would like to take. If Siddharth is around, then he would like to respond. If not, then any one of the presenters would like to respond. This is by Varisha Kumar. She has asked, how does one define her own land when people are constantly forced to shift from what they considered their home? What's your opinion on this? She has asked specifically to Siddharth, but if he's not around, any one of you would like to respond.
Yes, hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes, Siddharth is here.
Yeah, yes. So I think there was some network issue from my end, so I was locked out. Yeah, so Professor Mala, can you please repeat the question?
Yes, so this is by, the question is by Varisha Kumar. She has asked, how does one define his or her own land when people are constantly forced to shift from what they considered their home? What's your opinion on this?
So, my opinion on this would be that so long as the migrants, really get rid of the mental borders that they form in their place. So when they shift from one place to another, what they take along with them is not just their physical belongings. They take along with them the smell of the surroundings, the touch of the surroundings, the taste of the surroundings. So it all forms part of the mental landscape. And if as long as they continue to let go of the mental borders that are formed within them through constant feeling of alienation and exclusion, then they will probably feel that is their homeland, because that is what Siddhartha Dev wants to say, you know, that towards the end of the novel, in this particular novel, the migrant, the central character, that is Babu, he truly lets go of that place. He returns to that place. He returns to that place not to not as a feeling of nostalgia, but he returns to that place to truly let go of it once and for all, because of the constant alienation that he experienced. So for any migrant to really feel at home when he or she is always constantly shifting from one place to another, is the key, according to me, is to let go of the mental borders that are formed in the mind and try to be open to new possibilities.
Thank you, Siddharth, and thank you all of the presenters and Siddharth for wonderfully explaining what does it mean, what does a border mean. Of course, it is a political construct, but it's mostly one has to deal with it within to come out or to to ascertain their identity. Thank you very much, Siddharth. Thank you very much, Badagyanti. Thank you very much, Dr. Dhananjay, Mr. Jacopo, and Mr. Jayashree for wonderful presentations. Now over to the host.
Yeah, thank you everyone who came for this particular session to present and to listen. So we are anyway ahead of we have moved on to 1:30 p.m. and our next session is going to start at 2 o'clock. That will be basically the keynote session, and it will be by Professor Leonidas. He is a French professor, or he was a French professor in one of the university in Greece, and his topic will be challenges in the online mode of teaching or learning foreign languages. So I request you all to be on time, come at 2 o'clock. So he's going to share his experience of more than 35 years, or I would say 40 years. So please do come. Okay, and this is the same link where we will be having the keynote. So thank you, and you can have your lunch and come back. Thank you. Professor Leonidas, can you hear me? Hello. Yeah, your voice is not coming, sir. Sorry, sir, we cannot hear you. Sir, can you hear me? Because from your end, the voice is not coming here. You are already unmuted. So yeah, you have to unmute yourself. Yes, I think you have unmuted, but still the voice from your end is not coming. You have to use your computer audio. When you entered, you had to use your computer audio. Mm. No, there is no swam. What you can do, sir, you can log in from your mobile also. The link which has been shared to you, you just click on that and you can log in from your mobile. So that way we will be able to hear, I believe. So if you need any help, you can just write in the chat box. We will be able to tell you. So as I told you, you have to log in from your mobile because the microphone or your laptop is not working. So it will first download the app on your mobile, and then you will be able to use it.
So all the participants who have joined right now, I will request you to please wait because the keynote speaker is just joining from a different device because his audio is not working on the laptop. Hmm. Sorry. So actually, all the listeners who have joined, just please wait for some time because our keynote speaker is just trying to connect because his system is not working that well. Uh, he has his PPT ready, but the audio is not coming here. So please just wait for some time. Thank you.
Right, right. Shall I start speaking now? Can they hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
You can hear me. Okay. Well, I'm terribly sorry about my ignorance about technology and all the rest of it. I want to scream, but forgive me for that. Anyway, I'm getting old for that. Good morning to everybody, and thank you for being so patient with me. We're going to talk. I was going to talk about the challenges in an online mode of teaching and learning a foreign language, right? Any foreign language. I teach both English and French and Greek. I'm Greek. And today we're going to talk about the possible teaching online instead of a classroom, okay? And of course, online education demands more independence. So students must be able to learn at least some of the material when teachers are available. And of course, this means that we have to prioritize learning objectives before technology. You see, the slogan should be begin with the end in mind. What do we want learners to have accomplished at the end of the course? How will they have changed? All that we have to see in more details later. I don't know if they can see the screen, but maybe they don't. But never mind. You have my presentation. We're talking about synchronous instruction and asynchronous instruction. When it comes to teaching online courses, technology matters. And instructional methods both depend on and inform how and when content is delivered. Professors teaching large classes may find tools that allow students' audio to interrupt lectures disruptive, and those that integrate live two-way videos or will be impractical. Now, I'm in this problem.
Sorry, everyone. There is some serious issue from the professor's side, and he is not able to give the presentation. Although his presentation was on online teaching, but somehow the technical thing is not supporting him. So what we will do is we are still like left with a lot of time, 30 minutes time, or you can say 25 minutes. So we will just pause this session right now. Okay. And we will directly meet at 3 o'clock, and we will start the session, the third session, 3A and 3B. So as you already know, there are two different links for 3A and 3B. So 3A will continue here only. Okay. And 3B will continue on the other link, which has been shared to you in the schedule. Okay. And even right now, this particular presentation was not over. So we will try to have it at some different time. So maybe tomorrow we will have it, but we will just inform you without much delay. Okay, so please bear with us, and sorry for this particular problem which happened right now. Okay, so at around 3 o'clock we will meet, but I will request all the paper presenters of 1A, sorry, 3A to be here, so that we can just check their audio connectivity and video connectivity, if it is completely fine. Okay, so let me just check who all are the presenters in 3A. So Dr. Ritu Tyagi will be the session chair. Paper presenters are Megha Solanki and from IFLU. Then other paper presenters are Monica Chaudhary from IFLU. Then Dr. Renu Shukla, she is also presenting. After that, Ruma Dutt from Delhi University. And the fifth presenter is Shivani Kumari. So all of you, please be here. Don't leave this particular meeting on Zoom. The other presenters, which is basically the 3B session, which is going to happen on the other Zoom platform, you can just switch over to that particular meeting. And the paper presenters are Saeed Firoz Ahmed, Adaikalam, Professor Adaikalam, then Dr. Anirban Ghosh, and Anjani Mane, and Krishna Kumar Maurya. So these five are the paper presenters, and it will be chaired by Dr. Sandeep Kumar. Okay, so we will just continue. Okay, in some time. So all those who have come to this session, please wait. Okay, and we will start the session in some time. In the meantime, we will just talk to our paper presenters if every technical things are completely fine. Okay. Okay, so I have made all the paper presenters and the session chair, the co-host of this particular session, so they will be able to share their screen and unmute themselves. Okay, so we can do that. So I will just ask one by one just to check your audio. Okay, So the first one I'm asking Megha. So Megha, can you just speak something so that we can check?
Hello, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
Megha. Yeah, we can hear you. So your PPT is ready with you?
Yes, it's ready.
Okay. Thank you. Second is Monica Chaudhary. So Monica, can you just unmute yourself and speak?
Sir, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, very good. Okay, our session coordinator is also here, Nisha ma'am. So ma'am, can you hear us?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Good evening,
good.
sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Then we have our next presenter, Renu Shukla. Renu Shukla ma'am, can you just unmute and speak?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. I'm here.
Yes, yes, we are, means we can hear you. And the last presenter is Shivani Kumari. Can you just speak something, Shivani?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Okay, thank you. So everybody's audio system is working very well, and just keep your PPTs ready. Okay, means ready in the sense just keep it open and minimized in your laptop, so that when you are starting the presentation, you can just start it immediately without any delay. Okay, so we still have some time, so we will start around 5 minutes before. Okay, so the session chair will then take over 5 minutes before the start of the session, give the information. Okay, I didn't check with Ritu ma'am. Ritu ma'am, can you just unmute yourself and speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you.
So we
Thank you.
start 5 minutes before 3, right?
Yeah, 5 minutes before you can start with the like background or means as a session chair.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And for your help, Nisha ma'am is there. So she will also be helping you and guiding you to run this particular session. Okay.
Right.
Thank you. Uh, Good afternoon, everyone. So we will start with our third session, 3A, in this particular Google Meet. And just for clarification, the session 3B is going on at the other Zoom platform. We have already shared it to you through the schedule. You can move on to that if you want to attend the 3B session. So over to our session coordinator first, Professor P.V. Nissa, and then we will proceed. So Nisha ma'am, you can now start the session first.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And good evening, one and all. Welcome to this particular session, and which has been shared by Dr. Ritu Tyagi, who's Assistant Professor, Department of French, Pondicherry University. She's done her PhD from Louisiana State University, USA. Welcome, ma'am, and over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nisha. A very good afternoon to all of you. I welcome you all back after the small technical hitch we had with keynote number 2. And we apologize on behalf of VIT for this technical problem. But I believe that session would be rescheduled tomorrow at some time, and we'll get to know when. So welcome you all to the third session of this virtual conference that will actually be focusing on questions related to border and boundaries and nations. So as we all know, the presentations are of a duration of 10 minutes. And at this point, I will request all the presenters to respect the time limit. And for convenience of all, we will, I believe, take the questions at the end of the session. And it would be great if people are able to type their questions in the chat box. Once we are done with all the, perhaps take questions one by one from the chat box. So with these words, I will now invite our first speaker, Ms. Meghna Balu Solanki, who's a PhD scholar at EFLU, University, Hyderabad. And the title of her paper is Mapping Borders, the Exploration of Nations and Communities Through Memory in Amitav Ghosh's The Glass Palace. Over to you, Ms. Meghna Solanki.
Good afternoon. I will share my screen first. Okay. Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. So the title of my paper is Mapping Borders, the Exploration of Nations and Communities Through Memory in Amitav Ghosh's The Glass Palace. I'll start with the introduction. Amitav Ghosh's The Glass Palace is a palimpsest of personal narratives of its varied characters spanning 4 generations. The characters within the novel occupy various spaces at any moment in the novel's timeline. They call home multiple places in different countries, the borders of these countries being redrawn by the tumultuous conflicts spanning the length of the novel. The British Empire has a major role in shaping the lives of the novel's characters, and it is these lives that the characters lead in the spaces that they inhabit that is of interest to this paper. What it is concerned with is delving into the idea of nations as it is remembered in the individual's memories. The changing times affect novels' characters in a multitude of ways, and how the characters deal with these changes is what the paper seeks to understand. The central aim here is to explore how personal histories that are tied to memories can construct notions of nations and form communities that do not adhere to physical borders. The idea of mapping that the paper employs is this very cartographic practice of looking at memories and charting notions of belonging to spaces through it. What are the identities that are then constructed through these memories of belonging and nations is the question that becomes important for this paper's exploration. The idea of the nation that the individual located within the national space is usually explained in terms of physical spaces that the individual occupies. But it is this notion of physical national borders that has to be contested. The individual has to be looked at in terms of the social space that they occupy and how the interaction within the space takes place. The attempt is to look at transnational encounters as embedded in national and international histories, as Anna Draholovic puts it. I quote, contemporary transnational processes are linked to processes of colonialism and imperialism and cross-cultural gender differences that are embedded in particular histories of power, race, and economies. Unquote. What is highlighted through these ideas of transnationalism is that the individual is not seen as an isolated being, but rather as living within a space that is built on notions of histories that are interconnected and where the ideas of borders are more fluid. The individual sense of identity is hence made clear through the interactions and connections that exist in this fluid social space that is not restrained by physical borders. In the glass palace, following the trajectory of Rajkumar. Rajkumar is the central figure of the glass palace. It's his life that we look at through the entire span of the novel. So, through the trajectory of Rajkumar's life paves the way to understanding the migrant identity that bases itself in a social space that is built on connections and not just national borders. As a child working in a food stall, he was a Kala from across the sea, an Indian. Rajkumar is identified as an Indian on the basis of his physical attributes and the geographical space. This identity undergoes changes through the years. Rajkumar's migrant identity is built from the interactions and experiences that construct his history. This history is one that is a negotiation of notions of power, gender, social status, and physical spaces that he occupies. Rajkumar's movements aren't limited to a small part of India or to the stall in Mandalay, but it progresses to cover different cities and countries and works in relation to the growing colonial trade and market demands. There are different social spheres that he occupies which build his character. From a boy learning about the tea trade on a river of Mandalay to following Saya John as his underling and pupil, learning how to conduct business, to becoming a smart trader investing in plantations, along with his identity as a husband, a father, and in his later years as a refugee. All of this come together to give shape to Rajkumar's identity. He isn't limited to a single physical boundary. When one considers this notion of Rajkumar's life not being limited to one particular space, the question of belonging arises. What does one belong? Uh, what does one belong to when they are not held back by borders? What nation do they call home? Where in his childhood he was looked as a Kala Indian by the people in Mandalay, in his later years as a refugee, he is talked about as an old man for whom Burma was his home country. It is important to note that when Dolly, Rajkumar's wife, later in the novel proposes to him to go back to Burma, Rajkumar's hesitance to return is clear. In the end, Dolly leaves him behind in India, undertaking the journey on her own. Rajkumar's reluctance is tied to his granddaughter Jaya, who he doesn't want to leave behind. His identity becomes tied to the child, but it doesn't stop him from identifying with Burma. He eagerly waits for news about Burma, visits the Buddhist temple where the small Burmese community gathers and uh, takes turn retelling the stories about the Burma of his past. Here you can see the quote from the novel. Not all people who came to the temple were Buddhists by birth or conviction. They came because this was the one place where they could be sure of meeting others like themselves. People to whom they could say Burma is a golden land, knowing that their listeners would be able to filter these words through the sieves of exile, sifting through their very specific nuances. She recalled how they thirsted for news of Burma, longed to hear words of those who have been left behind. She remembered the stir that greeted new arrivals, how they would be besieged with questions. And what about? And did you hear about so and so? According to John Brannigan, nation follows the logic of connection, not being. Nation is the face and name we give to the fiction of a shared past and a sense of belonging. What builds Burma as a nation for Rajkumar and his fellow companions is this very shared past of leaving their homes behind, leaving families and friends behind. The collective memory of Burma as the golden land that gave them a prosperous life, a nation that contributed to their growth, is where the sense of belonging emerges from. In Anshuman Mondal's readings of Ghosh's work, the nation is contained within the individual and exists beyond the physical boundaries that encapsulate it. The map The map upon which India is inscribed like a text, merely a representation of a world, a metaphor of space and not space itself. Therefore, the physical space of the nation and the location of its borders, as represented by the map, may not necessarily coincide with the imagined community that is brought into being through the language of nationhood. This is a quote by Anshuman Mondal. The imagined community is not contained by the drawn borders of the map, and for the individual, their identity is located within this community, unbound by maps and the borders, but still linked to it. Here, as you can see on the screen, this is a quote example from the novel. It's about the plantation workers who rebel and fight for a country that they've never visited. So, this is and India. What was India to them? I'm sorry. So you can see the quote. Um, India was the shining mountain beyond the horizon, a sacrament of redemption, a metaphor for freedom in the same way that slavery was a metaphor for the plantation. What would they find? Arjun wondered when they crossed the horizon. The plantation workers have never been to this place, but they're still imagining a land, a nation that their parents had been to, were from, but they have never been to, but they want to be a part of that. That is what
Sorry
makes
for
them stand
interrupting.
together.
Sorry
Yeah.
for interrupting. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, so I'll go ahead. Uh, so the idea of personal maps, past memories, and present so when you look at personal maps, it alludes to these ever-changing spaces which are not visible on political and official maps. The individual moves through spaces they build on their own maps through their memories and experiences. When you take the example of Jaya and the personal map that she has constructed based on the stories that she has heard from Rajkumar, from her aunt, from her grand aunt, that is a personal map that she builds. And then this personal map changes when she embarks on a journey of her own. The Burma of Rajkumar's story is not the one Jaya experiences when she sees Myanmar of her present time. So, this is a digression about the relation of photographs and uncovered histories. Because photographs are a large part of the novel, I wanted to focus on this, but since there is no time, I'll move ahead. Um, I'll talk about Dinu, who is Rajkumar's son, and towards the end of the novel, Jaya meets Dinu in Burma, and she finds him in a place called the Glass Palace Photo Studio, and this is where the relevance of photograph comes in. As you can see on the screen, Harvey talks about the notion of home building, where home is viewed as an affective construct where an individual has the feeling of being at home. Harvey believes that the notion of a community is critical to this feeling, a feeling of shared symbolic forms, shared morality, shared values, and most importantly, shared language. A home has to be a space for opportunities and hope. So, the Glass Palace Photo Studio provides a space for all the people of present Myanmar, the present Myanmar that Jaya visits, the one that is restricted by all its political conflict and the government the repressive regime that is present there, which doesn't let them talk. And the Glass Palace studio becomes a space which gives them hope to let them talk freely, to talk in a secret language, as there is a shared language that only they can understand, a language of photography through which they can uncover their own histories. Uh, the Glass Palace Photo Studio, a space where the ideals of a nation are dreamed about, where hope emerges through the freedom to express one's thoughts, where people who are different from one another gather to share a dream that is common to them all. Towards the conclusion, I would like to quote John Percival. Memory's relationship with a place suggests that landscape, in addition to being a cradle of myth or object of beauty, fuels memory making and continues to exert a real and dynamic influence in the present day. Memory and places are interconnected. The landscape of Burma changes as the years pass, but for some it remains the same, locked in time that the individual left it behind. Um, while for others it changes in front of their eyes. The meaning of borders also changes. The fluid borders built on trade change to the restrictive political borders that keep people locked on either side of the borders. The role of memory therefore becomes significant. Goshes, the glass palace, through its characters, portrays what spaces and borders come to mean to every different individual. The nation does not signify one homogeneous political state, but rather a multitude of histories that come to define each and every one of them. The task of memory making that both Jaya and Dinu undertake and influences their present selves in substantial ways. Ghosh's characters are migrants through space and time, and their identities are defined by the histories that they have lived through and the nations that they have seen changing. I'll conclude with this. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Solanki, for a very interesting and enriching paper that complicates the notion of nation and tries to see what nation could be beyond physical spaces and boundaries. We will take the questions towards the end of the session. So I will go ahead and invite the next speaker, Monica Chaudhary, Ms. Monica Chaudhary, who again is a PhD scholar at IFLU University, Hyderabad, and who will be presenting today on the topic, the panoptic of nationalism, positioning the philosophy of Tagore in a post-nationalistic perspective. Over to you, Ms. Monica.
Thank you, ma'am. I'll just share my screen first. So the title of my paper is The Panoptic of Nationalism, Positioning the Philosophy of Tagore in a Post-Nationalist Perspective. Nationalism as a sentiment continues to act as the binding agent in order to weld people together as a nationalist entity, but its rigid and codified boundaries limit the entry of the foreign and extraterritorial elements branded as not suitable for inclusion. In this context, I believe post-nationalism is one such recent development that enables us to conceptualize an alternative framework for reimagining borders and establishing solidarity. It has the potential to reclaim the political space which is hijacked by the national entrepreneurs. By disrupting nationalist framings, it helps to get over the fetish or hegemony of nationalism. For an inquiry into the same, I have made use of Rabindranath Tagore's Home and the World. I speculate that Tagore has been a silent proponent of post-nationalism through his writings, his emphasis on humanitarianism and humane association, which extends even beyond borders. I believe he is aiming towards a more global society. Both through his fictional and non-fictional writings, he has argued to rise above exclusivity and provincialism to free the world from fetters of materialism, nationalism, and other such barriers. In the world as represented in his novels, you could see is always in a state of flux and it abounds in possibilities. So basically, Tagore is arguing to rise above territorial parochialism and unite on a more inclusive platform. His disavowal of nationalism provides a scope to question the credibility of nationalism as a viable option for establishing solidarity among peoples. So the present state of events, you could say that his apprehensions were not unwarranted for. He could fathom from the defining ideology of his time the need to find an alternative to strident parochial nationalism. So thus it becomes really essential to understand Tagore's engagement with nationalism and the limitations he foresaw in this concept. So if you just consider Tagore's work between 1904 to 1907, you could see that he displays some sense of internal contradiction and ambivalence in his works. Especially with the partition of Bengal in 1905, local upheavals became a common phenomenon not only in Bengal and nationwide. And that is when he became more disillusioned with the concept of nationalism, and his disenchantment with nationalism grew gradually. And you could notice a change in his behavior from being a sympathizer of political and national activism to his critique of to a critique. He began to critique his own position as far as nationalism is concerned. So his discomfort and unease for nationalism is very palpable in his later works. The Home and the World is a successful expression of Tagore's examination of nationalism vis-a-vis his engagement with Indian tradition and culture. And the character of Nikhilesh in the novel is most prominent. It is through the character of Nikhilesh that he shows a shift in his intellectual positioning from being a sympathizer of national activism to a critique of nationalism. The text displays the inefficacy of militant and belligerent forms of nationalism Personally, Tagore feels that nationalism is primarily an European invention and it is blindly replicated in India without even recognizing its dangers and needs. He thinks that nationalism doesn't dovetail with the Indian structural framework whose central edifice is tradition and cultural values. So, for a country as diverse as India, to impose a homogeneous set of ideas, it's too ambitious a project. Similarly, one of the characters in the novel Gora also reflects on the dangers of homogenization in a diverse society. So Tagore is completely conscious of the fact that stakes are quite high and there is a need to indulge in a different sort of dialogue which involves listening and understanding the other. In the same novel, Home in the World, there's a character named Sandeep, and Sandeep exposes the excessiveness of the nationalist leaders in a country and the manners in which they abuse the nationalist movement for their own political advantages. Tagore is completely conscious that India's major problems are cultural and social, like caste system, and not political. If the country achieves freedom and caste system remains intact, it wouldn't make any sense to the people. It would be similar to installing another system of rulers with another hierarchical setup replacing the former. So, in the case of the novel, in the novel's context, Tagore is carefully charting the rise of agitation against the British and how there's a development of hatred amongst the people, amongst the British and the natives. So, this culture of hatred and the prevailing atmosphere of politics of vengeance had acquired a hypnotic hold over the minds of people. And this is the way through the novel Tagore is displaying the limitations of nationalism as a concept, and by displaying that, he is dissuading the country from joining the bandwagon of nationalism. He's trying to tell us that nationalism comes with its own disadvantages as it generates hatred, prejudice, and irrationality amongst people. He is espousing to a more supranational, global, and transcendental entity, which would be followed by a more humanistic approach. So Tagore's approach for me is a classic example of post-nationalism. And though post-nationalism as a discourse emerged much later, but Tagore for me has predicted its arrival way before. So, in that sense, post nationalism is not to be seen as an antonym of nationalism, and nor does it strictly typify the end of nationalism. It is simply an alternative method of fashioning the world. So, post nationalism is one such approach that allows one to successfully mold the pattern of identification, and it allows to usher change from within. So, in a Tagorean universe, post nationalism would comprise of a set of values which would foster sensitization of humans, making them more human and less driven by materialistic metaphors. So the aim is to go beyond codified and parochial structures of nationalism and to identify with fellow humans on a more humane level. So now some of you might say that nationalism and post-nationalism might be similar in a sense that both have their own set of values and they demand fidelities from people. So I would like to say that the essential difference between the two is in the approach, in the process toward the networks of ethics in the society, where nationalism is offering less and less space for identification beyond borders, territorial embankments. Post-nationalism is liberal enough to transcend that territorial parochialism. It is essentially the humanistic element which, according to Tagore, bothers him the most. So Tagore is criticizing the xenophobia, sectarianism that is fostered by a nationalist culture. The post-national aesthetic proposed by Tagore is perhaps one of his boldest intellectual leaps, and in this he is challenging the very notion of citizenship. He thinks that citizenship is one such belief that turns people alien upon their own land and thus resisting any such notion of illegal citizenship or personhood. Tagore is thinking of something greater than the static idea of a nation. Nation, what it does, it turns people to turn against their own kind for their personal interest. But a post-nationalist conception of human community would be self-regulated, self-determined. Post-nationalism is not about demolishing the nationalist setup. Demolishing is never a prerequisite for post-nationalism. It simply requires moving beyond nation building and exploring alternative forms of membership. So from antiquity, you could see the transition from monarchy, oligarchy, dictatorship, and theocracies. That society is constantly evolving towards a more democratic setup, and it is evolving towards developing a more inclusive platform. So this transition from monarchy to democracy has been new. So post-nationalism in that sense is a latest adaptation of the same kind. So which each adaptation, it is moving towards a more elaborate membership. Tagore is basically asking for a rehabilitation of the entire nationalist setup so that as a nation one could surpass the dangers of fixity. So in this case, assuming nationalism as a fixed entity. For him, nationalism is not a constant, rather something which is constantly refashioning itself, something that renews itself and has the ability to improve itself so that it comes out afresh as a better version of itself. We could see that with the unprecedented flow of the data has unified the globe, the homogenization of the globe has enabled cross identification at an intercivilizational level, and our dependence on information and electronic media has allowed one to consume data from the other side of the globe without really worrying about its source. So such a framework is liberal enough to accommodate in crevices even those people who are caught in some sort of a historical limbo of perennial existential crisis and illegal personhood. So it offers some kind of collectivity which is non-sectarian and cannot be contained by nationalist genealogy. So it preserves the core of the Indian civilization or Samaj, of which Tagore is so fond of. So Tagore is basically asking about some sort of a moral adjustment in the society where people would engage in a more spiritual manner. So spiritual engagement is what Tagore is asking for and not by dictates of the nation state. So that's where I would like to conclude.
Thanks a lot, Ms. Monica Chaudhary. Thanks especially for keeping time. And as I said, we will be taking questions for you later. So I move to the third speaker, Dr. Renu Shukla. Professor Renu Shukla is at AIHCA Department, Dehradun. And today she will be speaking on Milind Panha. I'm not sure if I pronounced it correctly. A symbol of acculturation and ideological change. Over to you, Professor Renu Shukla.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me share my screen first. Is it visible, ma'am?
It is visible.
Okay.
If you want, you can do a full screen share. That would be better.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, please.
So the theme of my presentation is Milind Panha, a symbol of acculturation and ideological change. Milind Panha is considered as It is considered as the most important non-canonical work of Theravada Buddhist ideology, and it is usually believed that the book was written in Sanskrit or North Indian Prakrit. The original book is not available, but there exist two versions, Pali and Chinese. Its date of composition can be assumed to fall in between the 1st century BC to 1st century CE. Most of the scholars consider Naxin as the author of the book. It gives an elaborate description of the philosophical conversation between monk Naxin and King Milind. It consists of a series of 262 questions and dilemmas raised by Milind and answers to these questions given by monk Naxin, who is a Buddhist monk. So here is a list of some foreign and Indian translations of this book. Milind Panha represents the age-long Indian tradition of discussion on religious and philosophical matters. Although it seems to be a dialogue between the two characters, but in reality, it is a monologue. The whole story is laid in a very systematic way with a clear motive to sort out certain issues related to Buddha's statement and Buddhist ideology. The two characters of this text are Milind and Naxin. They belong to two different cultural groups, India and Greece, which has no parallel in history. Milind has been identified with Bactrian Greek king Menandros or Menandrosoter. We may assume that because of his inquisitiveness and contribution to the religion of the Buddha, he has been chosen as one of the two principal characters of this dialogue. Another character is a Buddhist monk Naxin, who played a leading role in the text. He seems to represent the author's mindset while answering the questions put forth before him by Menander. The book is significant from various aspects. I have picked up two of these for this presentation, which I feel are relevant. We notice a clear trend of adaptability of acculturation and transformation in Buddhist ideology according to the prevailing circumstances. Milind Panha represents a time when a part of Northwest India was under Bactrian Greeks rule, though both Greeks and Indians were ethnocentric, but the interaction between them resulted in a blend of two cultures with transformed ideas, faiths, and rituals. Pali books and inscriptions provide numerous Indianized names of Yonak monks. The choice of Menander and Naksen as its two characters proves that it is representative of the process of goodwill and synthesis between both the cultures. The introduction of the book gives a positive description of Yona country and Sagal city, which indicates that Greek food was very popular in Indian community. The inscription found over the Buddhist reliquary of Vajor and the evidences of Buddhist monument at Pushkalavati and Shekanderi are testimony to the fact that Buddhism was popular in Menander's territory. Greek historian Plutarch stated in his work Morelia that after the death of Menander, different cities claimed their share of ash of this king. This reminds us of the famous story of Mahaparinirvan Sutta of Dignikai, in which same treatment was given to Lord Buddha's ashes and carried back to the different places to make stupas. Such evidences are a testimony to the profound regard of Menander amongst the Buddhists and his support and encouragement for Buddhism. According to a reference of the Mahavansh, Theryon Mahadhammarakshit went to Sri Lanka to attend a ceremony of the dedication of a great stupa at Anuradhapur along with 30,000 Buddhist monks from Greek city of Alasanda. The Singli king of that period was the contemporary of Menander. The exaggerated number of monks suggests that Buddhism was popular in that region at that time and that Greek monks played a direct role in the upper hierarchy of Buddhism. Along with the information of Menander's inclination towards Buddhism, Milinpaya also informs us that he handed over his kingdom to his son and adopted Buddhism at the end of his life. The information is there as an epilogue at the end of the Pali version. The theory of Menander's conversion is not accepted by the scholars as there is a question mark on the authenticity of the last three chapters of Milinpaya. And Plutarch's information of the sudden demise of Menander is in a military camp goes in contradiction to the planned conversion of Menander. Buparecci and Francois Weidman also rejects it on the basis of numismatic evidences. Doctrine value of the book is, I think, it's the most significant aspect. In fact, it is the main purpose of the book to give a clear understanding of Buddhist tenets. So now I come to the transformation part. We see a divergence from the Theravada ideology in the book. According to the Theravada ideology, one has to perform good deeds to attain merit or punya, which can be used to get all the worldly and spiritual things like heaven, good rebirth, happiness, and so on. In some of the instances of Milinpaya, we notice a divergence from this idea. It is said that merit gained from good acts can be transferred to others for their benefit. There is a discussion on the transfer of merit to the dead. Naksen also glorifies the idea of sharing good deeds with others, helping other people and sharing good deeds with them. Reminds us the Mahayana ideal of Bodhisattva, who is full of sympathy and compassion and is absolutely selfless in sacrificing his own life for the sake of humanity. According to the general belief, all beings are inheritors of their own karma. The author of Milinpaya also supports the theory of karmic retribution, but he also believes in non-karmic causes of human suffering. In a reference, he says that all pains do not have their origin in karma. Naksen states that there are 8 causes by which suffering arises, by which many beings suffer pain. So in matter relating to cause, he differs from the Theravada belief of karmic retribution. In Theravada ideology, which believes in morals and not in rituals, veneration of the relics is considered as akarma, that is to say an improper act for members of the Sangha, but in Milinpaya, Naksen refers to the worshipping of the relics of the Buddha. Naksen also expressed his belief in the concept of bhakti. King Bilin questioned the possibility of an individual going to heaven on account of reciting Buddha's name at the time of death. Naksen asked him, "What do you think, sir? Could even a small stone float on the water without a boat?" He says, "No." Then he asked, "But would it not float on the water, sir, if even 100 cartloads of stones had been loaded into a boat?" To this question, Milinda's positive answer indicates that the belief in having faith in superior power was popular at that time, and this was accepted in Buddhism against the Buddhist belief in which human actions are held responsible for the circle of rebirth and death. Milinpaya does not follow the Theravada notion that Arhat is beyond fall. Naksen says that the Arhat is incapable of sinning against whatever is moral law. However, he may be guilty of an offense against the rules of the order. Thus, on the one hand, he is trying to maintain the ideal image of Arhat by denying his moral failing of any sort, and on the other, he is willing to admit his limitations as a human being. According to Theravada ideology, Chetana is the motivating force behind karma. It is the basis on which the consequences of human actions depend. In Milinpe, Naksen again goes differently when Milind asks that whose is greater demerit, he who sins consciously or he who sins inadvertently. Naksen says he who sins inadvertently has the greater demerit. He gives an illustration to clarify his point. If one man were to seize hold unintentionally of a fiery mass of metal glowing with heat, and another were to seize hold of it unintentionally, the one who did not know what he was doing would be more burned. In another context, too, he maintains the ideology by saying, whosoever deprives a living being of life without knowing that he does so, he accumulates very serious demerit. Noxen appears to represent the view that the actual physical act is of greater ethical significance than the thought, motive, or intention behind it. So this view of Noxen seems inconsistent with the Buddhist view of considering karma as chetana. In a reference of Milinpai, worldly gaining and Nibbana have been categorized in the same category. It is said that all the blessings like long life, good health, beauty, rebirth in heaven, high birth, Nirvana can be purchased from Buddha Bazaar by exchanging good karma in the same amount. Since Nibbana is the highest attainable bliss, so the highest karma price is said to be necessary for its purchase. So here,
Sorry for interrupting,
okay.
Professor Renu. You have
Okay.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay, fine. So here the Theravada theory to abandon all consent is for karmic reward for the attainment of Nibbana is denied, and no distinction is made between the path leading to Nibbana and that leading to worldly pleasures. Theravada tradition considers only Nibbana as an asanskrit dharma or unconditioned dharma, as it is not born of cause, it is stainless, dustless, pure, fair, birthless, ageless, deathless, and blissful, cooled and without fear. But the reference of Milinpai and Naksen assures the king that Akash and Nibbana are Sanskrit dharmas. So here also he follows the Sarvastivadin ideology rather than the Theravadin in categorizing space in addition to Nibbana as unconditioned. So these divergences occurs. My submission is that the period of Milinpai witnessed number of changes in all the spheres of life. This period was marked by the rise of Bhakti Cult, which believed in equal rights for all, assimilation of foreigners who have become too important to be ignored, and also started making efforts to gain the goodwill of the native people with a view to improve and strengthen their social status, the growth of mercantile class and the people of low origin. The impact of its social and cultural surroundings can be seen on the composition of the text. According to the need of the time, the conversation of Milinpai was spent with a motive to coordinate the divergent views about the authenticity of Buddha's sayings. Through this text, we notice a qualitative change in Buddhist ideology to build up a tradition of hospitality towards the people of varied beliefs and traditions and gain popularity among them. The selection of two reading characters is done intelligently to meet the same demand. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Professor Renu, for that interesting take on spirituality that the previous speaker, Monica Chaudhary, had evoked in her talk on post-nationalism and how post-nationalism should include ideas of spirituality and humanism. With these words, we move on to our next speaker.
Ritu ma'am,
yes.
Ritu ma'am, can I interrupt you? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Please.
Yeah, to all the participants, please do fill in the Google form, which is given here in the chat box for this particular session, your feedback and your attendance. Thank you. Ritu ma'am, you can continue.
Thank you, Professor Nisha. I would now invite Ms. Ruma Dutt, who is again a PhD scholar at Department of Germanic and Romance Studies, University of Delhi. And today she will be speaking on Borders Within Borders, the immigrant in Turkish German cinema. So over to you, Ms. Ruma Dutt. Are you there?
Ruma ma'am, can you please unmute your audio?
Yes, there she is.
Ruma madam, can you unmute your audio? It's muted.
Thank you so much, ma'am. There was some sort of a technical glitch there. Thank you so much. Just please give me a moment. I'm just starting with my screen share.
Are you there?
The title of my presentation is Borders Within Borders, the Immigrant in Turkish-German Cinema. The structure of my presentation you can already see on your screen.
No, ma'am, your presentation is not visible.
One moment. One moment. I'm just trying to share it with everybody.
Yes.
You have to click share screen at the bottom.
ये co-host थी ही नहीं पहले. हाँ बना दी. Unmute.
Yeah, ma'am, at the bottom of the screen on Zoom, you will see that option of screen share.
Yeah, I'm trying it. One moment.
Yeah, yes. So that is screen share. If you will click, you will see a pop-up window.
Yeah.
And then you can select a screen or the particular PPT which you want to share.
Share.
And then yes, now it has come.
Okay, is it visible now?
No, you have to double click to full screen mode.
Is it visible now?
No.
Not yet.
What have you selected there? Have you selected the screen?
Yes, I have.
And did you select the options share?
Yeah, I did. I guess I did. One moment.
Resume share.
No, ma'am, you just stop sharing the screen. At the top, you will get this option. Red button.
Sharing. One moment. Just help me out with this, Manish.
Is it? Should we press stop share?
Yeah, please click on that. Then I will guide you again.
Yeah. Okay.
So you click on share screen and tell me what do you see?
There is a blue color window which is showing VIT.
Okay. No. After clicking that share screen.
Okay, got it.
I got it.
Got it. Is it visible now?
Yeah, now it has come.
Okay. So I need to turn it into a full screen mode.
Yeah, you have to start it as a slideshow. Yeah, now you can start the presentation.
Okay. As you can see, the title of my presentation, how do you go up? The title of my presentation is Borders Within Borders, the Immigrant in Turkish-German Cinema. The structure of my presentation you can see on your screen. I'll directly move on to the background and the key questions that I'm raising in this presentation. After the Second World War, an acute shortage of workforce faced by Germany was resolved by recruiting guest workers from several countries, which over the decades has led to the presence of significant immigrant population in Germany. It prompted many film directors to make films and narrate about these migrant lives. Classified as the cinema of the immigrant, it thematized the experiences of crossing the border and post-crossing of life between two worlds, while engaging with questions of identity and homeland. With the people of Turkish origin constituting the biggest migrant community in Germany, Turkish-German films have emerged as a significant film genre. This paper analyzes two films from this genre, namely 40 Square Meters of Germany and Berlin in Berlin. which present an interesting perspective on how borders and the space within and without is experienced by an individual. To analyze these films, this paper poses following questions. How is the homeland reproduced, reimagined, and negotiated within the borders of the national space, where the immigrant struggles to create a new home? How is this making of home gendered in nature? How are ethnic and cultural assertions attempted through control over women and separation of private from the public? How are questions of nation, culture, and belonging negotiated on the body of the originary German national self when it finds itself trapped within the confines of a Turkish home inside the German nation? Moving on to the second slide, I'll directly go on to the films. More than 50 years of immigration, as I have said earlier, has led to the sizable German, non-ethnic German population in Germany. It was a result of a guest worker recruitment program, which was conducted with many countries like Italy, Spain, so on and so forth. The plight of these migrant workers was first noticed by the directors of New German Cinema, and they started narrating experiences of oppression, discrimination faced by these migrants, their exploitation, humiliation, and racism of non-German population. From 1980s, filmmakers with migrant backgrounds narrated their own experiences or of the people from similar ethnic backgrounds. Now, 1990s marks a distinct phase with the first and the second generation of Turkish-German filmmakers who made autobiographically inflected cinema. The text of the films or the stories in these films focused on historical and political issues, intersected with ongoing debates about German immigration policies, questions of citizenship, German liberal nation state, idea of a German light culture, the guiding culture that is, racism, and the place of Islam and ethnic minorities in Germany. These films represented multifaceted and diverse character of the community with voice and agency to speak for itself, focused on fractured and multiple identities of Germany. The first film that I'm going to concentrate on is a film made by a director of Turkish origin, Tawfik Basar. The story revolves around the main character Turna, who's brought to Germany from rural Turkey after marriage and is locked up in her apartment by her husband Dursun when he leaves for work. She's engaged in domestic drudgery. The whole day is spent in cooking, cleaning, and washing. And she's able to escape this drudgery only after the death of her husband when he suffers an fatal epileptic attack. In this film, the main character Turna is entrusted with the responsibility to transform their 3-bedroom apartment in Germany in the likeness of a Turkish home. She has the gendered responsibility to create a private space of home that both embodies and symbolizes the Turkish culture and provides solace and refuge, security of home to her husband. In this process, the home and its door mark the boundaries of the private and the public, of the culture and material, of home and outside, of men having control and power inside, and of submitting to others' authority outside. The film received both appreciation and criticism from contemporary commentators, though the film uses the simplistic binary of aggressive male perpetrator and passive female victim, which could strengthen the existing stereotypes and prejudices about the Turkish migrant community in the Western public sphere. It may be helpful to examine Turna's position from the frames of double othering and intersectionality. The intersection of gender and of being a Turkish migrant problematizes woman as a singular sign and underlines how an additive model which adds one to another or a focus on one at the expense of another is inadequate to confront the discrimination she faces. In the Sayyidin mode, this presumably passivity of Turna as a Turkish woman draws on the Orientalist constructions of the silent and exploited woman in her own culture and community who finds her voice, space, and liberation in the Western culture. I move on to the second film, Berlin in Berlin. It was directed by Sinan Setin. The story revolves around Thomas, who's a man of German descent.
and works as an engineer on a construction site, he becomes infatuated with the wife of his Turkish colleague Dilbar. Yeah, accidentally he kills this husband, and in an attempt to avoid or escape from his pursuant who are trying to take revenge for the death caused, he accidentally lands up in the same house of the man he has killed. There he is saved by the grandmother of the house by invoking the traditional German the Turkish tradition of providing security and safety even to the enemy as long as he is within the boundary of that home. Towards the end of the film, he has to participate now, since he's become this through this one act of kindness, he becomes imprisoned in that house and within the boundary of the Turkish home. This is a sort of an allegorical inversion. The roles are reversed and boundaries between self and other are reset. Another inversion is that he has to adapt and participate in the customs and rituals of the house. Finally, he is able to escape from this house along with the woman that he likes, Dilbar, and they are both seen going out together. One of the instances in the film is Thomas taking photographs of Dilbar. This can be represented as a voyeuristic ethnographic gaze. In another inversion, it is he who, while being inside the boundary of that house, he is under surveillance and gaze of the family as a captive. In contrast to, Dilbar at the end just sort of claims this voice and agency when she says that she needs to and she wants to leave with Thomas. It can be seen as an instance of Turkish woman being liberated by a German man. I read it as an expression of her own agency of crossing the boundaries of home, community, and gender norms to explore opportunities to form multi-ethnic relationships. Thomas too is no longer the German he was before he entered the Turkish home. And the entire experience has also left questions for the Turkish protagonist about the futility and meanings of masculine notions of vengeance and family honor. These shifts
Ms. Roma Dutt,
yeah.
Excuse me, sorry for the interruption. You have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Yes, I'll just be winding up. Sure. These shifts in and of the self are also instances of the reworking of the rigid boundaries between the different cultural groups who now redefine themselves and enter and inhabit hybridity. Now, to conclude this paper, in the title of the film, 40 square meters of Germany, the larger category of Germany as a nation is compressed within the 40 square meters of an apartment boundary to which the migrant lays claim and dreams of transforming it into his home. The boundary of the home within the borders of the nation state is dreamt, marked, and enforced. The male migrant constantly worries about the intrusion of this private space within the boundary of the home by the German nation. Being a Turkish home, it poses challenges to the politics of assimilation and integration of the German state. The sanctity of this home is predicated on gendered subjugation within its boundaries. In case of the female migrant, the border operates at 2 levels, of home and the nation. She is held captive inside her new home on account of being outside her original national home, which she can only relive in memories. Similarly, the title of the film, Berlin in Berlin, refers to the division of the city and the nation within the nation, which is further fragmented by the presence of the Turkish migrant. One Berlin is inhabited by the migrant population with its distinct cultural moorings, and the other by the German national self. The self-defined boundaries of the nation lack internal coherence and attest to the constant contestations about belonging, culture, and nation. This paper has shown how both these films lay out the boundaries and borders of several kinds: the political, cultural, private, and public. These boundaries and borders function through gendered and reverse gaze. They are enacted even inside an individual and affect gendered rights and obligations. Thank you. That would bring us to the end of my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Roma Dutt, for complicating the notion of borders and seeing how different kinds of borders are intertwined and emphasizing on the intersectionality of boundaries and borders. With this, we move to the last paper to be presented in this session. And for that, I would invite Shivani Kumari, who is an MPhil scholar at the Center for French and Francophone Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. And she will today be talking on Assommoir les Pauvres, the reconstruction of identity through encounters with migrants. Over to you, Ms. Shivani.
Thank you, ma'am.
Ruma, ma'am, you have to just stop sharing your screen. Yeah.
Should I share my screen?
Yes, you can share next, Shivani.
Okay, yeah. Is this, sorry, go to the first page. Is this visible to everybody?
Yes, it is visible, and you might want to make it full screen.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, thank you so much. Should I start speaking now?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So I choose the migrant literature as the subject of my paper because it is the perfect example of diasporic writing.
Shivani, can you come a little bit closer to the microphone because your voice is a little bit low?
Okay. Is this clear now?
Yeah, somewhat clear.
Okay, thank you. So in the work of migrant literature, the characters try to balance between two cultures and languages. Sometimes they come out with a new identity. Therefore, in this presentation, I will do a precise study of this aspect. And before going further, I will present to you the title of my presentation, Assommoir les Pauvres, the reconstruction of identity through encounters with migrants. So the novel of my presentation is Assommoir les Pauvres, written by Shumona Sinha in 2011. The book was published with the Edition de l'Olivier at Paris. So I would like to present you the writer of the novel, Shumona Sinha. She was born in Calcutta and she moved to France in 2001 to pursue her studies, and later she started writing in French. She has published till now 5 novels, and she has received several prizes. So these are mentioned here. And now I'll go to the novel, the summary of the novel. The novel, one second. Yeah, the novel talk about the novel goes around the narrator who works as an interpreter between the French government and the asylum seekers who speak Bengali, and the narrator go to her past and as well as the future while encounters with the immigrants, and she feels discouraged to the in the end she feels discouraged to the life by seeing the miserable life of immigrants in banlieue in the streets of Paris, and finally she assaults an immigrant with her wine bottle. So the objective of my presentation is to situate a post-colonial Indian writer, Shumona Sinha, in a global world. I will also analyze the hybridization of the writing through cultural elements, and I'll study the protagonist who balances her identity between the two cultures. This is so in this page I have made the page with problematic, a set of questions. I'll just read it to you. If the writer doesn't belong to the periphery of francophone, then which category of writer she belongs to? Who is the targeted public of the novel? Why does the narrator attack an immigrant with the bottle? Who is Lucia, another character for the narrator? How does the narrator feel compelled to prove her loyalty towards a particular identity? So these are the theories I am going to use. Manifesto with the title Pour une littérature monde en français, signed by 44 writers. Third space by Homi K. Baba, and Cosmopolitan and Hybrid Theory on Identity. In order to find the answers to my questions, I have divided this presentation into three parts. First is resituating an Indian writer in a global world. Second part, construction of a hybrid writing. And third part is narrator as an interpreter belongs to nowhere. So in the first part, I'll start this chapter with the citation taken from the Littérature Monde en Français, the manifesto. It says, it was indeed the first time that a generation of writers from emigration, instead of sinking into its culture of adoption, intended to work based on its plural identity in the ambiguous and moving territory of its fiction. So Sumuna Sinha, even though she chooses to write in the French language, the colonial language French, she doesn't sink into its culture completely. Instead, she brings culture elements from her native country throughout the novel. Not only her novel reflects the plural identity, she herself presents a plural identity. She says in an interview, I am plural, I am Bengali, I am Indian, I am French, I am European, I am from the planet Earth. And her novel also so she is saying like this, and her novel also, she has written the novel in anonymously particularly, and this ambiguity gives the novel a global perspective, because we do not understand to which population and to which population of the world she is talking to. And this say that, and there, and I am also going to cite this critic who says about the worldwide citizen cosmopolitan, I mean, a last category of migrants regarding the culture background is not in connection with a certain culture, but regarding the transcultural orientation systems. These individuals perceive themselves as cosmopolitans or worldwide citizens. So we can see again the citation taken from her interview, where she is saying that I am planet Earth. So basically, she is trying to say that I am a global citizen, I am a global writer writing in French language. I belong to nowhere. Even if we try to situate Ramona Sinha in Indian perspective, we can't situate her because she is Bengali, but she is Bengali, she is Indian also. Bengali and Indian identity, she is trying to put them in different ways. So we conclude the writer saying that she is a cosmopolitan, she is carrying a cosmopolitan identity, and she is a world writer in French language. And second part, I am talking like through the encounters, the narrator goes into her past and narrates stories from her native country's cultures. And I have taken two examples. And for example, we can take second citation, where she is saying that by the time he sits, pushes the water cup on the table, the man seemed to me like a young shepherd, friend of Krishna. His body was like a rain carrying cloud, dark and dense. We throughout the novel we see that she is trying to have a conversation with another people from France, but she has all this conversation to herself, and she keeps saying all, she writes all about her cultural identity, about the cultural differences in the novel in this way. So we can see that the book, even though the book is written in French, the cultural differences from her native country are all over the novel. So this helps us to classify the work as hybrid. And now I'll talk about the third part. Narrator as an interpreter belongs to nowhere. This part I have dedicated to the narrator of the story. And the narrator accepts her resemblance to the other immigrants from South Asian countries, especially India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Nepal. And she says that they were. She says maybe I saw in this the first citation. She says maybe I saw in this woman an open mirror. We joke about the percentage of cocoa in our skin. So these examples, they are saying that the narrator, she doesn't deny her resemblance, she is accepting that she looks like them, Indians and Bangladeshi. But however, she feels frustrated with this association, and she starts to and throughout the novel, whenever she feels frustrated with this association to Bangladeshi or Indian people, she starts talking about Lucia, which who represents France to her. And she and in the novel we also see that she has compared immigrants to the slaves, and she has said that they are slaves of the new millennium. So les esclaves du nouveau millénaire, and in French we have translated it. So for her, these immigrants are like slaves. They are having a miserable life in the streets of France and in Banlieue. That's why she doesn't like this association. She gets frustrated. And during the encounters with asylum seekers, she sees misery on their faces, but they start questioning her identity, her association,
Excuse
and she
me,
gets
Ms.
frustrated
Shivani.
again. Yeah.
Ms. Shivani, you have 2 minutes remaining.
Okay, ma'am. Thanks.
Thank
And she says that and they were screaming that I wasn't translating what they were saying. They were screaming that I didn't know their language, that it was not my language. So here they are the immigrants who were shouting at her that she is not understanding their language. So in this way she feels compelled to prove her loyalty, and finally she says that uh, the man on the dock cannot accept my silence or my evasive words. I decide to teach him life. So in the last, she breaks her bottle on the head of an immigrant to teach him the life, to teach him the importance of self-respect and dignity. The same way the Baudelaire in his poem has done with the narrator. In Baudelaire's poem Asommo le Pauvre with the same title, the narrator hits and attacks a beggar to teach him the lesson of life and dignity. So in this novel, the narrator also does the same thing, and in this way she and after attacking the person, when she goes through the interrogation, she says that I can spend my life here without belonging to this country. And again she says that you can never go back to the place of departure, it is no longer there. So she is trying to say that I don't belong to anywhere, and she is also loyal to a particular identity. So finally, I conclude saying that identity is and will continue to be a complex concept, but the cases of both writer and the narrator suggest us that they both are similar. They both represent the same image because they both do not like a particular identity. In fact, they both are scared of being attached to a fixed identity. Therefore, I end this presentation asking a question: how to study this fear of being attached to a fixed particular identity? Because the writer also, she doesn't want to be attached to a particular identity of India or France, and another, not the narrator, who also she also feels the association to India, but still she doesn't accept it. She keeps talking about Lucia, who is another character from France, because she is representing France to her, to the narrator. So how to study this fear of being attached to a particular identity? Thank you so much. I am ending my presentation here.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shivani Kumar, for respecting time as well. And with that, we come to the end of all the presentations. We were fortunate to listen to all these different papers that through literature, be it Amitav Ghosh's The Glass Palace or Shumona Sinha's Asommo le Pauvre, or the ancient text discussed by Professor Renu, Milin Pana, or the films, the German-Turkish films, they all engage meaningfully with questions of migration, displacement, dislocation, and in the process, they attempt to challenge the fixed notions of home, belonging, identity, and nation. And this reflection, I believe, is particularly interesting and relevant in these times of COVID, when on one hand, the borders are being sealed, fixed boundaries laid out with people and nations trying to define us and them very clearly. And on the other hand, it lays bare the absurdity of these dichotomies that we deal with: home, outside, inside, outside, national, foreign, private, or public. And again, it allows us to re-engage and investigate these concepts further. With these remarks, I will now go to the questions that have been asked to the speakers. I believe the first question, I'm not able to read the first question. Professor Nisha, are you able to read the first question?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
not able to scroll up.
Can I read it, ma'am?
Yes, please.
This question is to Monica from Professor Shilpi Gupta, VIT. She wants to know that which text of Tagore is she referring to, and also is she saying that post-nationalism is better version of nationalism, or post-nationalism is a counter of nationalism?
Hello.
Hello, Monica.
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yes.
The text I am referring to is Tagore's The Home and the World. and about comparing post-nationalism and nationalism. As I also mentioned in my paper, it would be improper to compare both of this, because it would be similar to comparing feminism or Marxism, because uh, uh, both are good in their own places, but they have different approaches to the networks of ethics in the society. As I also mentioned in my paper, post-nationalism is not to be seen as an antonym of nationalism, and nor does it strictly typify the end of nationalism. It is simply an alternative way of looking at the world, of fashioning the world. So I am nowhere saying that nationalism is not good for formation of collective solidarity in the societies, but post-nationalism is one such lens. If we see through that lens, it would give us more scope for forming extra solidarities on the basis of commitments which would be more humane, and would give voices even to those who are relegated to the margins. Because as nationalism as a project is a project in nation building, it sort of limits the entry of people who are branded as anti-national and not included. So post-national is one such liberal approach to seeing nationalism. It's not a better version of nationalism, I would like to say, but then it's definitely one such good approach to networks of ethics in the society.
Okay, thank you, Monica. Again, the next question is also to you. I quote Professor Swati Shri. Tagore roots for a vernacular nationalism to tackle the aggressive Western nationalism. He could not completely detach himself from the sentiments of belongingness to his country. How could you place Tagore in this light?
Tagore, in his writing career, he underwent so many changes. So, if we try to locate Tagore in the initial phase of his writing career, we would see him as a very staunch nationalist. But as I also mentioned in my paper, if you look at his writings from 1904 to 1908, you would see a certain sort of contradiction and ambivalence in his writing, where he began to critique his own critical position, and he started repudiating nationalism openly, and his critique of nationalism became more muscular and explicit. So he is not an anti-nationalist, I would say, but then his stance as far as nationalism is concerned underwent changes, and he was definitely a nationalist, but then the character as we could gather from the character he portrays in the novel Nikhil, uh, his Tagore's stance towards nationalism becomes more clear if we read the novel, because Nikhil, like Tagore, he was critical of burning foreign goods and the boycott of, because Tagore was propagating, while Tagore in West was propagating the idea of multiculturality and multiculturalism. Gandhi in India was, preaching non-violent, non-cooperation movement, and so he was. This was the point of contention between Gandhi and Tagore as well. So Tagore was not an absolute critique of. He was a nationalist, but in a more positive sense of the term. He was not a supporter of territorial and more belligerent and militant forms of nationalism. Yeah, that's what I would
Thank
like
you.
to.
Yeah, I believe the next question is again for Ms. Monica Chaudhary.
Yes.
And I don't know who has sent this question, but I think they're asking for the difference between nationalism or post-nationalism.
Okay. Nationalism could be seen as sentiment which sort of binds us together as a collective unconscious. It's a binding sentiment which welds people together on a more national level. I would say it's a sentiment, and post-nationalism is, uh, for me, it's an alternative way of commitment to the it's an alternative way of fashioning the world. It's a blueprint. It could be a most viable blueprint for the post-colonial world, and it offers an alternative for looking for the formation of solidarities and forming that collective unconscious. I, I'm not sure if I've answered the question, but yeah, that's what I would like to
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, we'll move to the next question that is been asked by Dr. Mala Shika. And this is addressed to Dr. Reenu Shukla. My question to Dr. Reenu Shukla is that we take pride in the wisdom from ancient world. However, it is usually seen to be on the margins when we talk about the texts or theories used in the classrooms. How do you think we can be more inclusive in our approach in research and teaching and draw from texts such as the one she quoted, Milind Panya, especially in times of crisis?
Thank you
Dr.
so
Reenu
much.
Shukla.
Thank you so much, Malashika, for the most relevant question. When most of the people are talking about binaries, divide, you want to have a dialogue on inclusiveness. I feel being inclusive is the wonderful thing, and in this time of crisis is the only way out. And as you said, Indian culture always promoted it theoretically. It is said Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina or Mata Prithvi Putroham Prithivya or things like Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So the whole universe is one, and as a human being, we are same. Our problems are same. The thing is that we need to follow the theories in our lives, and there are people who thought and acted that way. The thing we can learn from these texts from the text Vilinpaye or other texts also, that closing the boundaries, living in isolation, being self-centered is not the solution. The problems may differ in nature, but we need to deal with them intelligently and compassionately. So the two things I think we need to follow: we should always be flexible and ready to change according to the need of the art, and we should have welcoming attitude towards people, ideas, and cultures different to us. So I feel the real solution to the human problems is generosity, acceptance, being accommodative with new ideas, situations, people, and cultures. It will not only solve the present and future problems related to us, but will always, I think, will also contribute to our growth as an individual and as a human being. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I also wanted to add that in many of these papers, another idea that came across very forcefully was the notion of hospitality. And it is interesting how much the Indian ancient texts and philosophy have contributed to this notion of hospitality. I believe another speaker discusses the notion of hospitality. I think the one on filmmakers, Ruma Dutt, also talks about hospitality. And I also believe that this notion of hospitality or acceptance of the other can also be practiced or incorporated within our pedagogical strategies to be acceptable to all the people we are catering to all the students who are there in the class. So that is another way of looking at hospitality and reducing, being more inclusive of the other, if I may say so. The next question is to Ruma Dutt, and this is Shilpi Gupta who's asking the question. She asks, did she see the interaction among immigrants in the texts of her study? And she would want you to talk about that. I believe she's talking about the female protagonist, Turna.
Yeah, well, in the first film text, Turna, the main character, is actually locked up inside the house, and the only interaction that is happening is with her husband when he comes back home from work. Apart from that, she just doesn't have any contact with the outside world. Her interactions with the German society are mediated through Dursun. Um, the whole text of the film, or the film, is constructed through her perspective, and the only and she's shown looking outside the apartment window, and the only contact that she has is through the window, whereby she looks at a child who's indisposed and lying at home recuperating, and they interact with each other in terms of gestures and mimicry. But apart from that, she doesn't interact with anyone till about the last moment of the scene, the film, where she is seen leaving the apartment building, but the camera refuses to follow her into the sunlight. It just refuses to go beyond. And then in that sense, it is left open-ended what challenges are awaiting her in that outside world after she's been sort of liberated by Dursun's death. So that is not explored. I think that would constitute another movie. Now in the second film, Berlin Inside Berlin, all these different characters, the family characters, show different levels of assimilation and the difference in generation and their different levels of assimilation. For instance, the brother-in-law of Dilbar, the woman whose husband has been killed, the brother wants to avenge this dishonor which has been brought upon by the family. And he holds Dilbar also responsible because it is her pictures which has sort of brought this whole thing onto the family. And he wants to avenge it by killing Thomas. Ultimately, when Dilbar chooses to go out with Thomas, she pleads with him that you don't have the right to kill me. So in that sense, she asserts herself and then she asserts her agency also to be able to choose a multi-ethnic relationship after the death of her husband. So that is one aspect of that relationship. The other one is the matriarch of the family who invokes this whole traditional hospitality wala custom and then allows Thomas to stay inside and provides him with security. That is one. Another character that is there in the film is the younger brother of the husband, Murtu's younger brother, who wants to actually, and ultimately when Murtuz is unable to sort of avenge the death, he snatches the pistol from his hand and wants to go out and kill Thomas. So interactions, I mean, these are all different sort of, let's just say, dealings and bargaining and different types of interactions which show sort of differences in levels of attachment and associations with the culture and their closeness to another culture that they have been sort of exposed to.
Thank you. Just taking it a little further in the first film, do you believe that Turna somehow gets some sense of agency, or there is some sort of emancipation that comes to her because she has moved out of her country and she is in a foreign land? So that gives her some sense of agency, not forgetting the fact that there is a window that you yourself mentioned, which opens up the world of the other to her. So what is your reflection on that?
If you look at the text of the film, Churna is locked up inside the house. She doesn't have access to the outside world. She's practically locked up inside the house. And the only time that she's able to exit, she's brought out of this passivity only after the death of her husband. Before that, she's not active. And then progressively, she lapses into this whole lapses into this inactivity and passivity. And she's brought out of this whole passivity only after the death of her husband. She finds recourse in her dreams. So agency is not expressed, and then this is the external liberating factor. She herself is not able to break out of it. The only external factor that works is that the death of her husband, which has not been brought about by her. But then that external factor allows her to leave the apartment building and move out into the larger world. Otherwise, Dursun is the one who's sort of telling her about this German society, its moral depravity, because they are living in a red light area. I mean, this is again something that Turkish population, which had come to Germany, since they were not earning well according to the German standard, so they were not able to afford better housing. So they went on to live in rundown areas, which were primarily lower middle class or lower class backgrounds or red light districts. For instance, their house is located in a red light district. And Dursun wants to protect her from this moral depravity by locking her up inside and not allowing her access outside. He is the one who mediates between these two worlds and gives her the memories instead of allowing her to make her own experiences. So in that sense, she's sort of, let's just say that she doesn't have access to the outside world.
Right. Thank you so much. There is a question for Miss Shivani Kumari that I am unable to read. Professor Nisha, would you be able to read? I don't know. I'm unable to.
Yes, ma'am. Is to Mrs. Shivani Kumari from Dr. Santo Michelin Sankita. The question is, does the narrator's rejection of any identity surge in any way from the society that she lives in? or was there any other reason in the novel for this rejection?
Thank you for the question. And I would like to say that actually this case is particular in the novel because the narrator, she sees different perspectives to hate this association. She rejects all these associations. So I would like to say that both countries, India and France, they do not match her expectations of the ideal country. So and in the novel, particular novel, she is critic of both the countries, and she is saying that I criticize the refugee, the host country, and the sending country, all of them, because host country is encouraging the refugees to go to the host country, to sending countries are encouraging the refugees to go to the host country, European countries especially, and to have to lead a miserable life there. That's why she hates, she is hating in this novel her association with India, the sending country, and the refugees also, and the host country, because he is criticizing the whole refugee system of France. That's why she doesn't like this association with any of these. I think I replied to your answer. Thank you.
Thank you. There is I think, I believe we have time only for one last question now. And I'll read out Jobin Janki's question to Dr. Reenu Shukla. Is it necessary to think of the emergence of the Bhakti cult as the reason for an open interaction between Milinda and Nagasena? There seemed to be an assumption in your paper that the Bhakti cult is an essential part of Indian culture. How about the possibility that Buddhism was a prevalent force around 100 BCE? This seems possible because Buddhism spread widely around the time of Ashoka, which was probably just a century before. One could also imagine lots of exchanges of ideas as part of travel, trade, etc. This is to Professor.
Yes. Just a minute. Let me read the question. Thank you so much. Actually, I have referred the Bhakti cult in context of ideological change in Buddhism itself. So far as the assimilation is concerned, or the dialogue between Nagasena is concerned, and Bhakti cult has nothing to do with that. Actually, Greeks were very fond of having discussions on religious and philosophical matters. So this episode is related to that. Before that, we find when Onesicritus came with Alexander, he also had the discussion with naked saints of India, termed as gymnosophiste in Greece. So Bhakti cult was not referred in that sense. You are right that it was the time of when Indo-Greeks invaded India. That time Shunga dynasty was ruling here, and Shungas were promoters and protectors of Brahmanism. So this could be one of the reasons that Buddhist community looked upon Greeks as as a protector. So this must have contributed to the process of assimilation or acculturation. This is what I want to clear. Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, I would like to thank all the speakers and all the participants who gave their time and attention to this session. And with this, we close the session and invite you for the for session number 4. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ritu ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, so this session got over. Now we will start preparing for the next session. The next session is the session 4, basically 4A, which we are going to do. So we have to have 5 presenters and the session chair and the session coordinator. So the session chair is Dr. Sarmila from Pondicherry University. So I believe I have made her the co-host. Yeah, I have made her the co-host right now. And the session coordinator is Antoniette ma'am. She's from VIT. So over to Antoniette ma'am. So ma'am, you have to unmute yourself and then just speak.
Yeah, good evening, Gaurav. Hello. Hello. You're able to hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can hear you.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Yeah, I can hear you,
Yes,
Antoinette.
we can hear you.
Yes, ma'am. You're able to hear me, no?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed a great privilege and honor to introduce and welcome the session chair, Dr. Sharmila Asharif, Assistant Professor, Department of French, School of Humanities, Pondicherry University. An academic par excellence, Dr. Sharmila Asharif is known for her writings in the areas of French and Francophone literature, comparative literature, and women's writings. She has guided more than 70 MA projects. We are proud to have you with us, ma'am. I request you to take over the session. Thank you.
Good evening to one and all present here. It's indeed great to see all the participants here, and big thanks to the organizers also who have so systematically and wonderfully organized this conference, and we are all able to meet virtually even in this grave crisis of COVID-19. So this session, we will be having 5 participants who will be presenting their paper, mostly on women writers, migrant literature. So without any further ado, I would like to welcome the first presenter, Ababia Ratnam, who is working as Assistant Professor Guest Faculty, Nava Nalanda Mahavira in Nalanda, Bihar. And the paper she's going to present today. Hello. And the paper she's going to present today is entitled Accounting Anxious Accustomization in Unaccustomed Earth by Jhumpa Lahiri. So over to you.
दूसरा फिर वैसे ही जाना है, ठीक है? और
So you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
ऑप्शन है. हाँ. अब पहले से कोई विंडो खुला हुआ है क्या?
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
On पे दबाना, on custom.
Hello and good evening to all. The chairperson, the fellow speakers, and the audience, whoever are listening, sitting cozily at their homes. I'm sure all of you are safe and all of you are taking good care of yourselves. It's actually a privilege of having this opportunity to engage in such academic endeavors, and without much ado, I'll right now start my presentation.
ठीक है, हम तुमको बताते हैं.
Will you please tell me if my slides are visible?
हाँ, ये करवाओ, स्टार्ट कराओ. सबको हम co-host बना दिए, एक बार देख लो.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Are my slides visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah. So as you can see, my paper has been entitled Accounting Anxious Accustomization in Unaccustomed Earth by Jhumpa Lahiri. Now, there are the 3 factors which I'm going to deal today in my paper. And the 3 factors or the 3 aspects are the expatriation, alienation, and finally a customization on which my paper has been placed. Now, as we move on, you can see that there are a few things about the author that I have collected. I'm sure that Jhumpa Lahiri is a name which needs no introduction, but I have tried my best to put down a brief introduction of hers here. We all know that she was born as Nilanjana Sudeshna Lahiri, and Jhumpa Lahiri was her pet name, which was used by her nursery teacher, her primary teacher, because the teacher could not pronounce her real name. She was born in London 1967, and she was a second generation immigrant in America when her family moved there. She is a well-known American author, and she is known for post-colonial fiction, which includes novel and short stories, and also for non-fiction like essays and lectures. She primarily writes in English, but more recently she has taken to Italian, and nowadays she is writing in Italian and translating it into English. She is currently a professor of creative writing at Princeton University. A few of her famous books are Interpreter of Maladies, which was published in 1900 and 1999 when and it was a collection of short stories. The another was The Namesake, which needs no introduction because the movie has already been made on it. It was a novel and it was published in 2003. The book in the issue that I am going to discuss today is another collection of short stories, and it is entitled Unaccustomed Earth. Next few of her publications are The Lowland and The Clothing of a Book, which is entirely about the jackets of books, the covers of books. As we move on to the next slide, you guys can see that I have mentioned some notable awards, although it was not possible to put in all the awards and all the honors that she has achieved in her life, but I have mentioned a few. And I'm sure that all of you very well know that she has been awarded with the O. Henry Award for the Interpreter of Melodies, Pulitzer Prize for Fiction, and again Franco Corner International Short Story Award for Unaccustomed Earth in 2008. And she was awarded with the National Humanities Medal in 2014. And after that, the most recent award she has been awarded with is the Payne Malamud Award. Uh, yeah, now the main discussion begins, in which I'm going to present Unaccustomed Earth and what it is. It is actually a collection of 8 short stories which has been divided into 2 parts. The part 1 consists of 5 stories. The stories are entitled Unaccustomed Earth, Hell and Heaven, A Choice of Accommodations, Only Goodness, and Nobody's Business. Part 2 is quite interesting because all the 3 stories in this part are about the same 2 protagonists, and it is entitled Hema and Kaushik. The 3 stories have been named as Once in a Lifetime, Year's End, and Going Ashore. In all these stories, what Jhumpa has tried that she has presented the accounts of second and third generation Indian, especially the Bengali immigrants in the United States. And the book begins with an epigraph from Nathaniel Hawthorne's The Custom House. I would like to read out the epigraph to all of you, and it will be quite useful in understanding what I'm trying to elaborate in my paper. What Nathaniel Hawthorne says is that human nature will not flourish any more than a potato if it be planted and replanted for too long a series of generations in the same worn out soil. My children have had other birthplaces, and, so far as their fortunes may be within my control, shall strike their roots into unaccustomed earth. So, in a very nutshell, I would like you to tell that all that we are going to deal today with is the diaspora or the immigrant's psychology, which happens when people move from one place to another. As I move on to my next slide, you can see that I have tried to explain what expatriation or diaspora means. We all know that it is a post-colonial fact and it has multiple layers of meaning. Diaspora or expatriation is a post-colonial fact, and whether it is an individual or a group moving to another country, the diaspora continues. Originally, the meaning of this word was large-scale migration of people due to religious persecution. But nowadays, it refers to any movement of people from one land to another, mostly in the pursuit of a better life or a better career opportunity or for doing certain things which are not allowed at a certain place. Nowadays, it is often considered synonymous to migration or immigration, and the result of this expatriation or diaspora is that it creates a sandwich world. A person finds himself stuck between two starkly opposite worlds, and he has no other refuge or no other recluse. He does not have any other thing to do. He is just stuck there between two starkly different places with two starkly different cultures. The Indian diaspora can probably be traced to the ancient time when Buddhist monks traveled to the remote corners of Asia. However, today it is customary to refer to the 19th and 20th centuries as the period of Indian diaspora, when Indians in large numbers went to other countries in search of job opportunities, either as skilled and unskilled laborers to West Asia or as professionals and semi-professionals to industrially advanced countries. That this migration is made by personal choice is a factor that has to be borne in mind when the term diaspora is used today. The
Last
Indian,
2 minutes, ma'am.
yeah, okay. So as we move on to the next slide, we have alienation, the problem of alienation. It is a resultant of experiencing two starkly opposite cultures, as I have previously discussed. And William Safran has observed this quite perfectly when he says that they continue to relate personally or viscerally to their homeland in one way or another, and their ethno-communal consciousness and solidarity are importantly defined by the existence of such a relationship. Um, Second generation immigrants feel more at home in another countries, and this leads to communication gap between two successive generations because the first generation immigrants are far more attached to their homeland. Now, the term customization, it is not a cakewalk even for the second and third generation immigrants, especially after terrorist activities like incidents like the 9/11 or the recent attacks on various monuments. So this thing has become an inevitable clash of cultures, which gives rise to dislocation and displacement. So sense of belonging and yet being an outsider coexist in the psyche. Lahiri herself is a new wave literary artist and a second generation immigrant, and she feels the significance of family and cultural roots even when living in the States. She confesses that I went to Calcutta neither as a tourist nor as an outsider, and yet I also know that as different as Calcutta is from Rhode Island, I belong there in some fundamental way, in the ways I didn't seem to belong in the United States. So this approach of being the insider outsider simultaneously creates an inner tension in her characters. Most of the characters in Unaccustomed Earth, the book I'm discussing, feel an association, although this association is kind of dissociated as they are second and third generation immigrants. And the fiction of Jhumpa Lahiri carries an autobiographical texture and test, and hence it becomes exceptionally relatable. And another factor that we should keep in mind whenever we are discussing this diaspora or this expatriation kind of a thing is that what you are always surpasses what you adopt. And her fiction is autobiographical, as I told you. Now, the title story, if I make it a few 2 minutes, if
Last
I'm allowed.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Last minute.
Okay, it is the last minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let me continue then very fast. So, Unaccustomed Earth is the title story, and the title does not only refer to the foreign soil, but it also suggests of the unfamiliar emotional reason to be traveled by the characters. I'm not going in the details of the story as the time is ticking. And the last thing that I would like to tell you here in this slide is that as Nathaniel Hawthorne perceived, human nature may flourish in the unaccustomed earth, but the individuality and the individual traits of a person becomes the worst casualty when he is uprooted from one place and when he is planted into another. There are certain other stories, as I told you. It is a collection of 8 stories. The second story is Hell and Heaven, and it is also a story of two immigrants falling in developing friendship, and thereafter the woman falls in love with the man, and it becomes a cliche love story. And then other 3 stories also have a common theme, just like the previous stories, because Lahiri herself admits in an interview to the Hindu that she continues to remain interested in the world of Bengali immigrants, and that is why she discusses all these stories. These stories also revolve around failed relationships, individual issues, and guilt trips. And what happens is that American upbringing collides and clashes with the intrinsic Indian value system, and the process of accustomization fails miserably. The part 2 of the book is about Hema and Kaushik, the same two protagonists around whom the 3 stories revolve around, and accounts from their childhood to adulthood reflect how two people having almost the same upbringing can grow completely different and fall apart. So, what my observation is that individuality is rather a mysterious thing, and let me quickly move on to conclusion, the conclusion part of my presentation, and it says over here that a customization in a foreign soil, or for that matter, even in the native country at a new place, is actually an ordeal. No matter how many years pass, an unknown fear of belonging to nowhere sits heavily on the heart. And Lahiri tells her story simply yet subtly, with utmost craftsmanship, using irony, imagery, and symbols to create a living environment of longing, remorse, and nostalgia. Her characters are raw, real, and rare, and they are slaves of basic human emotions like friendship, love, and jealousy. Her characters dwindle between two different cultures, and finally they belong to neither. The stories strike a global chord and happen to be quite instrumental in understanding the trials of those stuck in a foreign land during the present pandemic period. That is all I have to say. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I hope that I have finished in time, and I'm really looking forward to the questions and queries and all other participants. Thank you. Thank you so much. Stay safe, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Abhay Ratnam. You have very precisely captured what Jhumpa Lahiri wanted to talk about. Now, I think the question and answer session, we can keep it to the end. So can we continue with the presentation of Aparna Ajit, who's a known academician and a freelance journalist. And her presentation is entitled In an Unaccustomed Earth, Reflection of Diasporic Sensibilities in Jhumpa Lahiri's Interpreter of Maladies. Abhay Ratnam, can you stop sharing your screen? Yeah. I would like to welcome Aparna Ajit. Aparna. Aparna is there? Hello. Is Aparna Ajit there?
Yes, ma'am. I can see her.
Okay. Aparna Ajit, can you just come? Can you just switch on your audio? Unmute yourself, please. Could you please unmute yourself 1 second? Where is she? I think, Antoinette, you have to unmute her.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. She has just messaged that she's unable to share the screen as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just wait, Aparna. I think BIT technical host will unmute you and she will make you co-host so that you will be able to share the screen. Antoinette, you're able to see her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you can unmute her.
Waiting for the host to unmute, ma'am.
Okay. So we have to wait for Dr. Gaurav then?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. Hello.
I think she's still not able to hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Aparna? Okay. Should we move on to the next person?
Yes,
How
ma'am.
is it? Can we move on to the next person then?
Yes, we can go, ma'am.
Okay.
She's
So
unmuted.
The next person is unmuted then?
I think we can start with Aparna. She has been made the co-host. Okay.
Okay.
So we can start.
Okay.
Okay, sir.
Aparna, you have been made co-host.
Aparna, ma'am. Aparna, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yeah, and we are able to hear you now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Can you start your screen sharing?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, is it appearing?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
it is
Yes,
appearing.
ma'am.
You can go to slideshow and start from beginning. On top, you can see slideshow. If you see here, yeah.
Yes. So, a warm good evening to one and all. The title of my presentation is In an Unaccustomed Earth, a reflection of diasporic sensibilities in Jhumpa Lahiri's interpreter of melodies. As the former speaker, Madam Ababi, has already given a vast introduction on Jhumpa Lahiri, I don't think that I have to go into that detail, but for the sake of presentation, I will be hinting on a few points. So diaspora, as we all know for the term, and what does it mean, what it basically means to scatter about and how it is dispersed. So basically it is a displacement of a community or culture into another geographical and cultural region. So when we focus on the diasporic Indians on a foreign land, we can see their expressions through literature. Through the literary creation, they are trying to express their pangs, their ailments, their alienation, everything through their writing. And William Safran, on the basis of 6 characters, has classified diaspora on the basis of the dispersal of 2 or more locations, mythology of homeland, alienation of hostland, idealization of return to homeland, ongoing relationship with homeland. So these are basically what diaspora means. And I would like to quote Professor Feroz Joswala, who has rightly coined, we are like chiffon saris, a sort of a crossbreed attempting to adjust to the pressures of a new world, while actually being from another old one. And literature of the Indian diaspora. This is a burgeoning field of anglophone literature, and this is trying to comprehend the culture. And the inner conflict somehow becomes a matter of the cultural displacement. And this literary outpost, they are trying to blur the man-made barriers, and they are trying to act as a bridge between numerous cultures. And in a way, they are trying to globalize and spread universal speech. And these diaspora writers or the diasporic characters, they are always in a constant conversation with a meta home and writing in search of a homeland for a nostalgic recollection and also their ardent desire to return to their homeland. So Salman Rushdie has rightly mentioned, One physical alienation from India at almost inevitably means that we'll not be capable of redeeming precisely the thing that was lost. That will, in short, create fictions, not actual cities or villages, but invisible ones, imaginary homelands, Indians of mind. So Jhumpa Lahiri as a writer hardly needs any sort of introduction. She can be called as an ambassador of Indian diaspora of international repute, a dynamic and vibrant writer in the Indian literary horizon, born in the year 1969 as Nilanjana Sudeshna Lahiri. An Indian by ancestry, a British by birth, and an American by immigrancy. And in all her writings, we can feel, as the former speaker has pointed out, her autobiographical text and texture. That is what I have mentioned, a touch of personal experience. And this, or the first-hand sort of information is vividly seen in all her writings, be it fiction, be it non-fiction. And the sufferings of the migrants, and which she considered as a backdrop of Indian culture, and through the lens of diaspora, she is trying to give their problems, prospects, their agonies, their miseries, their alienation, their isolation, and whatnot. And in her characters, what we can see is that the characters are pulling themselves to the alien shores, and from there, they are trying to uproot themselves from their native roots. And when we read her works, what we can see is that these characters are able to transport, or they are capable of transporting the readers to the people who are Indians in India, Indians in USA, or Americans of Indian origin. And this holds true in the case of the short story collection I have selected, Interpreter of Maladies. And in her writings, we can see the Prishangu experience, neither belonging to a part of a place and nor neither belonging to the homeland or nor being a part of the host land. And also the times of ABCDs, American born confused daisies, that is vividly seen in her novel Namesake, as well as Meera Mayer's adaptation of the same novel. And Lahiri's Albright, Interpreter of Maladies, The Namesake, Unaccustomed Earth, The Lowland, Altre Parole, or in other words, The Clothing of Books. And The Interpreter of Maladies is the one book I'm going to deal with, and this is the one, and she's the first South Asian to win the Pulitzer Prize, and she was honored with this achievement for this debut short story collection published in the year 1999. And in the Interpreter themes, the short story collection, or the story, it is through this 9 well-lit short stories. She's trying to give a picture of all these problems are the part and parcel of the short stories, be it cultural alienation, physical displacement, identity, change of lifestyle, assimilation, exile, hybridity, rootlessness, homelessness, final assimilation. So we can see all these things in the writing, and immigration and cultural immigration being the cultural alienation being the global phenomenon in today's world, and we can see this reflection as well in these characters. And in most of the characters, what we can see is that the landscape of memory and imaginary homelands are more significant. As one shifts, one maps not only the geographical dislocation, but also the political, social, cultural boundaries that create a craving to return to their homeland. So, when I was growing up in the Rhode Island in the 1970s, I felt neither Indian nor American. Like many immigrant offspring, I felt Indians' pressure to be two things: loyal to the old world and fluent in the new. Abroad on other side of the hyphen, looking back, I see that this was generally the case. But my perception as a young girl was that I felt short at both ends. Shuttling between two dimensions had nothing to do with one another. At home, I followed the customs of my parents, speaking Bengali and eating rice and dal with my fingers. These ordinary facts seemed part of a secret, utterly alien way of life, and I took pains to hide them from my American friends. So this kind of a feeling we can see in almost all the characters mentioned in Interpreter the United States, and most of the stories are written from a perspective that is between culture.
Last 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Regarding the cultural ties, their ancient subcontinent may be strong or weak, but they may seem to be haunting them. So, leaving between the cultures lends an extra layer of complexity to situations and relationships. So, these are the 9 short stories mentioned. So in temporary matter, what we can see is that there are two Indian-born parents, Indian parents. They are settled in America, and their problem happens with a stillborn child, and they are confronted with a temporary matter. So the temporary matter is that electricity would be cut off for an hour for 5 days, and they were continued. They were living like strangers at that home for long. But now, when the electricity goes off, the electricity of their closeness life comes on, and this electricity cut off however builds up some connection between these two couples, and they work together for the things they now knew, and they are not even having any kind of attachment. They don't want to meet each other, they don't want to dine together, they don't want to talk. Literally they are staying at home like two strangers. But there happens a sudden shift with this temporary matter, and their life can also be considered to be a temporary matter, their marriage life. When Mr. Pirsada came to dine, in that we can see a Bangladeshi Mr. Pirsada, who has received a grant from the Pakistan government for a foliage for the study of the foliage of New England, and he comes in touch with a Bengali family, and there is a little girl named Vilia, and he somehow strikes, and the girl also strikes an emotional chord with this man, and this man comes to her home every day as he wanted to know what is happening in this war in this place, is whether his wife and the 7 children are safe. And and after a few months he goes family, and then he sends a letter thanking a letter of gratitude to Lily and family. And when she reads the letter, as I've quoted, when she reads the letter for the first time, this little girl feels what it meant to miss someone who was so many miles and hours away, just as he had missed his wife and daughters for so many months. Then the interpreter of maladies, the titular story, there we can see two couple, one couple, Mr. Das and Mrs. Meena Das, whereas Mr. Das has so much of inclination for his Indian culture, whereas Mrs. Meena Das is completely engrossed in her American culture, and where they are on their trip to India with the kids, and their tourist guide, Mr. Kapasi, who is an interpreter of maladies. He acts as an interpreter of foreign patients in doctor's office, and somehow somehow Mrs. Das tries to have an intimate talk with him, and she confesses one of her two boys is the fruit of her husband's friend, a Punjabi who came to stay at their place for a week. So the tour guide or the interpreter of malady puts her in a dilemma, and she's asking for a remedy. She's asking for a remedy to a man who can be called the interpreter of malady. So Mr. Kapasi asks her, is it really pain you feel, Mrs. Das, or is it guilt? So here we can see that this kind of sandwiched feeling of pain and guilt can be seen in Mrs. Das, and the concept of chastity and the dichotomy of an Indian bride who is abroad, and that feeling is also haunting her like a ghost. And in the story, a real Darwan, we can see that there is. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I will quickly wind up. So a refugee from East Pakistan, and once she was so affluent, and now her condition has come to the level of a destitute, and she's literally thrown from the duty, alleging her of a theft. In Sexy, there we can see an American Indian girl developing a relationship with a married Bengali man, unaware of his status. She's trying to adapt Bengali culture, learning to eat Indian food, learning Bengali, watching Indian movies. At the end, only she realizes the ramification and uselessness of this relation when this Bengali man, Mr. Dev's son, also calls her sexy. When she questions him, she gives the answer, what do you mean by sexy? Loving someone you do not know. So here the identity, the reduced identity of woman, and she is a body to be viewed and used. This blessed house comprises of two people, Sanjeev and Tinkle. The couple, one has obsessive fascination for the Christian icon, whereas Other has a threat to his other considers this Christian icon or statue as a threat to his Indian identity, and this Christian paraphernalia can be acting as the source of reunion and clash of this Indian American couple. Then comes the treatment of Bibi Halder, and Bibi Halder is a story spun around a subaltern suffering from a mysterious disease. And to assert her feminine identity, she deviates from her moral code and becomes an unwed mother. She has nobody to take care, and has already a doctor has suggested that marriage is a panacea, and she had no other choice. But there was no point carrying out any investigation around the people who made her pregnant, because she was, to the best of our knowledge, cured. The third and the final continent, the last story, talks about an Indian migrant reminiscing the first few weeks in America 30 years ago. Although he had an arranged marriage, he could not spend much time with his wife owing to his job emergency. So he comes back. He rents a room owned by an old widow. There he stays for a while, and once the passport and everything is ready, and wife comes to America, then he takes a new rented home. And one fine day, he takes her to Mrs. Croft, the lady where we stay. And when his wife arrives in America, Mrs. Croft, that old lady of 103 years, calls Miss Mala a perfect lady. And this created a sort of sympathy and love in his mind for his wife. And this man was never capable of understanding, or never capable of showing much love or affection to the lady. But this particular meeting with Mrs. Croft has changed all on a sudden. So I think the last statement which I have quoted here can be summed up, can be used as a summary statement. I know that my achievement is quite ordinary. I am not the only man to seek his fortune far from home, and certainly I am not the first. Still, there are times I am bewildered by each mile I have traveled, each meal I have eaten, each person I have known, each room in which I have slept. As ordinary as it all appears, there are times when it is beyond my imagination. So let me conclude my presentation quoting a famous statement from Vijay Mishra's The Literature of the Indian Diaspora, Theorizing the Diasporic Imaginary. In the introductory chapter of the Diasporic Imaginary, he gives a playful mimicry of the renowned opening sentence from Anna Karenina. So, all diasporas are unhappy, but every diaspora is unhappy in its own way. So, neither age nor custom can wither the genuine ailments experienced by the diasporic entities. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Aparna, for your insightful presentation. Please respect the time given of 10 minutes for presentations, because we have to move on to the Q&A session also. So I would like to now call upon the third presenter, who is Armand Boro, PhD research scholar from IFLU in Hyderabad. Armand, are you there? Aparna ma'am, could you please stop sharing your screen?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I have stopped.
Because we still see it.
Ma'am, I have given stop share.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's done. I would like to welcome Armand Boro now. Armand. Antoinette ma'am, I think he has to be made the co-host.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, he's there. No, I'm not able to see Armand. Armand, I don't think he's there. Yeah, he's there.
Yes.
Yeah, I think his audio is not clear.
Yeah, Arman is here.
Yeah, Armand is here.
Yes, sir, he's here.
Co-host also, so he has to start the presentation. Arman,
Yeah.
if you're here, then please start your presentation by sharing your PPT.
Because his audio is not there. He's just messaged telling that he's not able to give audio.
Yeah, ma'am, we can move on to the next presenter.
Okay, okay. I think Arman is have to log out and log in again.
Yeah, he is.
It's come?
Yeah.
Okay, but his audio is not visible. Yeah, Arman is there. I think he's having a problem.
Yes, yes, he's there.
So, Anshwana, should we wait till he logs out and comes in again?
No, he's, I think it's unmuted, ma'am.
Yeah, he's unmuted, but his audio is not showing on the screen, so which means he cannot talk.
Okay.
Yeah, I think his audio is not working.
Yeah, it's not working.
Yes.
So, Arman, could you please log out and log in again? We'll continue with the next presenter and then you can start presenting, okay?
What you can do is you can just, I'm telling to Arman, you can log in from your mobile also. So you can use your mobile for the audio and your laptop for the presentation. So that you can do after the other presentation gets over.
Shall we pass on to Richa Sharma?
Richa Sharma.
Hello, am I audible?
I think we'll pass on to Richa Sharma.
Richa Sharma.
So Richa Sharma is a PhD research scholar from Center for French and Francophone Studies, JNU New Delhi. And the topic of a presentation today is themes of migration literature in Natasha Appana's Les Rochers de Poudre d'Or. Risha?
Yeah, is my voice audible?
Yeah, a little bit louder, Richa.
Is my voice audible to everybody?
Yeah, your voice is audible. A bit louder, please.
All right, all right.
Okay.
So this is fine, right?
Yeah, it's fine now. You can start sharing your screen and start with your presentation.
Okay, so I will just put my screen on sharing.
Okay.
All right, is it visible?
You have to double click. Yeah, it's visible.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I will put on the all right, so I'll start. Hello, everybody. My name is Richa Sharma, and the theme and the name of my paper is the title is Migration and its major themes in Natasha Appana's Les Rochers de Poudre d'Or. So, next slide. Why is it stuck? I'm not able to. Yeah. Okay, so in this presentation, in this paper, I will very briefly talk about what is migration and migration literature, and what's the status of migration literature, and how post-colonial theory and migration literature are related. And after this, we will move on to the major themes of migration literature, which are present in the book Les Rochers de Poudre d'Or. So before that, I'll also introduce you to the corpus. So first of all, without dwelling much, because this has been discussed earlier, I'll just quote what United Nations Organization says about migration, because it defines human migration as the voluntary or involuntary movement of people due to social, political, geographical reasons. And as to what is migration, according to Elian de Klerk, all the writings related to the theme of migration can be called as migration literature. However, for Professor Frank Soren, the word migration in literary studies means the oscillatory and inconclusive processes that manifest themselves at different levels of the literary work. For example, in relation to personal, national, and cultural identity, language, narrative form, and enunciation. And for writers and geographers, King, Connell, and White, migration literature is a direct way to have the migratory experience. The voices of migrants tell us what it is like to feel foreign and yet at home, to live at the same time inside as well as outside your immediate situation, to be constantly on the run, to think of returning but to surrender at the same time. The past is not only another country but also another era outside the present. It tells of long distance travels and relocations, losses, changes, conflicts, helplessness, and endless sadness that severely test the emotional resolution of the migrant. So as for the status of migration literature, Well, there has always been a resistance to literature from outside, since it was always believed that literature reflects soul of nations, and nations associated the geopolitical and national borders with literary production. However, in many European countries, migration literature has already gone from a position on the fringes of literature to a recognized and even canonical status. So, for example, in Britain and France, some of the most important writers of the past 50 years belong to the migration literature, although writers such as V.S. Naipaul and Salman Rushdie were first accepted in English literature in the category post-colonial, like Aimé Césaire and Tahar Ben Jalloud in French literature. And in many other European countries, this literature is still peripheral and tends to be limited to small publishing houses or websites. Now, the relation between migration literature and post-colonialism. Since the post-colonial theory deals with issues such as cultural contradictions, ambiguities, and ambivalences, migration literature is seen as its branch that studies the intercultural interactions. Post-colonial theories such as Edward Said and Homi Bhabha have contributed to the evolution of this new literary trend by identifying its salient features. The inherent characteristic of this literature, namely its main orientation on the marginal group of each society, and in the case of migration literature, it's the migrants, puts it under the shadow of post-colonial theory. Now, to introduce the corpus of my study, Les Roches de Poudre d'Or, it was the first novel written by Mauritian author Natasha Appana, which was published in 2003. And it is based on the historical reality that traces the painful journey of Indian indentured laborers to Mauritius after the abolition of slavery in France and England in 1835. The story has three parts. First part talks about different characters living in India and the reasons that pushed them to go to Mauritius. The second part recounts the terrible journey of six weeks across the vast Indian Ocean on a ship called Atlas. And the third part shows arrival of all the travelers in Mauritius, the discovery of work in sugarcane fields, and disillusionment of the adventure. So moving on, the most important theme of migration literature is hybridity, which was proposed by Homi Bhabha. The characters of a migration literature are recreated by their encounters with the cultural complexities and the discriminatory experience that comes from being a minority. So hybridity deals with multiple and fluid identities, replacing the old stable identities with heterogeneous complexity. The author of a migration literature shows a transnational tradition, which is a representation of the intermediate or interstitial spaces which go beyond existing binaries and make a bridge between home and the world. In the book, Kala Pani is used a lot. The Kala Pani or the ocean represents for travelers the bridge between home and outside that they never cross to step out of the boundaries of their homes. And I would like to quote from book. It was said that those who went beyond Kalapani lost their caste, that they were cursed for many generations, and that they were reborn again and again without ever knowing peace. It was said that beyond the Kalapani, there was only misfortune, the suffering of hell, and the cries of wandering souls. So thus, during the 6-week-long journey on the ship Atlas through the vast Indian Ocean between India and Mauritius, we see a shift in their previous beliefs and identities. For example, people on the ship started mingling with each other, irrespective of the caste and linguistic barriers, which was an unusual phenomenon for them in their homeland. This kind of hybridity and in-betweenness also exists for the English people on board. For example, Captain William Jones refuses to return back to his place of origin in England. Migration has showed him a place which lies between his previous self and the new self from whom he cannot turn back. This very thought of never going back to England sounds ridiculous to Dr. Grant, for whom it is an unbelievable declaration when William says that he finds Indians and their culture fascinating. Also, linguistic and cultural hybridity is reflected in the style of writing used by the author. She has written in a French which is impregnated with words from Indian languages and English, constructing what we call as a mixed or a hybrid text. Through this hybrid text, she introduces elements of different cultures together. So here I have done a translation, and you can, for those who can understand French, can also see the French in the brackets. 4 dhoti, and I quote, 4 dhotis, 3 chapatis for the journey, some malpuas, a copper bowl, and a picture of their god Ram. Also quote, they said that tomorrow they would see their promised land, tomorrow, nale, kal. So it's not just Hindi words, but as there is influence of other Indian languages as well. The second theme is ambivalence and adaptation. It is a character's reaction to any complex social phenomenon, confusing or emotionally charged. Migrants face on one side the desire to retain their cultural roots, and on the other side that of integrating into the new culture. For instance, when somebody dies during the journey on the ship, Indians try to carry out the funeral ceremony in a way which will be as closer to their native roots as possible. I quote from the book, Ram Naam Satya Hai. I had already heard this funeral incantation in Benares last year during a visit to Ganges. The men sing it before lifting the bodies to the funeral pyre. Choti Lal died of diarrhea, just like the others. They put his body for a moment on the bridge, lit incense, and Sanam turned around him 7 times. The Indians had marked his forehead with red and put something green in his mouth. Beetle, I think, that leave the Indians chew all day long. William next to me took off his cap and said, they're trying to give him a dignified death ceremony. Thus, migration does not end with departure from homeland or upon arrival in the new country, but it is a process that continues for years, manifested in personal thoughts, changes, and reactions of the individual. For example, the young man Vite, who, unlike others, traveled to Mauritius only in search of his brother, is shown stuck in this theme for a long time. Even after being auctioned to work in a French owner's land for a very long time, he has difficulty accepting the fact that he will never be allowed to find his brother. Whereas Das and Roy show us that after such initial ambivalence comes acceptance. They both had come to the island 7 years ago with the same hope of making money as all the other newly arrived indentured laborers. But life after years in this new land had disillusioned them. Similarly, for female characters like Ganga, the state of ambivalence persists and she's torn between accepting this new land and safeguarding the beliefs of her homeland. She refuses to clean feces inside the stables because she is of a superior
Last
caste.
2 ma'am.
All right. As a princess, she had been brought up with the belief that only her parents, people of royal stature, and Brahmins could come near her. Therefore, touching animal feces is against her karma. On the other hand, Sandhya and Madri, who had arrived in Mauritius years ago, have transformed in all the possible ways through years of adjustment to their new reality. So the final theme is of abandonment and return. When adjustment does not end and ambivalence prevails, so unable to reach the in-between space, the migrant aspires to return to his country and his ties from which he could not separate himself even through geographical distance. According to White, this theme focuses on the pressing tide of emotional upheaval faced with a decision that takes a long time to make, but has immeasurable consequences. This aspect of migration literature usually consists of recounting the various experiences of the flight of migrants and the terror and humiliation suffered by them. This theme is best demonstrated in the book by Badri, the adolescent boy, who comes to the island with dreams of earning a lot of money after having traveled far across the ocean. Once he gets disillusioned due to all the hard work and lashings that meet him on the island, he abandons any hope for a better life in Mauritius and decides to run away and return to India. And through the dialogue between Vite and Das, we can see that this is not the first time that somebody has reacted like this. Another kind of abandonment comes in the form of death. One of the sons of Sriram, the fisherman, dies by giving up on the willingness to live after getting separated from his father and siblings, who were taken as laborers to work in the sugarcane fields of a different landowner. I would just like to quote this one before moving to conclusion. His name was Sriram, at least that's what we thought, because he kept repeating that name. He had refused all food and had been hiding in a corner since his arrival with the new workers. He was alone and had cried for a whole week. He had cried himself to death. A few Indians burned him like one burns a beloved son, with camphor wood and flowers, just like back home. So to conclude, we can say that in literary studies, the phenomenon of migration has been traditionally and mainly linked to post-colonialism. However, as Frank Soren remarks, migration has always played a crucial role in European history and literature. Since the end of Second World War and the acceleration of decolonization and globalization, the role of migration has increased. Migration literature reflects the tensions between an individual's desires and opportunities as a reflection of past circumstances and expectations for the future. It renews and recreates lost identities through the vivid perception of a space in between, the experience of hybridity. Thus, human identity, the way in which migrant characters face their new places of life, the uncertainties and insecurities from which they suffer, as well as their communication problems, are considered as major themes of migration literature. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Richa. Your presentation has effectively captured all the themes in migration literature and migrant literature. Now, shall we move on
One
to
more
the
information, ma'am.
Yes, yes.
The attendance link is shared in the chat box. Kindly please fill in the form. Google.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Okay. Now we'll move on to, we have two more presenters in this session. If Arman is ready, is Arman ready? I think his audio is still not visible. Antoinette, can we move on to
Arman? Professor Shubhra.
Yeah, Professor Shubhra. So I would like to call upon Shubhra Kukreti, who's going to present on the topic, the ethics of intercultural theatre, a case study of Le Dernier Caravanserai.
Hello.
Over to you, Shubhra.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, Shubhra.
I'll just share my screen.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Okay, I hope the screen is visible to all.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk to you about intercultural theatre and the need to maintain ethics in it. We'll look in particular at Le Dernier Caravanserai, a production of Théâtre du Soleil, a theatre group in Paris. So, Le Théâtre du Soleil is a collective of theatre artists. The members of the group, they not only work together, but they also live together like one big family. They are known for merging Eastern art forms with the Western ones. For instance, they used Kathakali to narrate the story of Twelfth Night, which is a Shakespearean drama, and they presented it to French audience. The director of the group is Ariane Nouchkine, and she's greatly influenced by Antoine Artaud and agrees with him that all theater is Oriental, in the sense that the art of interiorizing emotions and then exteriorizing them comes from the East. She has won all the major prizes known in the field of theater in Europe, and her faithful companion in creating quality theater has been Hélène Sixou, who is also the playwright of the play that we're going to discuss today, Le Dernier Caravanserai. So Sixou, like Nouchkine, she also has encountered different cultures at a very young age, which might explain their interest in intercultural theater. Before we proceed, I want us to watch this clip. Okay, so the clip that we just saw, this is how the show opens. It is not a film, it is actually the shooting of recording of the scene of theater. So migrants here are trying to cross the river to reach at the side where their families or their near and dear ones are. The play talks of the difficulties migrants encounter in crossing the borders, why they need to leave their countries in the first place, and also how the difficulties do not end despite having arrived in Europe. Le Dernier Caravanserai is usually seen as an example of migrant theatre, but in this paper, I would like to look at Le Dernier Caravanserai through the lens of intercultural theatre. Intercultural theatre is basically what Le Soleil does, taking stories of one culture, but telling those stories through methodologies of another culture to finally present it to a foreign audience. I see it as an intercultural performance because it shows us the stories of migrants, like not from one country, but they're predominantly from Muslim countries. And it uses the tools of Greek theater. So most striking is the use of ixiklema, a wheeled platform. It's like the present day roller skates that people use. But ixiklema was traditionally used as a scene shifter in Greek theater. In Caravanserai, it's not just the objects on the set, but also all characters who enter and exit on this platform. Then there is also the use of masks in the play. The actors do not use traditional masks for disguise, but a false face is created using excessive makeup and wigs and beard and extravagant costumes. They also use mekane. It's a crane-like device used in Greek theater to lift an actor into the air. In Le Dernier Caravanserai, mekane is used to show migrants crossing borders. Now, intercultural performance occurs when these tools create the impression of a Greek tragedy, but the tragedy befalls the burqa-clad women in Afghanistan or young men in Africa who are trying to escape France to go to England. The white audience, they view the suffering, but it cannot be gauged if they really undergo catharsis in seeing them suffer. And this has been the problem with intercultural theater. The Western director and his team can visit the elitist theater festivals and benefit from the work of others. But those whose stories are projected, how do they benefit? More essentially, the question that we ask is, how do we tell the story of the other, but not reduce them to the status of subaltern? I use the questions used by Siksu in the program notes and show how Le Soleil ensures ethics in intercultural theater through the performance of Le Caravanserai. So the first question is, how do you tell the stories in theater without the ownership of suffering of others? So to reject the appropriation of the stories, Siksu does not create a new formal text for the play. The play produced was based on the improvisations of the stories by the troupe of Le Soleil actors. And actually the people who acted in the theater, in the play, they're actually refugees. Not all of them, but refugees who wanted to act, they were given the chance to play themselves. So Nushkin does not speak on behalf of refugees, but she actually creates the stage for them, a place where their voices will be heard. Coming to the question of voices, the second question we ask is, how do you tell the stories without substituting the word of others? For this purpose, the testimonies of the migrants, since they were given in Persian, we did not, or the group does not replace the language of migrants. There's no translation used. The play is performed in France, but it is performed in, the language of the refugees or the migrants is kept intact. They speak in Persian, they speak in Russian, they speak in English. There are subtitles used for the audience, but the group realizes that every word does not have an equivalent in French. So not each dialogue is subtitled. Another solution they used is they used tape recorders. So many refugees who are not acting, who are not present as actors on the stage, they're nevertheless present in the recorded voices which are played on the tape. The third question that we ask is, how do you render the stories which are so culturally distant? How do you render them comprehensible, but also avoid the fallacy of a complete understanding? So for that purpose, Le Soleil does not want a show of naive universal humanism, which shows that just because you're watching somebody's experience, you actually understand it. So there's no pretense of a fixed narrative or a closed text. The stories remain unfinished. You really have to work hard. The entire play is for 7 hours. So you have to sit through those 7 hours to understand the play, but you may not understand it. And because they use the mask, they use the wheel platform, it gives the impression that there's theatricality in the play. But at the same time, you try to understand it. Coming to the last question, how do you tell the story of others without dramatizing them? So Le Soleil avoids that trap by projecting the play's protagonists as fellow human beings with fears and dreams who are owed respect not because they're heroes or victims, but simply because they're humans like us. Their pronounced efforts to not stigmatize the culture of other countries. For example, there's a scene where a refugee from Afghanistan says that Islam teaches us we must study right up to our graves. But since Taliban stops women from attending schools, they may not understand what religion is. So Mushkin in all tries to show that the refugees do not come to Europe because they are in search of democratic values. They come because they already possess these values, which are now lost in their countries. To conclude, we see that Mushkin tries to hold on to the Brechtian ideal of theatre, where theatre is not only used to display the field of human relations, but also to transform it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope the presentation is going on.
Yeah, Shubhra has just finished her presentation.
So
thank you, Shubhra.
Yeah, so we will be now, I think we are ready with the final presenter. Sarmila
Yeah.
ma'am, we can invite Arman. Over to you.
Yeah. So I would like to call upon Arman now, who's a research scholar in FLU Hyderabad, to present his paper, Crossing Boundaries Through Language in Shumona Sinha's novel.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Arman.
Yeah, I'll just share.
Could you just speak a little bit louder?
Yeah, sure, definitely.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Hello. Okay, so my topic basically deals with crossing boundaries through language in Shumona Sinha's novels. We all know we live in a globalized world, and freedom of movement around the world in search of a better life is one of the foundations of globalization. However, this freedom cannot be exercised freely due to the divisions of humanity on the basis of identity through the creation of national borders, which is mainly a result of political, economic, and social factors. Therefore, we will examine how post-colonial theory can inform the study of mass migration, the influential roles of language in the process of integration, and the perception of other through Shumona Sinha's novels. Now I'll introduce Shumona Sinha to you. Who is Shumona Sinha? Shumona Sinha is a French writer from Kolkata. Her fascination and passion for the French language is enormous and remains the main reason which led her to start learning the language in her early 20s. She declares in many interviews that her homeland is no longer India, nor France, but the French language. We can see the emphasis she puts on language in shaping her identity and how language helps to cross barriers and boundaries. She moved to Paris in 2001 as a part of English teaching program. So her main works are, she has written 4 novels, Fenêtre sur l'abîme, Assommons les pauvres, Calcutta, Apatride, and the 5th novel which recently came out is Le Testament Russe. Among them, Assommons les pauvres has been critically acclaimed and has won numerous awards in literary works. I'll just give a slight brief introduction to a few of her novels. Fenêtre sur l'abîme narrates the story of Madhuban, a young woman from Bengal who is passionate about France. She is banished by her family because of having an affair with a French married man. And therefore she leaves for France and finds the new destination as she dreamed of. A student in Paris, she describes the magnificent city in promise, but she finds the administrative constraints and the indifference of the locals. And the next book, Assommons les pauvres, is basically deals with immigration. So the protagonist works as an interpreter for the French Office Protection of Refugee and Stateless Person. She interprets the stories of asylum seekers or mostly Bengali-speaking immigrants from Bengal and Bangladesh to an officer responsible for compiling immigrant records, who establishes the truth. So basically her major themes of her novels are immigration, migrant experiences, identity quest, and integration racism. So coming to the main question of this topic is the role of language in integration. Language is integral for questions posed by post-colonial studies. And we all know that colonizers imposed and encouraged the use of language on the colonized subjects. Frantz Fanon finds that colonial subjects were judged through their levels of language acquisition. In Black Skin, White Mask, we see the importance of language acquisition. I quote, "Yes, I must watch my diction because that's how they will judge me. He can't even speak French properly. They'll say with utmost contempt." End quotation. We cannot ignore the fact that language is an important tool for communication, which serves as a bridge between two cultures. In the case of immigrants from Asian subcontinents in her novels, they have their respective mother tongue. However, the language of the host country must be learned in order to gain access and be accepted into the host culture. We can clearly see that the narrator in Asomali Povra, Madhuban in Fenêtre sur l'Abîme, and Ishan Apatrid share similar passion for the French language and culture as they seek to change their life in a new country. Language acquisition also gives the immigrants an edge over the other immigrants who do not speak the French language to successfully integrate and assimilate into the French culture. As Fanon puts it, I quote, to speak means to be able to use a certain syntax, to have the morphology of a particular language, but above all to assume a culture, to bear the weight of a civilization. Thus, the protagonists in Shumona Sinha's novels are subjects of cultural acquisition in the process of learning the French language. In Fenêtre sur l'Abîme, we see that the passion for the French language and its culture is one of the main reasons Madhuban moves to France. She considers the other name of happiness as French. She recounts her initial days in Paris, which is full of happiness and satisfaction, where she is happy with the city, filled with promises, light, and colors. She tries her best to be as French as possible and even become a citizen by marrying a French professor. But despite of her best efforts to assimilate the culture, she never feels accepted. She is reminded of her foreignness and develops inferiority within herself as primarily because she has an accent and because of her physical attributes. She is categorized as an outsider because she does not fit into the French crowd. As here we see the language has given her an entrance into French culture, but at the same time, it's also a hindrance in her quest because of her French accent, which will never be French enough, nor can her features fit into the standard norm. In Assomme le Pauvre, her second novel, the narrator makes a clear distinction between the illegal immigrants and the privileged immigrants on the basis of the use of language. The narrator herself belongs to the privileged group as she can speak the language of the host country, which gives her additional privileges in comparison to the illegal groups who do not share the same advantages as they are not able to speak the language. So language in this context serves as an aid to her entrance in the French culture as she has a certain benefits by its usage. In Apatrid, her fourth novel, the protagonist Aisha sarcastically comments that, I quote, we will never have the brain it takes to be from this country, to speak your language, and no matter how well we speak, we will never have the legitimate accent. So thus we can see that despite of their willingness to integrate into the French culture, they cannot, it's not possible for them to fully integrate. And one of the limitations of language in the integration process is due to the perception of the other and the binary division between the East and the West. And as Edward Said critically in Edward Said's argument in Orientalism, he said, I quote, Orientalism should be understood as a discourse by which European culture was able to manage and even produce the East in a political, sociological, military, ideological, scientific, and imaginative way during the post-Enlightenment period. He therefore exposed the Eurocentric approaches developed in European writings regarding the East or the other as uncivilized, considered as homogeneous people, constituting anonymous masses rather than individuals. So therefore, we see such sentiments still present in Europe today, which hinders the process of integration. To conclude, in sum, we find that Shumona Sinha's novels, the protagonists are never completely accepted in the host culture, despite of the numerous efforts to integrate, and language can be taken into account as an entrance, but not the means. It is important here to understand the power relations that language holds. According to Fanon, an individual wants to belong to a higher or more powerful culture. Therefore, we can see the natural tendency of the protagonist to be as French as possible by adopting its values, language, and culture. Language is an important tool to bridge the gap between cultures and helps in crossing boundaries. but its acquisition alone is not enough to be accepted in a culture. The principal reason being the binary division between the West and the East. Edward Said's theory helps us understand the conflicts in the process of integration presented in the novels of Shomona Sinha. These binary oppositions based on identity formed during colonization are deeply rooted, concerned in today's world of mass integration and migration. Thank you very much. Hello. Thank you.
Thanks, Arman.
Thank you.
Could you please stop sharing your screen?
Yes.
We have the Q&A session now. I think the other participants have posted their questions in the chat box. Antoinette,
Yes, ma'am.
shall I read it or?
Yes, ma'am, you can read, ma'am.
Okay. This question is to Shubhra. Shubhra, you're there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, we have Shwati Sri Shaikya who's asking you this question. I'll just read the question to you. How does intercultural theatre treat the foreign culture that it integrates with the known culture? Would you consider that intercultural theatre of exoticizing lesser known cultures?
See,
What is your take?
right.
Yeah.
That exactly is what I've been trying to show in my presentation, that intercultural theatre, when it became popular in the 1970s, at that time the world was split into two blocks. You know, the capitalist bloc and the communist bloc. The world was going through this period of Cold War. So intercultural theatre at that time was seen as an interesting medium of cultural exchange in an otherwise closed world. But now, you know, like 1990s onwards, the world has become more globalized. So there's less space for intercultural theatre now. It's been criticized of cultural imperialism. That is, you take what you've asked in the question, you exoticize the lesser known cultures for your own benefit. You make money out of it, but they don't benefit from it. And this theatre group that I talked about, which is Le Théâtre du Soleil, they are very conscientious of this problem, but at the same time, they're very much interested in other cultures. So how do they negotiate the gap? That's what I've tried to show, that they let the people from other cultures tell their own stories. They don't translate their languages, and they try to get rid of stereotypes. They kind of try to maintain the good things, but as well as, you know, the problems in the culture, not in the culture, but going on in the world. Like the writer of the play, Lidetne Karavasarai, she asks, who are the people of these foreign culture coming to us? Are they different from us, or are they us? In the sense that, are we going to be like them soon? That is, if our governments do not function well, if we did not benefit from the wealth of colonialism and all, we would be like them. It's not their fault that they have to suffer. I hope I could answer your question, Swasti.
Thank you, Shubhra. We have the next question for Arman. It's Dr. Jaypal Sharmili who is asking Arman, how to overcome invisible barriers that divide people around the world. What are your thoughts on that, Arman?
Hello? Yeah.
Yeah, how to overcome invisible barriers that divide people around the world. What are your thoughts on that?
I can say, according to me, I feel language can be used as a tool to that it can be used as a tool to overcome the barriers that divide people around the world. And even in Shomona Sinha's work, she emphasizes on language as the primary identity, rather than having a national identity or belongingness to a particular state, nation state. We can rather have a world language, or we can utilize language as a means or an end to banish or to dethrone the divide amongst people. So language can be as a neutral tool to overcome this invisible barriers. That's what I personally feel. I hope I could answer the question.
Arman? Yeah. I think we'll move on to the next question. We'll just see if Sharmila has any other comments to make on your talk. We have one more question for Arman. In the post-colonial condition, the minority indigenous groups have oftentimes preferred using the language of the colonizers, English, rather than other dominant languages. Could you please comment on that? The minority indigenous groups have often preferred using the language of the colonizers, that is English, rather than any other dominant language.
They have used the English language because it can be a medium for all the indigenous groups or the suppressed groups to have a common grounds, have a common language to share their problems. So English is a language can be seen as common grounds between all the minorities. That is what I feel. Or indigenous group.
Okay, I think one last question for Arman. Has Shumona Sinha also written about prejudice against the foreigners?
In her text, we can see that mostly it's about the immigrant experiences, and in my reading so far, we have only encountered prejudice against the immigrants. So I would say no. I haven't encountered any prejudice against the foreigners so far.
Okay, thank you, Arman.
Okay,
We have one more question for Shubhra. Shubhra, you're there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. It's Dr. Ritu Tyagi who's asking you this question. I wish to understand, how does intercultural theatre overcome the challenging difference between orality and textuality in Eastern and Western cultures? And what is your take on Artho's contribution to intercultural theatre?
Okay, so the question is about the challenges, the differences between orality and Eastern theatre.
Textuality, yeah.
Okay, so I have only studied Le Soleil's performances, and they do not seem to have taken inspiration from cultures purely oral. Like, they are inspired by Japanese art forms, Indian art forms, but then we also have I wouldn't call those art forms as oral or completely textual. They take artistic expressions from Eastern, in the sense, not African, but Eastern in the sense from East, like India and Vietnam or Japanese culture. But those art forms are very much concrete, not oral traditions. And about Artho's contribution to intercultural theatre, so Artho, he did not come up with the idea of intercultural theatre. We usually owe it to Peter Brook, who directed Mahabharat for the Western audience. Artho's time was way earlier, in 1920s. He was a surrealist writer. He's written plays, but he's also directed movies. So in terms of theatre, but not intercultural theatre, his contribution has been that he focuses more on the psychic influence, impact of theatre. Like, his idea of theatre was, you don't show things only by actions, but also on the psychological impact that it could create. So he's known for this theatre of cruelty. So, and he has taken inspiration from Indian sources as well, because I read somewhere that he was the one to say that Natya Shastra can be considered as the basis of all theatre in the world. And he actually, as I mentioned in my presentation also, that's why he says that all theatre is oriental, in the sense that there is no tradition of gesture in the West. He mentions about Commedia dell'arte, but then he says that too seems to be inspired by Indian texts. So that was his take.
Thank you, Shubhra. I hope Ritu ma'am is there. It's okay. We'll move on to one last question.
Thank you so much, Shubhra.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shubhra, for that clarification. And I believe I asked the question because you mentioned Artho in your presentation.
Right.
So I wanted to see how you extrapolated his ideas to, I know that he didn't propose the idea of intercultural theatre, but falling back on the response that you gave, I believe there is a lot that can be looked at within Arto. Also precisely because, I mean, obviously because you mentioned that he talks about Oriental theatre and the importance or what new Oriental theatre could bring to intercultural or, you know, to theatre in general. Also because he was a person who believed in going beyond the boundaries, particularly, you know, the boundary between the spectator and the performer.
Right.
So you can take that thread also, that there is the crossing of the boundaries within Arto, and the idea of crossing of the boundary is so radical that he wants the spectator to become the performer, and that notion I think can also be taken up and extrapolated to seeing the bridging of the boundaries between cultures.
Right, I agree with you. Actually, in other performances of Le Soleil, Théâtre du Soleil, they do involve the spectators to such an extent that the spectator, the audience itself becomes the actor. But I did not look at this particular play through this particular angle.
Right, and the reason why I asked that question on orality and textuality is because a lot of, especially Indian theatre and all, bases itself a lot on folklore.
Right.
So that notion of orality is always already, if I can say, there. So that was the reason, just to give you, you know, some sort of ways to reflect more on these. That was the idea.
I could look at it like that. I really didn't think of it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a very interesting presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shubhra. I think we have one last question for Richa. Richa, you're there? Richa?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. We have Dhananjay Kumar who's asking this question. Could you throw a little light on the hybridity of Homi Bhabha's theory that you're using in your work, or rather in your presentation today?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So actually, hybridity, I'm taking it from Homi Bhabha because he is the one who talks about this in-between space for, you know, migrants, because I think this one question was also posed about binaries, because it's about, you know, when we see when we take a migrant as a case. So for him, these binaries have always been between home and foreign. So, you know, when he's partaking in this journey, when he's migrating, this migrant, so he's going out of these binaries and he reaches this in-between space that that is neither, you know, neither the homeland but nor the foreign, because as hybridity is put by Bhabha, he says that, you know, a migrant is only appreciated in today's world and is considered important because he is the manifestation that a tradition, that the power of tradition can be described anew, can be, you know, identities can be recreated, that it's not always identity is fluid. It's not always a box that somebody, you know, when they go out of their one setting, when they go towards another setting, there is certain resistance, as I talked about other. And hybridity, you cannot just take it, I would say, very separately. You know, it's not an independent entity, because I think it works with ambivalence and I think that, you know, it's when person is doubtful, when you have to give up on your previous identity, previous beliefs, and you're stuck in that interstitial space, and you have to pick up this, you know, the new beliefs, and you have to try and adjust to the new setting also, but you resist towards that also, and you resist towards giving up on your previous beliefs also, is where I think once you settle this ambivalence is where you meet the hybridity, the hybrid space. So I think that's, if I can explain, that's how I would explain what I think Homi Bhabha wants to say, he means when he says hybridity for migrants.
Okay, I hope Dhananjay Kumar is okay, happy with your answer.
Okay.
Are there any more questions? I think we have almost reached the end of the session. Antoinette, can we just wind it up?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to thank all the participants for their very detailed presentations, and we could have given an idea on what are the different aspects of migrant literature is. So I wish everyone a very good evening. Have a nice evening. Looking forward to tomorrow's session. It's over to you, Gaurav.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And thanks to Antoniette, ma'am, also, and thanks to all the presenters who presented their paper in the 2 sessions after the lunch. And all the presentations were very nice. We had a very nice discussion also. So many questions were raised, and I believe it was a healthy discussion going on. So keeping the momentum going, tomorrow we will meet in the morning at 9:15, and the 2 sessions will first go, and then we will have our keynote, third keynote. And today, due to some technical reason, we didn't have our second keynote by the French professor. So we are looking into that, and hopefully we will have that particular keynote in the evening tomorrow after all the presentations. So we will share the details after everything is finalized. So for today, this is the end of the day. And thanks again. Thanks. We will meet you tomorrow in the morning. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Antoinette.
Bye, ma'am.
Bye, bye, bye. Bonsoir, au revoir.
Au revoir.